Chapter 524. In the midst of everyone's anticipation and anxiety, midsummer finally arrived. In the past few days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put aside all their work and stayed at home. Zhang Zhong also tried his best to hand over his work to others. He also accompanied his wife who was waiting for delivery at home. Zhang Xiaobao's mother and Wang Wan's mother were pregnant at the same time. It was as if they were two different people. Xiaobao, is this a coincidence? Will they give birth to another child at the same time, just like us? Wang Wan found it very interesting. She heard that she and Zhang Xiaobao were born at about the same time, and they were also found to be pregnant on the same day. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to guess. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied, "Who cares? We're going to have a younger brother or sister soon. We'll make a cradle and a baby carriage." The two of them were no longer worried about their mother's younger brother or sister. After the delivery room was repaired, they had delivered many women in succession, including a few twins. The doctors in the delivery room had accumulated a lot of experience. In addition, it was not the mother's first time, and she usually took good care of her body. Although the child might be a little smaller, it would not be strenuous when it was born. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mothers were in a very good mood at this time. They were not in a hurry at all. Every day, they would ask someone to accompany them for a walk, waiting for the day when the child was born. In order to make sure that their younger brother or sister would not lack milk, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specially found a cow that had just given birth. It was not an authentic cow, but it was fine as long as it had milk. They also asked a craftsman to carve a milk bottle out of glass and made a nipple with a kind of gum. When the time came, they would stuff it in and the baby would drink it by himself. All the preparations were done, and they were just waiting for the child to be born. When the people of Luzhou heard about this, they came to ask about it. Those who were further away also tried to find a way to ask the caravan from there. Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a new life. The merchants who worked with Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce brought out gifts as well. Before the children were born, they had already attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Everyone who had a good relationship with the Zhang family gave them their blessings in their hearts. As for those who had been bullied by Zhang Zhong, it was unknown whether they were vile or not. The people who went to Hainan Island also came back and put the matter aside for the time being. They would wait until the child was born. There was no big deal there. The people who were sent communicated very well with the local people. There was a small problem when they were going to build the dock there, but it was solved very quickly. The local people and the original residents agreed to help build the pier after receiving benefits from the Zhang family. However, the local official, who usually didn't get much money and always complained about the hot weather, refused to help. How could the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family not know what these officials were thinking? It was just that they didn't have the ability to make money, so they felt it was unfair to see others making money. This matter was simple. Wasn't it just money? As long as they were not deliberately hostile, the problem of money was not a problem. The people in the inner courtyard immediately offered benefits. Every time a ship docked there, they would pay a fee according to the size of the ship, and the final half of the fee would be given to the local official. Half was only 1/20. It didn't sound like much, but when the business there really thrived, this money would not be a small amount. Therefore, the local official agreed to help build the pier. Compared to the Ning family in Qin province, these officials didn't have much influence in the local area. Apart from the officials who were recommended by the local people and given a title by the imperial court, the rest were sent to Yi province. Although they were officials, they didn't have a good life at all. The local residents were basically disobedient, and the people who moved there later were not as honest as those who lived in rich places. Many of the annual taxes could not be collected, and even the tribute was not enough. After all, the people didn't have a good life. In the past, the people were used to it and didn't care who was an official. However, after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou and the local people learned about the living conditions of the people in Luzhou, they no longer paid attention to it. They also wanted to live a good life. In the past, the people in Luzhou were poor and could tolerate it. However, after the people in Luzhou had a good life and could eat meat every few days if they wanted to, they stopped. They found that the poverty here was not because the place was not good, but because of the officials. In particular, when the amusement park was built, the fishermen in Yi province deliberately came to take a look. Last month, the children of 2 tribes were even invited to play here for a few days. Naturally, the tribes sent warriors to protect them. After playing for a few days, they ate, drank, and lived well. As soon as they returned, they told everyone about it. In a very short time, the people on such a big island knew how good Luzhou's place was. Therefore, when the officials stopped the Zhang family from building a dock here, in addition to the benefits given by the Zhang family, there was also pressure from the local people. Although the people in Yi province were not very literate and were relatively ignorant in many places, they were also reasonable. They knew that Zhang Zhong, a high-ranking official, would not come to their place. Now that there was a dock, they would naturally have more contact with him in the future. Ignorance also had its benefits. After knowing about Zhang Zhong's ability, they were very superstitious that as long as they had a little relationship with Zhang Zhong, they would be able to benefit from it. Except for the small trouble encountered halfway after the construction of the transit station was completed, there was nothing else. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think about the scam of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce after a brief explanation. Now, they had received benefits. The fish caught by the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce were raised in several large ponds on Luzhou's island. Moreover, they did not allow people from other places to visit. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother gave birth, the first trade was made. Until now, the 2 of them did not know what the fish was called. Even though Zhang Xiaobao had eaten a lot of things at that time, he could not recognize it now. He did not know if it had mutated or gone extinct at that time. The growth rate of this fish was extremely fast. A small fry could grow up in just a few months. Back then, it could even lay eggs. It was no wonder that the 5 Lakes Merchant Association brought it over. If they did that, it would give the local people more confidence. Usually, fish would lay eggs according to the season. This kind of fish was determined by their size. As long as they grew up, they would lay eggs. Of course, if there were no males, the eggs would not turn into small fish. The big fish that the people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce brought last time had already laid eggs. In the end, they still had to wait for the small fish to grow up. The people of the Zhang family who followed the people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce asked around and specifically found smaller fish. They secretly brought them back. After some of them died, the others started to lay eggs in large quantities. In the few large ponds, when the fish were about to lay eggs, they would think of ways to fish them out and put them in special places to prevent the eggs from being eaten. When Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan's mother entered a small courtyard next to the delivery room and waited, the dozens of people who bought the fish found the people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce and told them that it was time to collect the fish eggs. The people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce were already under a lot of pressure. The Tang governor of Ning was very dissatisfied with them. If it were not for the fact that they were further away and there was no one else to replace them, the Tang governor of Ning would have been replaced. The main reason was that the people of Qin province were not having a good time. Not to mention that the task of reclamation was not completed, they did not even plant all the crops. Today's production would be affected, and the Ning family would not be able to earn a lot of money. At this time, when they found out that the dozens of people already had fish eggs, the people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce thought of advertising. If it was in the past, they could only send people to various places to spread the news. Now, they also knew about the advertising. They specifically found a branch of the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce that was in charge of advertising and took out money to advertise. It would be best if they could get the people nearby to take a look. The advertising department originally did not have this kind of business, but seeing that the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce had taken out more money, they agreed. Early in the morning, everyone went to the pond with the fish eggs. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce were very excited. According to their original guess, if the fish eggs produced could let the people earn back 20 to 30% of the money they spent to buy the fish, it would be good enough. When the time came, the people who saw the fish eggs would eagerly take out money to buy the fish. As long as they could survive this year, they would be able to scam even more money next year. That was also the time for them to leave. They really could not afford to wait. When they arrived at the place, there were indeed many commoners gathered around. There were at least 1,000 people. When the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association arrived, they immediately sent over the samples for them to examine. Were these fish eggs able to be harvested under the same circumstances? The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce looked at the fish eggs and found that they were indeed the fish eggs they brought over. As long as they were the same, they did not care about the quality. Even if it was not good, they had to say it was good. Otherwise, how could they scam the people? The samples of the fish eggs passed and were placed at the side for comparison. Following that, the dozen or so families brought the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce to the edge of the pond. The pond was very shallow, and there was fine sand at the bottom. The water was clear, and they could clearly see the situation inside. "Master Yen, it's here, they're all here." According to the original agreement, there are about 6,000 fish eggs in the pond. "Master Yen, do you want to fish them out and take a closer look?" The dozen or so families asked the head of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce with a smile. This person from the Zhang family was in charge of their business, and the person from the Zhang family wanted to help them negotiate. When the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce heard this, it took them a while to recover from their shock. When they looked at the fish eggs in the pond, they were all dumbfounded. Master Yen pointed at the fish eggs in the pond and asked in disbelief, "All of them? Why are there so many? Isn't it good? Didn't Master Yen say it before? He said that using fish eggs can make a lot of money. If we have more fish eggs, we'll have more money in the future. Isn't that the logic?" The person from the Zhang family congratulated the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce as he spoke. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce did not know what to say. That was what they said before, but the problem was that they were lying. Who would have thought that just a dozen or so families would have to fork out more than 6,000 strings of money? How many times was that? They could only stand there and deal with the people from the Zhang family. The smiles on their faces were no longer the same as before. The dozen or so families had already been arranged by the Zhang family. Now, they were smiling at the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, waiting for them to take out the money. The surrounding people also looked at the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they were considering whether to buy as well. At this time, Master Yan's sweat had almost dried up. He knew that there were many eyes looking at him. If he did not take out the money this time, then no one would buy any more. But if he took out the money, and there were not many people buying in the future, then wouldn't he lose money? Most importantly, how could the fish produce so many eggs? That's not right. According to the current situation, he would have to pay even more next time. Thinking of this, Master Yen smiled at one of the dozen or so families and asked, "How do you raise the fish? It's really not bad, to be able to produce so many eggs. Then, can these eggs be exchanged for money?" The person who was asked rhetorically. "Yes, I'll get someone to send the money over in a moment. You have so many fish eggs, we can also earn money. How do you raise the fish?" Master Yen did not give up and asked again. "Just like what you said. Then can we go take a look at the fish?" We've eaten all of them. We're waiting for you to give us new fish. That fish is more delicious. If I had known earlier, I would have left 2 for you, master, the person replied with a smile. You've eaten? Oh, that's right. New fish will be sent over soon. Did everyone see that? With this kind of fish, as long as you have a string of coins, you can get 6,000 strings of coins in the end. 2 strings of coins, that's 12,000 strings of coins. Is there anyone else who wants to raise them? Come to me. Master Yen had no other choice. This should be the last chance. He could not wait for the next round of fish eggs. Since there were so many people now, he could help advertise more. As long as everyone was tempted by Lu Zhou's offer, he could still make a profit. Even if only 30% of the people were willing to buy, it would be fine. He thought that there would be a lot of people coming over immediately. In the end, the people around him were all standing there. No one came forward at all. When he saw that no one was coming, Master Yen was a little dumbfounded. He asked the people from the Zhang family who came over, are they complaining that they don't earn enough? No, they haven't seen the money yet. The people from the Zhang family signaled to Master Yen to let him understand that if the money was not brought over, no one would continue to buy. Master Yen was enlightened. Oh, right, money. Men, hurry up and bring the money over. As soon as he said that, someone immediately went over to get the money. This was not what they wanted, but the yamen runners had already surrounded them. If they did not pay up, they would be arrested. At that time, the money they brought would also be confiscated. Now, the people from the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce were in a difficult situation. Each of them was very regretful. If they had not agreed so readily and said that they wanted to take a good look at the fish eggs, they could have said that the things here were not good and tried their best to lower the price or even refuse to buy. However, they did not know that there would be so many fish eggs. In a moment of haste, they agreed. There was no difference between the fish eggs in the pond and there. They did not dare to go back on their words at this time. Everyone waited for more than 2 hours before the 6,000 strings of coins were finally brought over. The fish eggs of more than a dozen families were placed in the same pond. It was not good to ask each family how much they had, so they directly gave the money and let them divide it among themselves. Once the money was exchanged, Master Yen took this opportunity to immediately say to the surrounding people, see? The money has been given. As long as you have the money, you can get 6,000 strings of coins. What are you waiting for? Buy it now. When the next year, when the eggs are laid, you can buy whatever you want. Wear new clothes as you please and eat meat every day. He, who was not good with words, was forced to the point that he had no other choice. As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding people. He thought that the people who were watching the show would rush over in an uproar. Who would have thought that the people who were looking forward to seeing the money would all rush to the side of the dozen families and congratulate them when they saw that the money was in their hands. After congratulating them, they turned around and left one by one. Everyone, please wait. This is a business that can make a lot of money with just a little bit of money. Everyone, please don't leave. Seeing the people disperse in all directions, Master Yen was really anxious this time. He even ran over to pull on a person's sleeve and advised that person. Not buying. I have no money and no place. My house is on the other side of the mountain. The person who was pulled struggled to break free and left after saying that. How can this be? How can this be? Master Yen was even more dumbfounded. He felt that today's matter was too simple, but the result was unexpected. The other people from the 5 Lakes Merchant Association were also stunned. The 6,000 strings of coins were gone, the advertising fee was gone, and their mission was not completed. Wasn't everything fine just now? How did it change in the blink of an eye? After waiting for the surrounding people to disperse, the person from the Zhang family shook his head and said to Master Yan, "My house is busy with other things. I don't have time to play with you. This time, I will teach you a lesson. Go back and tell your master to correct your thoughts." "What? What are you saying? I don't understand." When Master Yan heard the words of the Zhang family, sweat seeped out again. He felt his vision darken and he almost fell. He was in a daze for a moment before he stood up and pretended not to understand. "It's fine if you don't understand. As long as you know that my house is not free, I will let you go. Otherwise, this time, I will sell you less fish eggs and buy a few dozen strings of coins. When the little fish grows up, it will not be just a matter of 6,000 strings of coins. Let's go." We agreed that the Zhang family will vouch for them. Now that you have so many fish eggs, you can go back and split them. The person from the Zhang family completely ignored the other party's pretense. After saying this, he carefully walked back. The Yamen runners also surrounded them and escorted the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association back to the Luzhou Merchant Association so that they could split the money. If the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association still wanted to play dumb before, they were no longer in the mood now. It was obvious that the Zhang family had seen through them. "It's over," the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association thought at the same time. They understood the words of the Zhang family. They heard that the two madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to have children soon. Therefore, they did not have the leisure to play with them here. So it turned out that they had been schemed against. What kind of bullshit idea was that? It had just started, but it was already over. Not only did they not get any money, but they also had to pay a lot of money. What should they do? "Big brother, what do we do? Do we just go back like this? Won't the master skin us alive?" A person beside Master Yan thought of the consequences and asked with a trembling voice. Master Yan had no other choice. He was still very grateful to the Zhang family. To be more precise, he was grateful to the two madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they were not busy now, and the Zhang family really did what that person said just now, he and the others would not only have to pay a few thousand strings of coins. It was very likely that the Ning family would be implicated as well. They did not have the time to care about other things now. It was said that the two madams were pregnant with 2 babies. Huff. Master Yan exhaled heavily. He looked at the people beside him and said, "Let's go back. Give the Zhang family the money and leave this place immediately. Don't be afraid. If the master knows about Luzhou, he won't blame us. He will only complain that the family's idea was bad." "Oh." The few of them agreed at the same time. However, in their hearts, they were thinking, was it really a bad idea? When they first found out about this idea, they thought that everyone in the family was as powerful as immortals. This method could be used to deceive everyone. However, when it came to Luzhou, it was different from what they imagined. It seemed that the Zhang family's business was not simple. Otherwise, how could they know that they were here to deceive them? "Big brother, I don't think it's good to go back like this. Why don't we take a detour to Lianzhou and take a look? Could it be that Lianzhou could see through it? We still have some money. Let's find something faster. No matter what, we have to get back the money we lost." One of the people in the group obviously did not want to lose money. He was afraid that they would be punished when they went back. As soon as he said that, the eyes of everyone in the group, including Master Yan, lit up. They agreed with this idea. "Okay, let's do that. Not only Lianzhou, after we're done deceiving Lianzhou, we'll continue to deceive other places. We just have to avoid the Zhang family's business and avoid them," Master Yan said excitedly. He looked at the people who followed him and saw them nodding. He waved his hand and led them to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go far. The two of them were reading under the shade of a tree in the courtyard. Today's matter had been arranged and they were waiting for the other side's reply. If the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce dared to not pay up, they would be directly arrested. Little young master, little miss, they've paid. They've paid 6,000 strings of coins. It should have been more, but we didn't have time to check carefully. Even if they paid 6,000 strings of coins, our Chamber of Commerce can still take another share. A person rushed in from outside and reported happily to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Good, it's good that they've paid. I don't have time to accompany them. There are still important things waiting for me to do. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said. Little young master is right. But, little young master, they seem to want to deceive other places. Should we remind them of other places? The person asked again. Chapter 525. At this time, Wang Wan also stopped. She looked up at the person who reported and asked, "They're going to other places? Did they say where they're going?" They said that they're going to Lianzhou first. They'll go to other places after that. If they continue to cheat like this, then others will be at a disadvantage, especially the local people. Should we arrange for people to follow them? The person who reported was a little anxious. No need. Let them cheat. We can't be in charge of everything. It's good to be at a disadvantage. In the future, they'll know that they can't take advantage of small things. Wang Wan waved her hand, disagreeing with the idea of telling others. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan's idea. He said, "That's it. Don't worry about them anymore. Our ship has been out for a long time. Send people to Yazhou to see if they're coming back soon." Zhang Xiaobao not only wanted to let other people know about this kind of trickery, but also to find trouble for the Ning family in Yazhou. As long as this group of swindlers continued to cheat, the local authorities would not agree and would send out a warrant to arrest them. When this happened in every province, he would have people tell the Ning family about the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce and the Ning family. He would see what the Ning family would do then. When the person who came saw that the young master and young lady did not agree with spreading the news in advance, he did not say much. He directly agreed and left to arrange for people to go to Yazhou to take a look. Soon. When winter comes, it'll probably be the moment my father leaves. I hope that the people who go to Luzon Island will bring back good news. It'll be best if there's a fight. That way, it'll be easier. Zhang Xiaobao put down the book in his hand and leaned back. He looked at the small bridge in the courtyard and said. Wang Wan closed the book and thought for a while. Then there's going to be a war. Time flies. The next step is to follow Li Sun to another place. I hope everything will go smoothly. When the fast boat sent by Lu Zhou arrived at Yi province, the children of the Zhang family were also born. As expected, they were twins. They were born without any thrill. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mothers began their confinement period. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to play with their younger brother and sister. It was a very miraculous thing. They were really born at the same time. Less than an hour apart, they each gave birth to a boy and a girl. This was a pair of twins. The Zhang family's son came out first and became the older brother. The Wang family's sister came out first. The Zhang family's son came out half an hour earlier than the Wang family's daughter, and the Wang family's son came out half an hour earlier than the Zhang family's daughter. The Zhang family had the oldest and youngest child, and the Wang family's two children were in the middle. When the children were born, they were very ugly. Their skin was wrinkled. It was estimated that they would be much better after a month. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that their younger brother and sister were no different from the children of monkeys. Their skin was wrinkled, and their eyes were closed tightly. As soon as they were born, they cried hard. After they were cleaned up, they immediately went to sleep. They didn't even have time to drink milk. The two adults were tired and rested with their men. The baby products that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared were put to use at this time. They held two children in their arms and watched. Wang Wan gently kissed the face of the child she was holding and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, why do I feel like I'm planting rice? I'm looking forward to seeing the seedlings slowly grow up." Zhang Xiaobao also had the same feeling. He held his younger brother and sister, and the idea in his heart was to let them grow up well and teach them more knowledge. He thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. Very few people are different from ordinary people. In fact, basically everyone has a desire to cultivate others, or to cultivate other things. For example, many children like dolls. In fact, they use this idea in their hearts on their dolls." At that time, there were people who raised all kinds of pets when their children were not by their side. In fact, they raised those little animals as their children. But we can't do that. That's a kind of destruction to the children. When adults raise children, sometimes they feel that the children are cute. Many times, in fact, they don't respect a new life. Instead, they treat the child as an extension of themselves. They want the child to listen to them and let the child do what they can't do. What do you mean? Does this mean that many parents are actually raising animals like raising children? Or rather, raising children like raising animals? Oh, that's right. I've seen many parents like that. They only think that what they say is right because they have experience. But in fact, things are not like that. In fact, every child has their own ideas when they are sensible. It's just that they are in a kind of confusion. I understand what you mean. Our younger brother and sister are not the continuation of our lives, but the continuation of human lives. When the time comes, they will have their own path to walk, and not listen to what others say. But if we don't tell them what we know early on, are we going to let them figure it out by themselves? This problem is really too complicated. If we teach too much, it will naturally bring in the subjective ideas of the teacher. Wang Wan understood, but felt that it was not good to directly define this matter. In that case, would they not teach children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao did not have a conclusion on this matter. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it this way. When the time comes, we will find a few more teachers. In this way, the children will be able to get what they need from different people instead of continuing the life of one person. The two of us are the same. We will summarize the knowledge and let them choose for themselves. In fact, there can be amazing people in every profession. As long as they are willing to learn, we will encourage them, not restrict them. What I need is a younger brother and sister with their own unique personalities, not obedient yes-men. Look at so many students who are very obedient when they are learning in school, but the proportion of real achievements in the future can't compare to lively and hardworking people. Well, let's try listening to you for now. Should we beat the children?" Wang Wan asked again. "That's not necessary. When the children are too young, they are not so sensible. We can use all kinds of things to attract them. Beating won't solve the problem. It's just a way to be lazy, and it's very useful at a certain stage. But when the children are 4 or 5 years old, we can't continue to beat them. In particular, we can't vent our anger on the children just because we are in a bad mood. That will easily cause the children to fall into confusion. They won't know what they did wrong. When they grow up and gradually understand, the position of the parent who beat the children for no reason will drop to a very low level in the children's hearts. The children will look down on them. Of course, I'm referring to our era. I don't know how it will be like here. Anyway, I don't agree with using violence. We can spend more effort to use other methods." Zhang Xiaobao had never been beaten when he was young. The dean's grandfather was always able to find ways to make the children in the courtyard obedient. That kind of spiritual sacrifice was the most respectable. Then let's do that. Now, it's time to return the children. I don't know if my mother and your mother have enough milk. I don't think milk is better than human milk. Wang Wan felt that the two children were uncomfortable. When they were about to cry, she put the two children down. She waited for the two children to get rid of their feces and urine. After changing the urinal pads, the two children were about to cry. After changing the urinal pads, they smacked their lips and stopped. Zhang Xiaobao's side was about the same. When the two of them saw their younger brother and sister smacking their lips, they hurriedly sent them to their mothers. Otherwise, they would cry again. The children were young and drank milk very frequently. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang Wan's mothers held their children in their arms. Their faces were full of motherly radiance. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that their younger brother and sister had started to drink milk, they went to prepare food for their mothers. In addition to pig's knuckles, which had always been good for drinking milk, they also had to prepare some other food. Otherwise, the more they ate, the more uncomfortable they would feel, especially eggs. Many people would feel disgusted when they saw eggs in the future because of their confinement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want their mothers to be unable to eat eggs in the future. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have anything to do at that time. All kinds of things that could replenish protein were prepared by the two of them. There were fish, vegetables, and bean products. Fruits couldn't be left out. The ventilation system in the house had to be made clear. There were also various toys prepared for the four children. They had to be able to play with them without hurting the children. The best thing was shark's fin. After steaming it and drying it, they would give it to the children to play with. After all, children always liked to stuff things into their mouths. It was no problem to stuff it into their mouths. There were also those balls made of cow's bubble or pig's bubble. When the time came, they would throw the four children into the pile and they wouldn't be afraid of them getting hurt. The baby carriage was also ready. There was a cartoon-like sunshade on the top. It was made of wood, and the bottom support and rolling places were made of iron. The places where the children could touch were smeared with thick fish glue for them to chew on. The bottom of the carriage was also equipped with iron plates to reduce the formation. The four children, who didn't know anything at all, enjoyed things that others couldn't enjoy as soon as they were born. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried their best. After considering all the things that could be considered clearly, they asked about the situation in Yazhou. The news hadn't come back yet, so they could only ask about the situation in Yazhou. The person in charge of the situation there was called to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. As soon as he came in, he saw the two of them busy making things there. Anyway, they weren't in a hurry, so he just stood there and watched. This wheel is too small. Change it to a bigger one. Moreover, the balls inside don't seem to work. It's strenuous to push, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as she moved a wheel with her hand. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, it's indeed a little small. This won't do. Children don't have much strength to begin with. If the rotation is bad, when will they learn to walk? Only then did the person who came over know that the young master and young lady were making something that could teach the child how to walk. This was very strange. Usually, didn't the adults put the child on the ground and let the child walk on his own with two hands supporting him? Was there anything else that could replace that? Zhang Xiaobao asked the person next to him to find a better wheel. He and Wang Wan started to make the frame. In fact, it was a circle. Cloth was used to make a bag that could hold the children. There were 3 frames to support it. Below the frames were naturally the wheels that could be turned back and forth. The height of the frames could be adjusted. When the children were placed in the middle and fixed, both of their feet could touch the ground. There were several fun things hanging on the circle. The children didn't have to be afraid of falling in the middle. When they saw something fun, they could reach out and grab it. As long as the upper body moved, the center of gravity would change. The small car would move with the change of center of gravity. The children stayed in the car. When the car moved, they would either lift their feet or walk on the ground step by step. This couldn't be used too early. It was about 6 months or 7 months. It depended on the growth of the body. When the children were 2 months old, in order to see more fun things in other places, the children would push the circle next to them to move around. It was a very simple and very practical tool. Xiaobao, do you think this can be changed again? When our younger brother and younger sister are a little older and can walk, when they are ready to run, we can tie a bigger and slightly softer thing to them and let them practice running. Wang Wan looked at the walking cart that was about to be completed and asked Zhang Xiaobao for his opinion. There's no need, right? When they are older, I will spend money to buy more gum and isinglass. Then, I will build a place for them to play. It will be like a rubber playground. They can run around and they won't have to be afraid of falling down. Also, we have to remove all the dangerous things in the place where they play. It doesn't matter if they scratch their skin, but it won't do if their lives are in danger. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a decision in his heart and said his thoughts. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, then we will always protect them in the future? Not let them face any danger? Of course not. They will have to fly on their own. When they are young, we will first lay a good foundation for their bodies. When they are 6 or 7 or 8 years old, they will be able to do things on their own. They can run however they want. The prerequisite is that there must be someone watching from the side, unless they are a little older. Zhang Xiaobao was actually very helpless about this matter. He wanted to let his younger brothers and sisters experience training, but he was also afraid that something would happen to them. He was not as ruthless as Old Eagle. Those who could fly would either fall to their deaths or drown. He had to give them more chances. The humans on his side did not have to live in such a cruel environment. When the walking cart was finished, the person who had come to talk about the matters in Yazhou came forward. At the same time, he carefully sized up this fun thing and marveled at the ingenuity of the young master and young lady. The two of them had actually thought of such a thing. In the past, who would specially make such a thing? Tell me. How is the docks there? How is the relationship with the local people? And have the officials there made trouble for us? Zhang Xiaobao washed his hands and asked the person who had come over. Replying to the young master, there are now many people there who stop at the docks when they return from the sea. They all say that the docks are good. At least they don't need to drag the boats back and forth. Otherwise, when they went ashore, they would have to drag the boats up, wasting time and energy. With the docks, they can directly dock the boats at the side. When they want to come out, they just need to untie the mooring rope. Even if there is a strong wind, there is no need to worry that the boats will be blown up and damaged. They can stay in the specially prepared troughs at the docks and are very stable. The local officials also have nothing to do. They are waiting for the boats to return so that they can get their 50% bonus. We have sent them daily necessities, and they are very happy. Young master, you don't need to worry about them. If they are not locals, they are people who were sent over. The locals have little experience, and the people who were sent over have no backing. They don't dare to offend us. The fleet has been out for 3 months. Logically speaking, if the distance is not too far, they should be back soon. This time, the people who were sent out will tell the people who stayed at the docks to quickly send the news here as soon as the boats return. The person in charge of this matter explained the situation at the side. That's good. 3 months. How far is that place? It used to be a few hours. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and muttered to himself. The person in charge didn't know what he meant and couldn't hear clearly. Wang Wan, however, understood that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about taking a plane. How could it be compared to this? It would be over directly in the sky. Now there were waves, strong winds, submerged reefs, and so on. It was very easy for something to happen. They had to be very careful along the way. Not to mention 3 months, even if they had to wait for half a year, it wouldn't be strange. Just as they were thinking about this, the sound of running came from outside. As the sound approached, a figure appeared and said happily to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, the fleet is back." They also brought back a lot of things. Even the people over there were brought back. Back? So fast? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up at the same time and rushed outside. They wanted to see how the people were doing. As for what the items were, it was not important. After waiting for a while, the two of them changed horses and rushed to the dock. Sure enough, they saw 7 big ships anchored there. The people on them were moving things down. 7 boats, no less, no less. That's great. Let's go and see if the people are missing. Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse to rush over. When he stopped at the docks, he directly asked the people below. This time, 500 people went over. Is there anyone who didn't come back? Little young master, we are all back. Not one of us is missing. Only 2 of us were injured and beaten up by the locals. When we went over, we wanted to use the cotton cloth we made here to exchange for things with them, including jars and so on. But they actually attacked us as soon as we arrived. Fortunately, we were prepared and killed a few of them directly. When they saw that we were powerful, they scattered and ran away. Later, we suppressed them and they didn't dare to move. Only then did we exchange some things. It was 5 boats worth of things, various kinds of oars, and animal fur and so on. This ore was found by us and let them exchange it. This time we came back and caught a few people. They were the people of the tribe that attacked us. It was because we defeated them that the other tribes became a little more honest. But we always felt that they were not friendly enough to us, even when we exchanged things with them. The people below immediately began to report to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were very excited when they told them everything. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care what they gained. Those things were inevitable. Even if they couldn't exchange it this time, it would be the same next time. The most important thing was that the people on the boats didn't die. Another relatively important thing was that when the war broke out, whether it was with tribes or with other countries, it was a war anyway. At first, this was what they thought. But things went even more smoothly. They didn't need to exchange things first and then let them attack. They actually attacked directly. This was a good excuse. Someone, go and find young Master Li. This time, it's time for him to do something. Considering the situation on the other side, Zhang Xiaobao ordered. He and Wang Wan went down and praised the people who followed them one by one. Li Sun came quickly. He had known about this plan long ago. Recently, he had been very annoyed. Last time, he wrote a letter back and asked his family to help him delay. But now, he couldn't delay it anymore. A few days ago, he wrote a letter and mentioned this matter. Now, they were back, and the people of Tang were beaten. Under the heavens, no one dared to beat the people of Tang, they couldn't be easily forgiven. He rode a horse to the place and asked directly, Xiao Bao, did they fight? They fought? That's great. I'll write a letter back. Now, as a member of the royal family, I need to be here. I can't let the barbarians of other places look down on us. Right here. When you're done, let someone send you away in the military station. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to waste time. Now that he had an excuse, he could continue to exchange low-priced goods for high-priced goods. As for those who didn't exchange or attacked, he would directly eliminate them. The excuse was that they were with the previous group of people. Li Sun immediately wrote here. After writing, he found that Zhang Xiaobao's words were wrong. He asked, use the military station? That's not good, right? Let's use pigeons. It's faster. What's wrong with national affairs? Others are living on our land. We don't have time to care about them. How dare they attack us? How is that not good? What Zhang Xiaobao said was very reasonable, at least Li Sun understood. He opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a moment before he nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, yes, that's right. That's our Tang Empire's territory. It's good enough that we let them live there. To think that they actually dared to make a move on our people. They are really bold." Chapter 526. Li Sun's letter was quickly delivered. He was now waiting for the imperial court to give him an order. He finally found an excuse not to go back. It was impossible for the imperial court to send a few more people here immediately. There was not enough time. This place was already under attack. How could they have the time to care about other things? Now, Lu Zhou had 3,000 soldiers. Initially, he said that he would have 4,000 soldiers. However, after several rounds of training, he eliminated the 1,000 soldiers who could not keep up. Now, 3,000 soldiers were not a small number. After a few months of training, they were doing pretty well. It was not a big deal to fight a big battle, but it was not a problem to fight a small battle, especially when they were using good weapons to bully others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also thought so. Although 3,000 people were not very useful when fighting the surrounding countries, it was not a problem when it came to that small place. There weren't many people there to begin with. Furthermore, there weren't any large organizations, and there weren't any good weapons. Not to mention 3,000 people, even 1,000 people would be able to do whatever they wanted there. In addition to Li Sun's guards and the Zhang family's 56 people, if they went there together, they would be able to bully the locals to death. After Li Sun sent the letter, he began to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to take him to see the training of the 3,000 people. They could not wait to go there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally did not refuse. The group of people went to the barracks. On the way, they sighed with emotion. Lu Zhou finally had his own soldiers. The position of the military registrar could also be taken. He did not have to deal with so many things alone like before. That was too unstable. When the three of them arrived at the military camp's drill ground, they could hear the battle cries of the soldiers from afar. It sounded pretty good, but they didn't know if it would be as good as the battle cries. Out of the 3,000 people, 1,000 of them were originally from the mountain. Their formation wasn't very good, but if they were to really fight, the 1,000 of them could easily take care of the 2,000 people. Good, that's right. Train hard. The food we give you is so good, and you have a lot of money. If you don't train hard, you'll be letting down the food you eat. Li Sun stopped to watch from the side and also cheered. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, and Wang Wan also didn't say anything. The three of them watched for a while, and then Li Sun urged his horse over. No one knew what he was thinking, but at this time, he began to mobilize his troops, telling the 3,000 people how the Great Tang had been attacked and how the Great Tang's territory had been occupied by others, yet he was not honest. The 3,000 people did not care whether that place was Great Tang or not. As long as someone said it was, it was. When they heard that someone had been beaten up, they immediately refused to do anything. They all begged to be ordered to attack that place. They had to kill those people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened from the side and were really speechless. This is why a weak country has no diplomacy. Only when it is strong can it not be bullied. More importantly, it has to maintain the courage of the people. As long as there is courage, even if it looks a little weak and has a small territory, others will not dare to attack it. Just like the mountain people here. Who dares to provoke them for no reason? They can't afford to pay the price. Zhang Xiaobao had a good impression of the people in this place. When it came to war, the men in the family were ready to go. They just needed to find an excuse. Wang Wan also thought so. A wolf without blood would not be able to beat a wild horse with blood. If one wanted others to respect them, then they had to have the strength and attitude to make others respect them. It was useless to always beg for peace. Peace was bought with blood. Xiaobao, cuckoo, what happened? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still lamenting, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai came from behind. The two of them heard that 3 people had hurriedly rode to the barracks and felt that something was wrong. As soon as Old Man Chang arrived, he saw Li Sun saying something to the soldiers. It seemed a little inappropriate to go over now, so he could only ask Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai. Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai are both here. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that a place in Great Tang has been occupied by some people from who knows where. Since they have occupied it, Great Tang naturally has to leave some place for them to live. But in the end, after we treated them well, our people went over. Guess what happened? They actually dared to attack our people and caused 2 of our people to be seriously injured. Zhang Xiaobao was now adamant that that place belonged to the Great Tang. In any case, no one would say otherwise. When the time came, he would just continue to occupy it. It was just like the current Tang Dynasty. How could the Central Plains be as big as it was now? Wasn't it still under siege? Are there really people who are seriously injured? Old Man Pai asked with concern. He knew where the so-called place of Great Tang was. It seemed that they had really found it. This was really great. Wang Wan said at the side, Grandpa Bai, they are really seriously injured. Both of their arms are injured, and one of them is injured on the leg. This is not the most important part. The most important part is that their hearts are hurt the most. The 2 of them just went over there and took our good things to try to exchange with their bad things. Grandpa Bai, don't you think our things are good? But the people on their side actually attacked the 2 of us who came with good intentions. After the 2 of them were beaten up, they could not understand why kind people were always hurt. Their dreams at night were always nightmares, and they were often jolted awake in their dreams. Grandpa Bai, the people on their side are really too evil. They clearly treat our kindness as weakness. In a situation where there was no other way, our people were forced to fight back. Fortunately, our people had the determination to fight to the death after being bullied, so we beat them back. But after all, we haven't been there for many years. The local people don't recognize us, so we had to come back with our tails between our legs. Xiaobao, is this what you mean? Yes, it's like this. After Marquis Li Sun knew about this, he couldn't sit still. After all, young Master Li is a member of the royal family. He has to protect the people under his rule. How can he let a strong enemy bully him? That's why he came to this place and prepared to send some troops over there to let the people over there know whose territory it is, what they should do in the future, and what, Xiaobao, cuckoo, you 2 don't need to say anymore. I know. So that's how it is. It's really unreasonable. Old Man Pai interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's impassioned speech and echoed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were satisfied. Old Man Chang really didn't know what to say. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words, he understood that the 2 sent out the troops to look for trouble. At first, they said that they were going to do some business, but now they were going to fight. Li Sun was not someone who was easy to deal with. He found an excuse and started to mobilize the soldiers here. The soldiers here had just reported to the higher-ups, but the higher-ups probably did not know. After all, the soldiers here had to be trained to look like soldiers before they could be called soldiers. It had just been 6 days since the news was sent out. As such, the current Li Sun would be able to bring the soldiers to war, and the imperial court would not be able to pursue the matter. After all, Li Sun had taken the soldiers away before they were fully formed. Old Man Chang pulled Old Man Pai to the side and said to Old Man Pai, "What should we do? See, the Zhang family has a lot of thoughts. They didn't go there to make a deal. They clearly went there to take over the things. If the imperial court knows about this, what will they say? What will they say if the imperial court knows? That's the Tang Empire's territory. Our people were hurt in the Tang Empire's territory, so we naturally have to send troops. Isn't Li Sun already prepared for this?" Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang. His meaning was very clear. He wanted the Tang Empire's people to go there, take over the place, and make it their own. As for what other people said, they didn't care. At worst, they could just kill the local people or move them to other places. After many years, people would know that it was a piece of land of the Tang Empire. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai's words, he understood Old Man Pai's plan. He sighed and said, "I'm not worried about this. Even if we take over the place, when the time comes, the Zhang family will expand to other places. Do we have to take over every place they expand? If that's the case, we won't have enough people on our side. We can't just take over the place and not send people to guard it, right? Do we have to send the people here over? No, we can't send the people of this place over. All the people who go there have to be replaced within a few years. If we send the people over, who knows if the people there will still recognize the Great Tang? If they really do suddenly establish a country, this place will be beyond our reach." When Old Man Pai heard that they had to send the people to other places, he immediately rejected it. They definitely couldn't send people there, especially in an ignorant place. The local people didn't know what was going on. If the people here went there, it was likely that they would first fight with the local people. After fighting for a while, they would realize that there wasn't much benefit to it. Moreover, if there was a war here, the people there would likely have other thoughts. If that's the case, then we'll think of a way in the future. The main thing is that the ship speed is too slow. It takes a long time to go and return. If something really happens over there, we won't be able to get there in time. No, we have to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talk to their families. Otherwise, even if we know the place, it will be useless. When Old Man Chang saw that Old Man Pai was starting to worry, he immediately mentioned telling the Zhang family. The two of them talked about a few more things before returning to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Old Man Chang said to Zhang Xiaobao, after your family found that island, will they continue to look for other places? Other places? Not for the time being. Grandpa Zhang, that place is not small. Don't think that we can go there now. If we want to occupy that place, it is impossible without tens of thousands of soldiers. My family now wants to manage that place well. We can't care about other places. We have to eat one bite at a time. Zhang Xiaobao understood. The two of them were afraid that when the time came, they would keep looking for new places. If that happened, the Tang Dynasty wouldn't have enough soldiers. Even if they had, they wouldn't be able to send them. What was the point of sending them there? Was it to kill a few people and come back? The place was big, the population was small, and the battle line was too long. It was easy to be attacked. That was why he told them part of the plan. When Old Man Chang heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was temporarily relieved. However, he was very curious about that place. What did it look like? What did the people look like? What were the specialties? These were all things that he had to find out first. The most important thing was how big that place was. He signaled Old Man Pai with his eyes. The Old Man Pai came out and asked, Xiao Bao, is there anything good in that place? Is it big? Good things? Yes, the people who went this time brought back some things. I'll show them to Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai later. There are so many things, and many of them are things that we need. I don't know how big that place is, but there are many islands between our place and that place. If we can reclaim that place, the islands in the middle will be ours as well. We can learn from Lu Zhou and build a lighthouse there. Also, we can find a bigger island and build better houses there. We can provide help to the fishermen in the distant sea. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and told them the things that he planned to mention later. This time, he did not go into details, especially about what would happen in the future. He did not tell Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai. Yes, Grandpa Bai, that place is great. There seems to be a lot of gold there. Gold and other local specialties. If we don't want them, we'll give them to others, especially the minerals. After they're mined, they won't appear again. Our family is thinking of using force to force the people who live in our place to work for us. When the minerals are mined, we'll send them here. We can bury them and keep them for our descendants to use in the future. We can also take them out now. That way, we don't need to touch the minerals here. We can keep them for our descendants. Also, they have a lot of food, just like Lei Province and Yi Province. We can let the local people grow the crops and bring them here to eat, feed the livestock, and make wine. We don't need the people to do this. Think about it, they live in our place. How can they not work for us? They're like farmers. Are farmers who don't work still farmers? Wang Wan also chimed in at this time. The two old men were speechless when they heard her mention our place. What kind of people are they? It's fine if the adults are like this, but the two children are also learning from the adults. The locals are sad. The two looked at each other again. This time, they didn't say anything. In their hearts, they understood that the Zhang family would never give up that place. Since that was the case, they would wait for Li Sun to attack that place first. Then, they would let the imperial court send people to guard it. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, they would change people every once in a while. Since it's like this, then you can continue to stay here. I'll go back with your grandpa Zhang to rest. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, the old man Pai said goodbye and left. As soon as the two left the drill ground, they got on the carriage and asked the driver to slow down. They still had to discuss things. There's actually gold over there, and it seems like there are other things too. This time's harvest is not small. But why do I feel like the Zhang family already knew about it? Look at their preparations. They just happened to go over there to deal with other people. Old Man Pai leaned against the carriage and said this to Old Man Chang. After that, he ordered the driver to go to the docks to see what was there. Old Man Chang also had the same feeling. From the things prepared by the Zhang family's fleet, it was indeed so. They must have gotten the news from somewhere. But that didn't seem right. How long has it been since the Zhang family arrived here? Could it be that a fisherman accidentally went over there? How could that be? How long would it take to go and return? What kind of boat would a fisherman have? They would have long capsized in the water. It didn't make sense. After pondering for a while, Old Man Chang said, I also think so. But if we ask them, there's nothing we can do if they don't admit it. It seems like we can only wait. If they are more familiar with things over there, maybe it can explain some problems. Yes, I think they are eyeing all kinds of things in that place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. And those people from the Jiangnan East Road, when did the Zhang family become so generous? They actually let them not pay for it and let them lend their ships to do business. After they arrived here, they didn't try to lower the price and even let their ships not carry the same things. Do you think the Zhang family is scheming against the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road? This won't do. We can't mess up over there. Once something happens, many places will be affected. We have to ask them carefully. The Jiangnan East Road's merchants are at the docks here. We can ask them together. Old Man Pai agreed with Old Man Chang's words. At the same time, he also mentioned the merchants. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal. People would think that it was the right thing to do. But the Zhang family was not so simple. They could always connect many things together. Yes, connecting them together. Old Man Pai thought of this and suddenly said, "Do you think the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road have anything to do with that newly discovered place? The Zhang family's actions shouldn't be simple, right?" "Yes, that makes sense. Let's go and ask. If it doesn't work, we'll wait for Li Sun to send troops and see what the result is. I don't think the Zhang family will hide it forever." After Old Man Chang finished speaking, he began to ask the driver to hurry up. The more they knew about this kind of thing in advance, the more time they had to prepare. Li Sun was still instigating on the drill ground. The 3,000 soldiers had long been fired up by his words. One by one, they clamored to teach others a lesson. Li Sun also shouted with all his might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from the side. They felt a little helpless. At the same time, they were curious. The two of them didn't seem to have taught Li Sun this kind of thing. How did he know? Could this be talent? If so, then Li Sun should be suitable to be a general, not a rich man. When the time came, he would be able to come in handy. Or maybe he could be an instructor or something. Very interesting. It seems that Li Sun can also be cultivated. Look at what he's saying now. Good, very good. Let's go somewhere else. By the time we come back, he'll probably be able to select 1,000 people. Fortunately, the fleet came back in time. Otherwise, it would be easy for things to go wrong. Zhang Xiaobao said a few words and turned his horse to go somewhere else. He was very glad that the fleet came back early. Otherwise, once the imperial court knew about the army here and arranged for a clerk to come over, it wouldn't be easy to mobilize the army. Now that everything was under the control of his father, no one would say anything else. Even if the army was sent, it would be very normal. Moreover, this army had not been recognized by the imperial court. If they really investigated, they would say that the local people spontaneously went to fight. Li Sun continued to instigate. When he saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left, he felt that it was about time to start the competition. As long as 1,000 people went, those who wanted to go had to be within the top 1,000. The soldiers immediately began to compete. Li Sun found a person and asked him to watch. As long as 1,000 people were chosen, he rode his horse and chased after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Sun caught up to Zhang Xiaobao and turned his head to ask, "Xiaobao, did you not use that firework this time?" "Good, I brought it. Do you want to go with me?" "What do you mean go with you? You can't go. You're just a symbol. What if there's danger?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Sun's words, he immediately poured cold water on his head. How could he let him go? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao to see if he was lying. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression, he nodded and said, "I know. I just can't go, right?" "No, I have to go. I have to fight with my people. Even if there is danger, I have to go. Otherwise, am I still a member of the imperial family?" "Then you go by yourself. No one will stop you. Anyway, the others on my side won't go." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was still there and could only use threats. "Only my 200 people will go. What if they have more people?" "Well, I won't go personally this time. But I have to go to Yazhou and wait. I have to know the news first." Li Sun thought about it. It was really dangerous there. If he died, yes, he died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually said that. If he died, then he wouldn't be able to do good things for the people in his fief. Chapter 527. Knowing that he couldn't go in person, Li Sun's enthusiasm decreased. He had been thinking about this for a while, but now that he had put it down, he suddenly had a new goal. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I've been studying how to educate children recently, and I've learned a lot. Therefore, I feel that I should do my part for the children of Tang Dynasty. I've decided to start with your own children. Don't try to teach our younger siblings. Before Li Sun could finish, Zhang Xiaobao interrupted him. He knew what Li Sun wanted to do. Of course, he couldn't. He and Cuckoo had to teach them. Don't disagree. I promise that I'll teach them the 1,000-character classic by the age of 2, simple mathematics by the age of 3, and, there's no need. Our younger siblings won't do this. Is it so easy to be a child prodigy? I'll be satisfied if they can go out and walk around by themselves at the age of 2. If you want to find children to teach, you can have them yourself. You're old enough to have a fief. Xiao Bao disagreed even more. Learning the 1,000-character classic at the age of 2 was something that he didn't need Li Sun to teach him. He could do it himself. He could just make it into the game. A child's memory was very good. If they were smart, they would be able to remember the things that they were curious about. But what was the use of that? Unless they were born knowing the 1,000-character classic, then it would be the same as him and Cuckoo. Otherwise, their childhood would be gone. If he and Cuckoo didn't have the mentality of an adult, they wouldn't study so hard. With him and Cuckoo supporting the family, they could let their younger siblings live a more comfortable life. They could learn when they were older, play more when they were young, and develop their brains. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they could see what they liked. They could take all kinds of things in front of them and teach them what they liked. They didn't have to be a high-ranking official. They just had to be outstanding in a certain field. Yes, they had to be outstanding, and they couldn't be bad. They could choose, but they had to be good. Except for high IQ, they were all the same. As long as they chose something they liked and were willing to work hard, it was impossible for them not to succeed. Besides, they had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family behind them. Li Sun saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree, so he said helplessly, "When I have children, I'll let them learn the 1,000-character classic at the age of 2. You 2 sisters, then you can marry them to my son." Ha ha ha. My younger brother and sister are already taken. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Xiaobao continued to deny. What do you think my sisters are? Then I have a daughter to marry your younger brother. Li Sun still didn't give up. We don't want that either. Our younger brother can only marry one, not one more. Zhang Xiaobao also decided on this matter. Li Sun curled his lips, then don't think of your family becoming a big family. You have to have more children. If you only marry one, people will laugh at you. My father only has one mother. Will anyone laugh at my father? He is the top scholar in the Jinshi examination, a 4th-grade official under the age of 30, and a provincial governor. Who will laugh at him? My mother is still young. At most, she can have 2 more. Zhang Xiaobao retorted. You can't control your younger siblings. You have to listen to your father. When the time comes, he has to do what I tell him. You really don't need me to teach you. I'm very good. Li Sun still didn't give up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say much. Anyway, the 2 of them had already decided. When the time came, they would slowly teach him. What was the point of marrying so many wives? He spent all his energy on women. What else could he do? The 2 of them walked in front. Li Sun was still thinking about his younger siblings. Suddenly, he said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, if your younger siblings were like you, they would be sensible from a young age. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan's mouth moved. In a while, let's go and take a look. What if there are more people coming? It's best if they study physics or chemistry. A PhD is good. If there is someone from the Academy of Science, even if he studies mathematics, at least he can calculate the trajectory of a missile. Yes, yes, we must take a look. If they are from China, it's fine. But what if they are from other countries? Let's go back and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao also quivered. He turned his horse and galloped back. Wang Wan followed. Li Sun was stunned for a while. He didn't know what was going on with the two of them. He thought for a while and shouted, "I won't go back. I'm going to take a look at my soldiers." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed back as fast as they could. As soon as they entered the door, they rushed straight to the crib. The four little guys were lying there side by side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the crib. They didn't make a sound and just sat there to carefully observe the four little guys. The four little guys were sleeping very soundly. Each of them had small arms and legs. Their little hands were half clenched into fists. Their wrinkled little mouths and noses were moving. It was indescribably fun. "How do you see?" Wang Wan's lips moved. "How did you see through me back then?" Zhang Xiaobao replied. At that time, they could speak. Although their words were not clear because of air leakage, they can't speak. It's better to get some copper coins or something. Wang Wan's idea was to get something that could reflect the dynasty, and then secretly observe the four little guys. If any one of them was interested in everything around them, then it would explain something. Just like her and Xiao Bao, the first thing they did when they came here was to confirm their identity. Then, they would check the environment. From the layout of the table and the Kaiyuan Tongbao used, they knew that it was in the Tang Dynasty. There was also the clothes on the servant girls. It was impossible to bring the two of them to act. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and specially arranged it. Then, he prepared the milk bottles, waiting to feed the four little guys milk. From their actions, it could be seen that if it was someone like them, their first reaction would be to feel uncomfortable and not instinctively suck, unless that person was more powerful than them. The two of them didn't wait for too long before the four little guys reacted. The youngest, Zhang Xiaobao's sister, cried. When she cried, the other three woke up. Two of them cried, and one of them opened his eyes curiously and tried to look to the side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's attention immediately turned to Wang Wan's brother who didn't cry. After a while, the three little guys cried, but the little guy laughed and giggled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Xiaobao moved his head closer and asked, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Wang Wan's younger brother. He gestured to the servant girl at the side, telling her not to worry about him for now. Chapter 528. After Zhang Xiaobao finished his question, he gently placed his hand on the little girl's neck, feeling for her pulse. Wang Wan added 2 more languages, but the little girl continued to look at them curiously. Her eyes darted around, trying to raise her little hand to touch Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head regretfully. He couldn't see anything wrong with the little guy's eyes. The change in the little guy's pupils, the same eyelids, the expression on the little guy's face and breathing were all normal. Wang Wan also sighed. The two of them really wanted a powerful younger brother or sister. That way, they could save a lot of effort. If they were from the same generation as them, even if they were a street thug, it would be fine. Unfortunately, this hope was dashed. Wang Wan changed the urinal pad for the little girl who was the first to cry. Then, she touched the other 2 little guys who were crying. The 3 little guys stopped crying. They opened their eyes and looked at the world curiously. "Watch carefully. It's fine now. I was just watching," Zhang Xiaobao said to the servant girl, then pulled Wang Wan out of the room. Looking at the 4 little ancestors, there were a total of 5 servant girls. Each servant girl was responsible for 1 child, and the last one was responsible for delivering messages. It could be said that the protection was to the extreme. Seeing the young master and young lady leave, the 5 servant girls looked at each other. One of them said in surprise in a small voice, "Did you see that? Just now, the young master and young lady used 11 different languages to talk to the young master of the Wang family. Why did it sound so messy to me? I couldn't make out what they were saying." Another servant girl shook her head. "That's because you don't know. I've only heard one of them. It was said by those foreign monks. Since that was the case, the other 8 shouldn't be wrong either." Amazing, right? It's a pity that the young master of the Wang family didn't understand. I reckon that there were immortals among them. If the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had 4 more little immortals, then... Stop dreaming. It's already a miracle that 2 of them can come out. For more? Another maidservant said. The 5 maidservants started a new round of discussion around this topic. They were really too bored, but they couldn't ignore the 4 little ancestors. Not a single one. There's no hope now, and there's no need to worry. Those 11 languages basically include almost all the languages in the world, unless it's a special place. Moreover, they don't use the common language. I'm really afraid that a foreigner will appear. Tell me, should I keep them or kill them? Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan out, looked up at the sky, and said after letting out a long breath. Of course, keep them. Unless they encounter a race like the Jews, there's no need to worry. They can always betray, especially those former colonial countries. Their history is too short, and they don't have a foundation. They can only rely on radical methods to advance. They only have a country but not a race. There's no need to worry about such people. Wang Wan expressed her opinion. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and nodded. For those countries, there's still a long way to go. They need to create their own history. Let's go and have a look at the docks. Just now, we were in a hurry to send out troops, so we don't know what good things they brought back. In fact, what I want most is oil and natural gas, as well as some rare earths and some rare radioactive materials. If I can't use them myself, I can leave them for my descendants. Do you know the principle of gasoline engines? We can use alcohol instead. I can't make such pure gasoline. If you want to use alcohol, why don't you make a simple hot air balloon? It's like a large Kongming lantern. You can change the material and it can fly people up. There shouldn't be any good food crops in Luzon right now. If you want, it's best to go to Africa and occupy Wuxia first. When Wang Wan heard the gasoline engine, she immediately rejected it. If she could make that thing, she would make a steam engine first. The principle was simple, and it was just a junior high school knowledge. The problem was that the materials were not easy to find. Whether it was a steam engine, a diesel engine, or a gasoline engine, they all needed to be sealed. In the absence of rubber, other sealing methods were not so good. The 2 of them chatted and left. It was impossible to stop plundering resources. The heavy burden of maintaining world peace was not something the 2 of them could shoulder, so it was better to leave it to others. Li Sun's actions were not slow. After the letter was sent out, 1,000 people were selected. A portion of the people who went last time followed them and formed a fleet of 10 ships. Once again, they left Qingzhou Bay's pier and headed for the other side of the sea. This time, the ships were loaded with silk. The clothes worn by the people over there were too poor. As such, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ordered people to buy the cheapest silk and many low-quality jars. They sent them all together to trade with the locals. Although the goods were not good here, they were treasures over there. Li Sun stood at the pier and waved his hand continuously. It was as if the fleet had taken away his soul. Young Master Li, it's better for you to write a supplementary document and send it to the higher-ups. This won't do for now. Oh right, you should also choose a few things that you brought back this time and send them to the higher-ups, especially that gold mine. They will support you when they see it. Chapter 529. The wind blew fiercely, and the rain continued to fall. "Father, are we going to die here?" A trembling voice came from the darkness amidst the heavy rain. Lightning flashed, and under the waves, there was a small fishing boat with 2 people on it. A naked and small man held onto the side of the boat tightly and looked at the sky in fear. The rain flowed down his cheeks. The other person was silent. He held the oar in his hand and swept and pushed against the incoming waves. The boat directly used this force to retreat a distance and was not overturned by the waves. At this time, the person rowing the boat wiped his face and said, "Little Tao, don't be afraid. The waves will push us to the shore." "Yes, push to the shore." "Father, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have taken the risk to come here." After saying this, the person called Little Tao took a deep breath. Just as he held his breath, another wave fell. The older person used the same method to push the boat away. He wiped his face with his hand and said to his son, "Little Tao, I misunderstood. Little Tao, I was wrong. If I didn't want to rely on your swimming ability to get more jiaxiang, why would I bring you to a place so far away from the island? Father has harmed you. No matter how good I am at swimming, it's useless." Another wave hit, and the boat repeated the previous step. There seemed to be no danger, but the father knew that he had no strength left. He was pushed away by the wind and waves. He didn't know where he had run to. He had left the range of the island and could only rely on the real shore. There was no hope at all. "Father, I don't blame Father. If I didn't come out to get armor, how could I find a wife for brother? I just miss Mother. If Mother knows that something happened to me and Father, she will be very sad. Father, don't move, we can't run away. Save some strength, I will take you back later. The further we can swim, the better. What if we can survive?" While speaking, Little Tao encountered another wave. Under the light of the lightning, he saw that his father's movements had become stiff. He gritted his teeth and said with determination. As a father, how could he be willing to drag his son down? He squeezed out a smile and said, "Little Tao, when I can't hold on anymore, you can swim by yourself. I hope you can survive. Don't worry about me. It's a pity that with your ability, you can fish up a fragrant shell from 300 feet into the water. You shouldn't have encountered such a storm. No, if we're leaving, we'll leave together. We'll survive, and we'll be able to get even more armor incense." Xiao Tao couldn't run by himself. He didn't care about his father. In fact, even if he ran by himself, he might not be able to escape. It was peaceful underwater, but he had to come up to take a breath. After a few breaths, he would be exhausted. Splash! A wave came crashing down from the undulating surface of the sea. The small boat could no longer retreat. The entire boat was immediately overturned. The father had no strength left. He fell into the water and disappeared without a trace. The moment the boat capsized, Little Tao took a deep breath and plunged his head into the water. His body twisted a few times like a fish and he grabbed his father. His legs kicked at the same time and his 2 heads popped out of the water. "Father, let's go home. In a while, I'll exert strength in my hand and you'll hold your breath." Little Tao grabbed his father's arm and shouted. He immediately exerted strength in his hand. His father also held his breath. Little Tao took his father and plunged back into the water. The wave swept past the previous position. When the wave came, the 2 heads popped out again. They struggled to swim in the direction of the wave. That should be the shore. Every time a wave came, the 2 people would dive into the water. It wasn't that they wouldn't be affected by the current, but they were afraid of being caught by the floating things on the water. Even if it was a rotten fish, the bones could cut a big hole in their body. They didn't know how long they had been swimming. When the father saw many bright spots in front of his eyes, his whole body was cold. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. He weakly said to his son, "Let go of me. Swim back. Go back alive. I don't want to. I'll take you back with me." Little Tao stubbornly pulled his father and continued to swim. To be able to persist for such a long time in such weather, even the bare-handed fisherman in the Yellow River would feel ashamed. However, in the face of the power of heaven and earth, no matter how great one's ability was, it was useless. As he swam, Little Tao didn't think about anything else. He only moved mechanically. Even the frequency of his breathing was completely based on instinct. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a light flash in front of him. He thought it was an illusion, but the light didn't disappear. It was always there. Little Tao's eyes lit up. He thought that he had met someone. That meant that they were about to reach the shore. His body seemed to have regained its strength. He exerted all his strength to swim towards the light. Lightning flashed from time to time. In a trance, Little Tao found that the place seemed to be where a reef was. He didn't care so much. A reef was good. He could rest on it and wait for his father to recover before thinking of a solution. It looked close, but it wasn't that simple to swim over. Little Tao stared. He only thought of swimming to that place. He didn't even care if the waves carried something that could hurt people. "Old Wang, what are you looking at in the middle of the night? There's no ship coming. It's been 10 days. There should have been a ship coming to deliver something to us, but it met with a huge storm. It seems that we have to wait until tomorrow or the day after." In a lighthouse furthest from Qingzhou Bay, a person was holding a clairvoyance and looking at the sea. Another person was sitting beside a stove and roasting fish. The person roasting the fish had just finished roasting a fish. He passed it to the person holding the clairvoyance and said, "How can we not take a good look? What if there's a ship coming? I asked you to look at the light just now, but you actually fell asleep. If a good official finds out, you can forget about your job in the future. When it's your turn, you can go back and say it yourself. If you wait for me to say it, then it's a different matter." Old Wang turned his head and took the fish. He gave the person roasting the fish a warning. "Uncle Wang, I won't dare to do it again. Can you not say it? It's just the two of us here. No one else knows." The person roasting the fish was really scared. He was in charge of cooking and looking at the light. In the end, he fell asleep at night when the light was most needed. "You don't want to say it? That won't do. You can say it yourself. Be careful in the future. You won't be punished. If you don't say it this time, you can still fall asleep next time. Quick, help me see if there's anyone in the water." Lao Wang didn't discuss anything at all. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw two people swimming towards them under the light of the lightning. How can there be anyone? He should have drowned long ago. The person roasting the fish impatiently came over. If he didn't need help, he wouldn't have cared. He took the clairvoyance and looked at the water. It was pitch black and there was nothing. Just as he was about to continue roasting the fish, another flash of lightning appeared. "Uncle Wang, quick, go and save him. That kid is still swimming and can't hold on any longer. He's sinking more than floating and he's bringing someone with him." After the person roasting the fish shouted, he threw the clairvoyance aside and started to put on a life vest. For those who care about this book, take a look at the following. For the past half a month, I've been affected by various things. My body is a little tired and my mind is a little uncomfortable. I've entered the fatigue period. I feel that the quality of the chapters one write has dropped. Can everyone help me see if this is the case? Today's chapter is an adjustment. I'm preparing to restore the quality of this chapter or even better. Also, I'm following the outline and feel that there's a lack of passion. Reading my own book as an author will make me feel bored. After all, I already know the plot. Therefore, I need everyone's help now. You can add Q to the top group in the introduction section. You can tell me how you feel recently so that I can adjust. Thank you. If not, the quality of this book will be finished. Chapter 530. There were spacious rooms in the new bamboo building. There was a huge courtyard outside that was divided into a front and back yard. There was also a barn next to the courtyard. There were flocks of ducks in the courtyard, just like Luzhou. The weather was getting colder. There were a few blankets and a small charcoal stove. Meat porridge was cooking on the stove. A thick aroma wafted out. It was not fish porridge, but pork porridge. It was freshly slaughtered pigs. It smelled good. Lil Tao, who was lying on the floor, smacked his lips. He stuck his tongue out and licked his lips. He kept saying, "Smells good. Get up and have some if you think it smells good." Where did this come from? The person in charge of cooking in the lighthouse brought a bowl of porridge to Lil Tao and nudged him. When Lil Tao opened his eyes, Weiwei was still in a daze. There was no bamboo building or courtyard in front of him. The flocks of ducks he heard from others were nowhere to be seen. There was only a slightly plump person looking at him with a smile on his face. Where am I? Why am I here? Lil Tao seemed to have forgotten what happened before he woke up. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. You fell into the water, and we fished you out. You're quite lucky, young man. It's a dark night, and it's stormy and windy. If old Wang wasn't here, we would have found 2 floating corpses tomorrow morning. The cook explained patiently to Lil Tao. Lil Tao was stunned for a moment before he finally remembered what happened. Yes, he was swimming in the sea with his father. He only remembered there was a house in front of him with lights on. After that, he saw 2 people swimming toward him. They were good swimmers. They did not sink at all. After that, he lost all his strength. Where's my father? Where's my father? Is he here? When Lil Tao regained his senses, the first thing that came to his mind was his father's safety. He's here. He's here. Is that person your father? Don't worry, he's still alive. I think he's a little old and tired. He's sleeping over there and hasn't woken up yet. Drink the porridge when you wake up. After that, stay with your father. I'm going to sleep for a while. Cook placed the bowl of porridge on the floor and pushed it in front of little Tao. He yawned and laid down on the floor in the most comfortable position to fall asleep. Lao Wan, who had taken turns to sleep at night, got up at this moment. He used his clairvoyance to scan the surface of the sea. He sat by the window and said to Xiao Tao, "You guys were lucky to be able to make it here last night. Don't think about other things. Just rest well. It's good that you guys are here. The boat can be rebuilt." Lao Wang could tell at a glance that the 2 of them were fishermen. Their boat must have been overturned at night. There was no need to say how important a boat was to a fisherman's family. He was just afraid that the 2 of them would take things too hard. Xiao Tao did feel a little heartache for the boat, but he didn't particularly care. A person who was about to die had actually come back to life. At most, he would go into the water to fish for more armor and let his father fish on the shore. His brother would also help out a little. After 2 months, he would be able to get another boat. Nodding gratefully at the unknown person at the window, Xiao Tao came to his father's side and carefully looked at him. Seeing that he was really fine, he was relieved. Enduring the soreness all over his body, he picked up the bowl to test whether it was hot or cold. He drank a mouthful, letting the fragrance of the meat fill his mouth. A happy expression appeared on his face. This uncle, you and another uncle's family live here? Xiao Tao, who couldn't bear to finish the porridge in one gulp, licked his lips and asked. Lao Wang was still guarding his post. Using his clairvoyance eye, he looked at the boring and monotonous sea and asked, "You don't know about the lighthouse?" "I don't know." "What's a lighthouse?" "The name of the village?" "My father and I came here from An's province, and we found a large island in the middle of the sea. We built a small house on the island, and we were able to search for places with armor incense around the island. I swam down to dig, and 30 copper coins worth of armor incense can be exchanged for a copper coin. After just 3 days of digging, I was blown away by the wind." Xiao Tao's eyes looked outside the window. As he spoke, his expression changed. It was yearning, regret, and finally, relief. "It's all thanks to Uncle for saving me and my father. Otherwise, this family would be finished. Uncle, looking at this place, it seems that life isn't good. Wait until I get more armor, then I'll change a house for Uncle." Xiao Tao knew how to be grateful. Seeing that the place where the two of them slept didn't seem to be that good, he wanted to build a house for them in the future. As he spoke, his hand brought the bowl of porridge to his mouth. Looking at the meat inside, he was stunned. Only then did he feel that something was wrong. If life was really not good, why would he use a porcelain bowl? Why would he make meat porridge for himself? Rice porridge was enough. Uncle, you and this uncle don't seem to have a bad life. Ha ha ha, young man, it's enough that you have this kind of heart. You don't have to think about repaying me all day long. It's enough as long as you lead a good life. There's good yellow wine in the jar at the side. Heat it up and drink it. You must be tired last night, right?" Lao Wang knew what the young man was thinking. He smiled kindly and pointed at the jar at the side without turning his head. Xiao Tao nodded and then shook his head. His mouth was half open. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Lao Wang's eyes were on the sea, but his mouth was useless. Since he had nothing to do, he said to Xiao Tao, 30 armor incense for 1 copper coin. It's a little too little. In Luzhou, it depends on the quality. If 30 armor incense is of high grade, countless people will fight for 100 copper coins, let alone 1 copper coin. If you sell it to Luzhou's specialty company, you can get 120 copper coins. Xiao Tao was stunned. It seemed that he could not believe that armor incense could be sold for so much money. After dozens of breaths, he asked tentatively, "Uncle, do you know?" "Yes, I'm from Luzhou. How can I not know? I guard the lighthouse and guide the ships that come and go. I know where are the reefs and rapids in this area. I get paid 30 copper coins a day. The Chamber of Commerce will take care of it. As long as the ships within sight of the lighthouse can receive help, it's not considered a dereliction of duty. It's my duty to save you last night, so you don't have to thank the two of us. If you want to thank someone, thank Provincial Governor Zhang of Luzhou. In the future, when you're fishing or armor incense, if you're tired and don't have a place to rest, you can come to the lighthouse to have a look. Drink some hot water and have a meal. It's free." Lao Wang's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Xiao Tao's ears. "Uncle, if you don't want money, aren't you just throwing money in? What is the lighthouse?" Xiao Tao still did not know what the lighthouse represented. The lighthouse is a home. It's a warm home for those who set sail. As long as you see the lighthouse, you're home. You don't have to be so polite with your family. Drink up, there's more in the pot. When your Uncle Little Stone wakes up, I'll make you something good to eat. There'll be some vegetables. Emichim, I'll make some vinegar and cabbage. As for the money from the lighthouse, it's taken from the people and used by the people. A small portion of the people from other provinces sell their things to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. That money is enough to support the lighthouse. Home? Xiao Tao felt that he had regained some of his strength. He finished the bowl of meat porridge in one gulp before it turned cold. He stood up and walked to another window. He inhaled deeply and hastily took a few steps back. He stared into the distance in a daze. It's too high. No wonder I can see so far. I see. Uncle, is this lighthouse specially prepared by Lu Zhou for those who set sail? Yes, it's prepared for those who set sail. There's not just one lighthouse. If we count from here, there are a total of 200 lighthouses. There are 15 big ones like the one we're in. The rest are small lighthouses. It'll take more than half a month to travel from here to Luzhou. How can there be so few lighthouses? Old Wang found someone to talk to and began to introduce the lighthouses in detail. The more Xiao Tao listened, the more surprised he became. When Old Wang was almost done, Xiao Tao sighed and lowered his head. His voice was soft as he said, "If Anxi province can be like this, my father and I wouldn't have almost lost our lives last night. In the past, I've always heard Lu Zhou's people talk about how good Lu Zhou is. I've tried my best to think about it. Now, I know I haven't thought about it enough." Xiao Tao envied Lu Zhou's people. At the same time, he felt sad. They were all near the sea. Why was it that Lu Zhou's people were protected when they went out to sea to fish, but he had nothing here? Home, as expected of home. Within the range of 200 lighthouses, he did not have to worry about anything. He could just focus on fishing. If he was hungry, he could just look for a lighthouse and have a hot meal. On the other hand, when he went out to sea, he would bring along some steamed rice and some vegetable leaves. When he arrived at sea, he would just roll them up and eat them. It was fine when the weather was cold, but when it was hot, the food would go bad, and there would be a sour taste in his mouth. If only I was born in Luzhou, Xiao Tao muttered under his breath. Xiao Tao muttered. When he raised his head, he suddenly realized that there were two boats that were much larger than fishing boats approaching. He immediately shouted to Old Wang, "Uncle, boats, boats, big boats. There are big boats coming. Are they coming here to eat?" Old Wang could not see them from his angle. When he heard Xiao Tao's words, he quickly climbed up the ladder at the side. When he was at the top, he could see the surroundings clearly. He only stuck his head out and looked in that direction. As he climbed down, he said, "Don't worry about it. They're here to deliver daily necessities to us. There's meat, vegetables, and ice. After that, they'll go to other places to patrol." Luzhou? Patrol? Patrol for what? Xiao Tao looked back and became even more curious. If they encounter boats from other places or fishing boats at sea, they'll go and take care of it. There's nothing wrong now, but when more fishing boats go out in the future and have conflicts with fishing boats from other places, the patrol boats will go over. Yes, that's what the good official said. Old Wang seemed very proud when he said this. Xiao Tao nodded to show that he understood. "I know. If there's a conflict with fishing boats from other places, we'll send patrol boats over to see who's in the right." Wrong. It's not to see who's in the right, it's to see who dares to touch my boat. There's no reason. If it's a boat from another province, then it's fine. If it's a boat from another country, the patrol boats will arrest them. If they resist, they'll be killed. Old Wang's words were filled with killing intent, which frightened Xiao Tao. At the same time, he was very excited. He asked in a low voice, "Then, if there's a conflict between boats from other provinces and boats from other countries, will Lu Zhou's boat take care of it?" "Yes, as long as it's a boat from Tang, it's reasonable. If it's not a boat from Tang, it's unreasonable." "That's great. I wonder if we can build the lighthouse further away. In the future, we can sell the fish we catch and the armor we catch to Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce." "Uncle, can you accept it here? It's a little far from Luzhou." Xiao Tao suddenly felt proud. When he thought about how his family would be protected by patrol boats when they went fishing in the future, he felt energized. He did not have to worry about the wind and waves, and he did not have to be afraid of people from other places. He knew that the further away they were from the sea, the more likely they were to catch special fish and sell them for a high price. According to the people from the West, they often encountered people from other countries when they were fishing there. Sometimes, they would even curse each other. When there were more boats from other countries, they would run away. They were afraid that they could not win in a fight. If the lighthouse could be built further away, and the patrol boats could be sent further away, he would see who would dare to provoke him. Old Wang looked at Xiao Tao with a smile and said, "Take it. As long as you bring it to us, we'll take it. However, in terms of quality, we'll calculate according to the lowest quality. I can't tell the quality of so many things. The lighthouse will have to be repaired in the future as well. The main reason is that the patrol ships are too good. After some time, the ships in the docks will be able to patrol further away. Lu Zhou, since the Chamber of Commerce earns money from the fishermen, it's only right that we help them and protect them." "Really? That's great. In the future, when my family has something, we'll sell it to the lighthouse." "Uncle, you can tell the people here later and ask them to build a lighthouse on the island my family discovered. I'll ask the people in my village to sell their things to the lighthouse." Xiao Tao's eyes were filled with joy. He began to fantasize about the future. After waiting for a while, 2 patrol boats came over. Old Wang really did tell Xiao Tao's words to the people who got off the boat to deliver the things. The people on the patrol were not directly responsible for this matter. They could only record it down and report it to their superiors when they returned. If it was successful, they would be rewarded. All kinds of things were moved down and carried to the lighthouse's warehouse. Old Wang checked them and pressed his fingerprint. Then, the patrol boats left the lighthouse and headed to another place. Xiao Tao also followed along and helped a little. His body had not fully recovered, and he felt sore every time he moved. As he looked at the 2 patrol boats in the distance, he suddenly made a decision. If there was a chance in the future, he would join the patrol fleet and do some work. Xiao Tao, where are you?" As soon as he returned to the top, Xiao Tao heard his father's voice and ran over in surprise. "Dad, I'm here. Dad, you're awake? I'll heat up some food for you. It's meat porridge, the kind of pork that you can only eat during the new year." As he spoke, Xiao Tao went to heat up the porridge. After seeing the bubbles of the porridge, he sniffed and brought a bowl to his father. "Dad, drink it while it's hot. There are other things to eat later." "What is this place?" Xiao Tao's father obviously didn't react in time. He watched as his son busied himself for a while before bringing a bowl of meat porridge over. He sniffed the porridge just like Xiao Tao. He knew it was cooked with pork and was a little worried when he asked about it. "Dad, eat it quickly. We're home." Dad, is it because you can't move your arms from rowing last night? Let me feed you." Xiao Tao scooped some porridge with a spoon, blew on it, and brought it to his father's mouth. Xiao Tao's father took a bite and smacked his lips. "Delicious. Xiao Tao, did you make this? Is this home? Since when did our home become like this? How long have I slept? This is home. There will be more homes in the future. This province was made by my uncle. As long as one is from Tang and makes a living on the sea, the lighthouse is home." Xiao Tao told his father the whole story from beginning to end while feeding him. Xiao Tao's father had seen the people sleeping here just now, but he did not expect there to be such a good place. He finished the porridge in the bowl in one gulp, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "That's good. Lu Zhou's provincial governor Zhang is not an ordinary official. Life will be good in the future. Your brother won't have to worry about a wife anymore. Yes, yes. We'll sell things to Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce in the future. We won't sell things to other places even if they offer us more money. Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce can protect us. If we sell things to others and they can't make money, the lighthouse won't be able to survive. Xiao Tao had his own ideas. Since he wanted the Chamber of Commerce to protect him, he had to let them make money. When he thought of this, Xiao Tao slapped his forehead and said, I forgot something just now. I forgot to ask the patrol boat to help us go back. What should we do? Do we have to swim back? At this time, old Wang came up. When he heard the conversation between the father and son, he said with a smile, Young man, don't worry. There are 2 boats docked at each lighthouse. After you rest for a day, you can row 1 boat back. Remember to send the boat back when there's a new boat. Huh? We can use the boat here? Uncle, aren't you afraid that we won't return the boat? Although Xiao Tao was happy, he still could not believe it. The old man meant to lend them a boat and let them work. When they had the money to buy a new boat, they would return the boat. I'm not afraid. At most, I'll just put in some effort. You have to go out to sea to fish anyway. When you take the boat, write a receipt. If you don't return it, there will be patrol boats there. If they find you, you don't have to say what will happen. Old Wang was not worried at all. Unless it was 2 people who wanted to earn a boat, they would move away and make it impossible for people to find them. Xiao Tao jumped up and waved his hands happily. He looked at his father and then at the old man and said, Uncle, don't worry. We will definitely buy a new boat in the shortest time possible. Since the armor incense is so valuable, it will be enough to sell it a few times. Uncle, let me tell you a secret. I can swim to a depth of 300 feet to pick armor incense. When old Wang heard this, he was stunned. He asked tentatively, Really? You can swim that deep? Aren't you panting? I'm panting, but I can use that breath for a very long time. I have a way, which is to not move the places that don't need to be moved. Tie a stone to the bottom and let it sink. After picking the armor incense at the bottom, release the stone and swim back up. Chapter 531. Old Wang was truly moved this time. He kept staring at Little Tao until Little Tao did not know what to do. Then, he asked, Are you born with this ability? No, I figured it out later. You have to practice holding your breath in the water. I just figured it out by myself. Little Tao smiled shyly and replied. Really? You can figure it out? Good, good. Little Tao, you don't have to go fishing for armor incense anymore. Your family will have a good life in the future. Wait, I'll be back soon. As old Wang spoke, he ran to a box at the side and took out a few things from it. Then, he climbed to the highest lookout spot and lit the things up. Fireworks exploded in the sky one after another. Uncle, are those the fireworks they were talking about? They're so beautiful. It would look even better at night. Uncle, why did you light those things? Little Tao heard the noise and looked out of the window. He saw fireworks exploding in the sky. The noise was so loud that it woke up Uncle Little Stone who was sleeping. Old Wang, what are you doing? Did you encounter something you can't handle? Can't you let people sleep? As soon as Little Tao's voice faded away, Little Stone's voice rang out. Sleep, sleep. What else can you do besides sleep? Get up and cook. We found a treasure. Hurry up, I'll give you a share of the credit. Old Wang kicked Little Stone and Little Stone's families. Then, he turned to Little Tao and said, In the future, you'll work in the Chamber of Commerce and teach more people your ability. The Chamber of Commerce will give you a lot of money so you don't have to worry about your family. Are you willing? Working in Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce? Yes, I'm willing. I've heard that working in Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce pays a lot. I'll work for 20 copper coins a day. Little Tao nodded repeatedly. Even though he knew the price of armor incense and could earn a lot in a day, he still decided to work in Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. He did not have to worry about being bullied. It's not 20 copper coins. If your ability is real, you can earn 200 copper coins a day. It's definitely more than you can earn by fishing for armor incense. Lao Wang had already treated Xiao Tao as a treasure. If everyone in the Chamber of Commerce could learn this ability, then no matter if they encountered danger in the future or did work, they would become more powerful. No wonder the two of them were able to swim here last night. It turned out that there was a capable young man. Confused, little Shirtu asked again. When he heard that Xiao Tao could swim to a depth of 300 feet, he didn't feel sleepy anymore. He got up and began to prepare the meal. It just so happened that new ingredients had arrived. In less than an hour, 6 dishes and a bowl of soup were ready. The yellow wine was also cooked for Xiao Tao and his son to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still didn't know that they had found a treasure in the farthest lighthouse. Now, the two of them took time out every day to play with their younger brother and sister. The 4 little fellows were eating and sleeping. They were rarely energetic. Even if they were held in their arms, they would fall asleep after a while. Wang Wan hugged Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, how are we going to teach them to speak? Do we have to wait until they're a few months old?" "No, we can do it now. Although they can't speak now, they can listen. As long as they can hear the voices of adults often, it'll be fine. It's best if they can hold something and keep repeating the name of that thing. The more interested they are, the better it is. When they want to play, keep saying the name of that thing. If they aren't congenitally stupid and wait for their vocal cords to grow, they will naturally say the name of something they want. The simplest way is to let them call their mother. This voice is the best to imitate." Zhang Xiaobao's body swayed back and forth. The younger sister in his arms closed her eyes and fell asleep. "That's it? My younger brother and sister aren't stupid. They will definitely be able to speak earlier. Xiao Bao, I remember that in the past, when there were children at home who wanted to pee, the adults used 2 people to hold the children's legs. Why do we have to let them pee on the mat now?" Wang Wan changed her younger sister's mat. She wanted to imitate the way she used to let her younger brothers and sisters pee. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, "No, this won't do. Those children are actually a little older. If they are so small now, their bones won't be able to take it. They have to use this mat. When they can walk, we can slowly let them train. Don't train them to walk now. Just teach them to roll. For example, they can sit up, keep rolling, and crawl. They are not like the 2 of us. They don't know their own body condition when they are more than 10 months old and can adjust. They don't know. If they are not careful, they will be done for." There's such a thing? Then let them continue to pee on the mat. But there is no washing machine. It will take a lot of effort to wash them. We have to change them many times a day. Wang Wan had raised children before. How would she know this? Zhang Xiaobao learned this when he was in the orphanage. There were often children who were thrown away by their parents as soon as they were born. It was not because they were disabled, but because the parents seemed to be unable to have children. When they were 16 or 17 years old, they had children. Some were aborted, while others did not know what to do and secretly gave birth to them. If they were children who went to school, it would be easy to find out. It was also impossible to take such a long leave of absence. If they took a leave of absence, their families had to know. However, some children stopped studying and went to work. In the end, those children were taken care of by the older children in the orphanage. After all, there were too few staff members. Zhang Xiaobao learned this from that time. You two are here? What a coincidence. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wan Wan were talking about how to take care of the children, Li Sun came in from outside. Now, he came to see the four little guys every day. He discussed with them about letting him take care of them. He was rejected every time, but he never changed his mind. How is it? Didn't you go to train the remaining 2,000 people? How's the training? Zhang Xiaobao gently pushed his sister in the cradle and asked Li Sun. Do you even need to ask? The people I teach are not bad. Really? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. I'll take care of the children for a while. Li Sun was about to reach out to Wang Wan's brother, but was hit back. He rubbed his hands and said, 2,000 people don't seem to be enough. Wait until we have a firm foothold there. Even if the imperial court sends troops to protect us, they can't send troops from the capital. If we don't train well here, we may not have a chance. That's a good place. As long as other people know about it, they will think of ways to get it. The best way is, of course, smuggling. That is, under the name of the military escorting the goods, we can secretly transport the goods back and sell them without paying the tax. This can't happen. Otherwise, once they develop a habit, they will do the same when they go to other places in the future. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Sun would not do anything even if he was there. All he would do was watch. There was no need for him to be involved in the training. There were 3,000 men in total. Logically speaking, it was not a small number. However, they had to be a fighting force. Otherwise, even though Lu Zhou had found the place first, he would still have to send his men there first. It was easy for other people to think about it. When the time came, they could send soldiers who could fight over there. They could find a reason to say that it was a competition. If their people won, it would be fine. If they lost, they could let others take over the task of guarding. The military did not do business, so naturally, they did not have to pay any tax. Besides, they were the inspectors themselves. When the time came, they would definitely secretly transport the goods here. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. They would just transport the goods. However, they might not only transport the goods but also deliberately lower the price in order to sell the goods faster. Without the tax, as long as the tax was lowered, other normal people and merchants would not be able to bear it. Therefore, this matter had to be stopped. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Li Sun listened quietly to Zhang Xiaobao's analysis. After listening to him, he began to worry. He said, what if a prince or a marquis gets involved? That is, if people from your mansion go to get the goods and then come back to make a fortune, the price of the goods in the capital will be affected. Li Sun was indeed very worried. It was too easy to find a reason to go there. It was just like when he went to Lu Zhou. Who would care about him? If a prince or a marquis really got involved, then it would be troublesome. They could not send the army to intercept them, could they? Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this problem and said to Li Sun, this is easy to handle. Right now, we are taking the most direct route, and the ships they use are not all good ships. In the future, we will first earn a sum of money, then we will start to take a detour. If they can find the way by themselves, then that is their ability. If they can't find it, then don't think about going there. The merchants in the east of Jiangnan will be treated the same. Let them provide the ships, and we will send people to help them row. We will take a detour and not let them find the way first. If we want to do this, then we must take over the task of guarding. Otherwise, we won't dare to let them take a detour. Li Sun understood now. In the end, it was still about the army. After thinking for a moment, he said, then I'll ask my father to send more people. They have all been trained. I believe they can do it well. That won't do. How can the people of the prince's mansion go out casually? It's better to train our own people. Besides, we can control them now. When we are all gone, will Lu Zhou's army not have any fighting strength? I have a good idea, and that is to wait for the first 1,000 people to occupy the place, then have them come back. Then, send another 1,000 people, and take turns going back and forth. When the people arrive at the place, they will think of ways to rob the local people, especially those who are hostile to us. Don't worry, give them better weapons and better defense. If they're injured, heal them. If they die, there's nothing we can do about it. How can there be no deaths in war? That's why we need to train our 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao finally used another plan on Li Sun. If something happened, he could help to take the blame. As expected, when Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao keep emphasizing the army, he frowned and said, "It's easy to talk about other things, but it's not easy. Where are we going to find so many weapons and armors? The imperial court won't send them here. We can make them ourselves, but I'm afraid someone won't let us." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao said that, Wang Wan understood. He was looking for an excuse to make weapons, but he still needed the approval of the imperial court. Li Sun pursed his lips and said, "I knew you guys were up to no good." As expected, that's the case. All right, since you are going to make weapons, you can make them first. I'll write a letter to the higher-ups. We can't let the army here be without weapons, right? When the time comes, we can just register it with the higher-ups. Li Sun was no longer the person who was fooled. He had become very shrewd. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao's words, he connected the dots and knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. Both of them had all kinds of craftsmen in their families. Was it not easy for them to make some weapons? What's more, there was no lack of resources here. They were just afraid of taking responsibility and needed a legitimate excuse. If it was someone else, Li Sun would definitely reject it. After all, weapons could not be casually made. Even if someone was secretly making weapons, it was fine if it was the Zhang family. The technology submitted by the Zhang family happened to be used for war, so it was normal to make weapons. With this kind of confidence, Li Sun agreed so readily. He laughed with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was another kind of agreement. The three of them discussed for a while more before Li Sun left. Zhang Xiaobao also instructed his men to bring the matter of weapon manufacturing to the surface. There was no need to secretly manufacture weapons anymore. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their work, the farthest lighthouse sent the news. After the lighthouse found out that Xiao Tao could dive so deep and release the fireworks, they immediately began to make some preparations. When the patrol boat saw the signal, they quickly sent the patrol boat back. They also sent Xiao Tao and his son to the boat and brought them back together. The patrol boat's speed of transmitting the news was very fast. There were pigeons on the boat and they directly flew. A normal boat would take more than half a month to reach the lighthouse, but if the pigeons flew, it would take less than a day. That's great, we've finally found a better talent. Who would have thought that we would have such a person here? Amazing, Xiaobao said happily after receiving the news. Wang Wan was also happy. If they could dive so deep, they would be able to train more people. That would be even more useful. The two of them did not doubt this matter. In the past, there were people who were specially trained to dive to deeper places. It was just that the method was not easy to master. They did not expect that someone here would be able to learn it by himself. In fact, it was very simple. The principle was to let people adjust their heartbeat and movements. When they went underwater, they would be able to distribute oxygen to the places that needed it. For example, the brain, heart, and other parts of the body. The other parts would only be temporarily deprived of oxygen. In this way, this method would allow people to use oxygen more reasonably after taking a breath and hold on for a longer time. The principle was simple, but it was too difficult to implement, especially when it came to controlling one's body. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not do it, but the people here could. It was really extraordinary. I've decided. I'll give him better treatment. I'll even set up a department for him to do this. When the time comes, his family will be brought to Luzhou as well. They won't have to stay in other places anymore. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind. He had to keep a talent like this. He could not advertise it now. When more people learned this method, he would let others know how the Zhang family treated talented people. This talent was not only limited to writing and other knowledge, but it also included skills in other areas. Zhang Xiaobao believed that in this era, there were more talented craftsmen who were buried. They did not pass down their skills. In the end, some special skills were lost in the long river of history. That would be a loss to the entire Chinese nation. Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She also wanted her country to be strong. She touched the note that was sent back and said, "Grow up quickly. When the time comes, the Tang Dynasty will be at its peak. We'll talk to Li Longji. What do you think we should do to stop him from being so muddle-headed when the time comes? It's simple. War. As long as he keeps fighting, he'll be spirited. I already have a plan for that. There's no need to think about it now. We haven't reached that level yet." Zhang Xiaobao had a plan for the future. After thinking for a while, he said, "Now, I've decided to start dealing with the Ning clan. We can't just let them attack us once and then not fight back. That's not our style of doing things. Since they've attacked us, we have to be prepared to receive the counterattack." That's right. Counterattack. Should we capture the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association and get them to correct us? The seal they used should be fake. Could it be dumping? Causing Qinzhou's economy to collapse? Wang Wan waved her little fist. She realized that she didn't have any good ideas to deal with the Ning family. That won't do. It's not that we can't destroy Qinzhou's economy. It's very easy to deal with an economy that's based on exploitation. It's too simple. We can just directly attack the food supply. What about the commoners? This time, I'm prepared to use my trickery to target the Ning family. It won't affect the commoners too much. This poor Daoist is going to break his precepts. Amen. Zhang Xiaobao found a powerful talent and was in a good mood. He was prepared to make the Ning family unhappy. Wang Wan laughed softly. "What are you talking about? Are you going to send people to find them and tell them that you'll give them benefits so that they can be easily fooled? No. That kind of trickery is too low. This time, I'm going to show you the highest level of trickery. I'm going to send people to be tricked." Zhang Xiaobao smiled Weiwei. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes as she looked at Zhang Xiaobao. What she liked the most was Zhang Xiaobao's current appearance. Even though he had the body of a child, whenever Zhang Xiaobao made a move, especially when it came to trickery, she would discover that Zhang Xiaobao had a unique aura around him. That kind of supercilious appearance gave off the feeling that he was the only one in the world. Chapter 532. Candle. Wang Wan held a candle in her hand and kept talking to the four little fellows in the arms of the maidservants. The four little fellows were full of curiosity. Their eyes looked at Wang Wan, and then looked at the thing in her hand. Their little arms waved back and forth, and saliva flowed down from the corners of their mouths. Their mouths made all kinds of different sounds, but none of them made people feel comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao sat at the side. He did not care about Wang Wan. The children were a little small, and it was not bad to strengthen them without listening. He did not expect them to really say the word candle, as long as they listened. After repeating the same word countless times, the children finally became impatient. Two of them directly cried, one looked at the candle in a daze, and the other fell asleep. Well, that's it for today. We will continue tomorrow. Wang Wan was very satisfied. After saying this, she handed her brother and sister to the maidservants and left, pulling Zhang Xiaobao out. Zhang Xiaobao was also sleepy. He yawned and admired Wang Wan's persistence. Xiaobao, can you think of a way to make them learn faster? Wang Wan seemed to be not so sure about success. No, if it was us at that time, it would not reach that level here. What way? Why haven't I heard of it? Wang Wan asked curiously. Zhang Xiaobao yawned again. Others have already done it. It's just using pictures. When the child's hand touches a picture, the name of the thing in the picture will appear, and it will be strengthened continuously. That kind of thing won't work. It will be eaten by the child. It can also be made into a physical object. The outside is wrapped with a non-toxic material, and the child can play with it. As long as the child touches it, the inside will produce a sound. Many people can't afford it. It's a problem of cost. Zhang Xiaobao gave another example of a very useful toy. Wang Wan really had not seen it before. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao doubtfully. How high is the cost? 100 yuan each? It's about the same. The materials must be able to be bitten by the child, and they must not be poisonous. They must not be afraid of falling or soaking. It's about 100 yuan each. The difference is the size. A set of a few hundred toys can be thrown to the child, or the child can learn them one by one. The production cost is more than 100 yuan. How much do you think the sales price will be? Ordinary families simply can't afford a toy that costs more than 100,000 yuan. Therefore, this thing can only go high-end. Zhang Xiaobao drew a number 5 with his hand, which meant that a toy that cost 100 yuan would cost at least 500 yuan in the hands of a child. How much would a few hundred toys cost? Wang Wan tried hard to recall and shook her head. Why haven't I seen such a toy? Is my family not high-end enough? Shouldn't the gift giver give me a few sets? That's because this thing hasn't been put on the market yet. Before we came, the newly upgraded product was the one that could play animations and explain every plant and animal. I reckon that now the children in the orphanage can play with it. It's the kind of toy that has satellite tracking and can be used to make direct calls. The cost is 50 yuan more. Zhang Xiaobao's face showed a trace of pride, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a Weiwei smile. Now Wang Wan understood. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, You made it? You gave it to the children in the orphanage first? Of course, who else would I give it to if not them? It's not expensive, only 150 yuan each. A set can let many children play at the same time. If any of them get lost when they go out for a stroll, they can find it with the satellite tracking. Zhang Xiaobao probably felt that this kind of thing was the happiest thing for him, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Wang Wan also laughed and asked doubtfully, So what if there's a satellite tracking on this thing? What if it gets kidnapped? Once it's thrown away, it'll be over. How can it be thrown away? There are all kinds of additives on it. Children like it. Even if they get lost, they won't lose the toy. It hasn't appeared on the market yet, so others don't know. Maybe it can help to deal with some bad guys. I'm talking about the function of the toy, not the problem of whether it gets lost or not. If it gets lost, it'll be thrown away. One of my funds specializes in this kind of thing. It's to find people who kidnap and sell children. If they find them, they'll directly deal with them. If children can be lost, what's the big deal about a few people dying? The police can't even find the kidnapped children. How can they find the murderer? Zhang Xiaobao's smile didn't change, but Wang Wan felt a kind of biting cold. At this time, she remembered again what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. He was obviously a paranoid person. Usually, he was good, but as long as his bottom line was crossed, there was only one result, and that was to directly destroy the body through various means. According to the normal law, such a person should be shot 1,000 times, but according to morality, anyone who was killed by him deserved to die. If there really was a God in this world, perhaps it wouldn't be good to judge him. When his bloody hand gently comforted the child's face, the contrast was indescribable. Wang Wan sighed inwardly. In the end, she didn't say anything and silently walked out of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was deep in thought as he followed behind her. When the two of them walked out of the courtyard, he stopped and said, "It's time for your clothing design and manufacturing company to expand. We can use our younger brother and sister to promote it. Also, use the beautiful clothes made by Lu Zhou's other children and give them free of charge. Send a batch back to Zhuangzi. There should be a lot of children born in Zhuangzi. You want to use our younger brother and sister to make money?" Wang Wan stopped and stared at Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, give them advertising fees and save it up. When they are a little more sensible, tell them that this is the money they earned and should be used by them. It should be enough when they are about 6 or 7 years old. It's a good time to cultivate their independence. At the same time, we can also see what they think when they are at that age. No matter what they do with the money, I won't care. Let them say it directly. It doesn't matter even if they give it all to a pitiful liar." Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. He wanted to cultivate his younger brother and sister. They were not the kind of good-for-nothings who were always afraid of falling in his hands. He wanted to cultivate their own character from a young age. It was nothing more than accidentally suffering a few losses. As long as children could get better things after suffering a few losses, there was no need to worry about it. They could be sad quickly, but they could also be happy quickly. Then it's up to you. I always feel that it's not good to push them out at such a young age. It's obvious that you are using them. Wang Wan still couldn't agree. There are many things that can be used. I was used to help other donors. At that time, I was sincerely helping. At least I got something. What's more, it's different now. I won't let them appear in the teeth of the storm. In the future, it will depend on their own interests and then adjust. It doesn't matter whether they are famous or not. Let's go, the plan can be carried out. It can't be free anymore. The editor came to me. Next time, I will discuss with the editor first. Today, I will adjust it for 1 day, tomorrow another day, and the day after tomorrow it will be restored. It can't be free anymore. In the future, I will write more words per chapter. It was about to be cancelled. He had to adjust it properly. Thank you for your support. Recommended book, Mang Zhozhou Liu is addicted to poetry, drunk and dreaming. Zhao Kuangyin's cavalry has trampled half of China, intending to lead the army to the south. After crossing over, Li Shao improved the craft of frying tea and pioneered the teapot making. 1 poem shocked the world, 3 essays determined the rivers and mountains. How can a small person rewrite history and plan the world? Chapter 533. It was August, and new seedlings were sown on the ground. The mountain streams were clear and long. The hawking on the streets never stopped, and the fishing boats returned with laughter. When the people invested all their energy and passion in building their homes, the power they felt was unimaginable. In just a year, Lu Zhou had returned to its prosperous state after the disaster. The grains were collected, and they did not have to pay any rent or tax. The people had more spare cash in their hands, and they began to shop enthusiastically. The houses were free, and they did not have to save money for the houses. The ducks and pigs at home saved the people from having to buy meat. They were well-behaved, and they knew honor and disgrace. At this moment, Lu Zhou's people were beginning to seek better material and spiritual enjoyment. It was time to repay the Zhang family for their efforts. The goods were bought one after another. The Zhang family earned more profits from collecting local specialties, and the Yamen earned more money as well. Zhang Zhong did not have to use his own family's money for the construction. He used the money collected by the Yamen on the basic construction, such as planting fruit trees and building a fishing pond. Then, he rented out the land for the long term. The construction was done quickly, and the renting was done quickly as well. The merchants from other places did not have time to react. Most of the good land was rented out, and the Zhang family was the only one who rented it. The merchants who joined the Chamber of Commerce from other places did not object. They rented some land as well. The local people did not object. They supported whatever the Zhang family wanted to do. The good land should be given to the Zhang family. Only the Zhang family could earn more money and bring more benefits to the people. The others wanted to object, but it was too late. Even if they knew the Zhang family would take advantage of them through such means. Amidst the bustling Luzhou, Zhang Xiaobao made his move. The Zhang family's Chamber of Commerce rented land from the surrounding areas. It did not matter what kind of land it was, whether it was high grade, middle grade, or low grade. The rent was higher than the usual rent. It was a yearly rent. The condition was that the land would be rented for 50 years. If they agreed, the Zhang family would pay to rent the land. The local Yamen would not interfere. Even if the land was idle, they would still pay to rent the land. After the news was spread, the Zhang family began to prepare a large amount of cotton seeds. It gave people the impression that the Zhang family was going to plant a baitizi. The surrounding prefectures all began to move, and they could find unused land everywhere. After Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai found out about this, they gathered together to discuss and called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the nursing home. Nowadays, if someone wanted to discuss something with the Zhang family or the Wang family, they would first look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Looking for Zhang Zhong was more formal. Old Man Pai didn't want to talk too much with Zhang Zhong, even though he had done a lot for Zhang Zhong behind the scenes. Xiaobao, what is your family trying to do? Are you going to let the imperial court deal with the Zhang family? Old Man Pai appeared to be very unhappy. He called Zhang Xiaobao over to his side and questioned him. Why do you want to deal with my family? My family has given the imperial court a lot of benefits. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Old Man Pai in confusion. Wang Wan nodded as well. That's right. We used our own money to build Luzhou, and we're using the imperial court's name. Wouldn't the imperial court be a fool if they want to deal with us? Old Man Pai suddenly felt that the two little fellows were not as smart as they used to be. In the past, they were always quick to understand. What was wrong with them today? He suppressed his impatience and said, "The imperial court has no choice but to deal with you. They can't stand the pressure. Tell me, what is your family trying to do? Is it renting land in another province?" "Of course, we're going to plant it," Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan replied in unison. "I don't care about the land. I want to know what you're going to plant. Where's the person in charge of your family? Why don't you think about it? Zhang Zhong is going to leave Luzhou soon. The reason he's here is to deal with the infrastructure you mentioned. Once the lives of the people are better and the land is built, it's time for him to leave. I reckon the news will reach Luzhou before the arrival of the new year. The Ning family of Qin province is eyeing you covetously from the sidelines. Instead of restraining yourself, you're giving others something to use against you. Renting land? Who would rent land to you? And you're renting it for 50 years? Are you stupid?" The more Old Man Pai thought about it, the angrier he got. It was as though Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the ones who came up with the idea. He vented all the anger in his heart on the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not feel wronged at all. After all, Zhang Xiaobao was the one who came up with the idea. The two of them were very touched. They had a grandfather who knew a lot of things and cared for them behind the scenes. This was a blessing that many people could only dream of. Grandpa Bai, it seems like you and Grandpa Zhang know that as long as we rent land, the land given to us by the other provinces will be of the worst quality. If we rent it out for 10% more, they'll take the remaining 10%. Zhang Xiaobao said. Old Man Pai was stunned for a moment before he nodded in agreement. Also, Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Zhang are worried that the Ning family is deliberately renting more land to us so that we can plant cotton. After all, we're starting to plant cotton seeds now. They'll find a way to impeach us. Planting cotton in large quantities occupies the farmland. Even if it's the worst farmland, even if it's saline alkali soil, they'll still find a reason to do so. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Old Man Chang and Old Man Wang nodded again. The two of them realized that the Zhang family understood. They didn't need others to remind them, but they didn't know why they were doing this. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted, we're about to leave. We should understand the situation first. This time, we didn't send the news or send people to Qinzhou. Whether the land is rented or not has nothing to do with Qinzhou. The Ning family has no right to impeach us. If Ning Zhongze wants to impeach us, Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai, what do you think we should do? What else can we do? Of course, we'll rent more land to you. Once you plant cotton, we'll immediately impeach you. The Ning family has been trying to deal with you for a long time. You're taking the initiative to let them deal with you. Did you plan this all along? As Old Man Pai spoke, he suddenly realized something. Since the Zhang family brought up this matter that both of them knew, could it be that the Zhang family wasn't prepared? Old Man Chang was also stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to explain. Wang Wan was the person she was most proud of. Zhang Xiaobao didn't lose his reputation as an international swindler. When he didn't do anything, he looked easy to bully, but when he did, he definitely wouldn't give others a chance. Everything was linked. Looking at Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai's eyes, Wang Wan smiled and said, yes, it's time to deal with the Ning family. Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Bai, do you know what the highest level of swindling is? What is it? So that others can't see that they've been swindled? Old Man Chang replied. No. Wang Wan shook her head, of course the swindled person can't see it. Otherwise, how could they be swindled? Then is it because they can't do anything after being swindled? Old Man Pai had played politics before, so he thought this was the point. No. Wang Wan shook her head again, if you can't catch them after being swindled, of course you can't do anything. Who doesn't know how to run? Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai pondered at the same time. After thinking for a while, they really couldn't think of anything, so they shook their heads at the same time. Wang Wan put her hands behind her back, walked back and forth in front of the two people a few times, and said, the highest level of swindling is to make others take the initiative to be swindled. After being swindled once, they still have to take the initiative to be swindled again. How is that possible? Do you think we're all idiots? Old Man Chang was the first to not believe it. I knew Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai wouldn't believe it. It's okay, just wait and see. When the time comes, we'll know. Wang Wan pretended to be mysterious and said. Then can't you tell us first? Old Man Pai was really curious. Renting a piece of land? Could it be that the two masters of the Zhang family were able to swindle people into the house, and swindle them over and over again? Do you want to continue like before? I can't say. I definitely can't say. If I say it, it won't be fun. Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We're not so bad that we can't even consider such a small matter. It will be very interesting. Xiao Bao and I have to go back and take care of our younger siblings. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she didn't wait for the two old men to ask any more questions. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and left. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Wan pondered over Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. She grabbed Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you made a plan just to trap the Ning family? It can't be that simple, right? I never said it was that simple. No matter how powerful the Ning family is, it's not worth it for me to specially make a plan for them. They don't deserve it. Let's go. You'll know in the future. Zhang Xiaobao winked, pulled Wang Wan, and left. Chapter 534. In the boring days, Li Sun finally received a decree from the imperial court. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had expected, the imperial court didn't have time to send people to Luzhou or even Yi province. At the same time, they didn't want to give up the newly discovered land. Whether it used to be Tang's land or not, it was said that there was gold and copper, and that the grain yield there was high. When they heard that the local people were all tribes, they angrily pointed out in the decree that Li Sun should seek justice for the people of Tang. Li Sun naturally didn't have to rush back to get his own land. According to reliable sources, the imperial court had been arguing with each other to collect taxes from merchants returning from overseas. Everyone wanted to put their own people in this important position. However, this was too difficult. The coastline was too long. If they really wanted to collect taxes, they needed the merchants to consciously stop at the relevant places. This was obviously impossible. Only the special products of Tang could be found, and there was no way to control the gold and copper. This problem was sent to Luzhou together with the decree for Li Sun. It meant to let the two experts of the Zhang family think of a way. After all, they had found another land. Wang Wan saw the unofficial handwritten letter written by the emperor. While admiring it, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is there a way?" "Yes, there is. If it were any other time, there wouldn't be. It's simple here, but why should I tell them? My father doesn't care about the customs." Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai also thought of the same thing. They asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play a few games of billiards with them. After Zhang Xiaobao won consecutively without mercy, they changed the topic to control the customs. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I'll give you two a difficult problem today. Let's see if you can solve it. Say, there's a country. It's surrounded by plains, and there are many neighboring countries. Many merchants secretly transport goods from other countries. This country wants to collect taxes. What should we do?" Old Man Pai smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other and thought to themselves, "That's it. Grandpa Bai, I know. Buy our cement, build city walls, and surround the entire country. Merchants from other countries will be stopped." Wang Wan blinked her eyes and said with certainty what she had thought of. Zhang Xiaobao chimed in, "Grandpa Bai, I think that would be a waste of cement." Old Man Pai nodded and signaled for Zhang Xiaobao to continue. "Grandpa Bai, my idea is to send a large number of people to patrol on horseback. Since it's a plain, there should be a lot of grass, right? If there isn't, we'll plant it and eat it wherever we go." Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang were stunned. This was not the answer they wanted. Their eyes swept back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were very suspicious that the two of them were deliberately speaking nonsense. The two of them were smart. It was impossible for them to say something as stupid as that. Then what if it's surrounded by the sea? Old Man Chang had to be more direct. "The sea? Then we'll use cement to build a sea wall. Make it tall and big, leaving only a few places for ships to dock. Wang Wan changed her idea slightly. No, that would waste a lot of cement. Your idea is to send countless ships to patrol. After all, there are fish in the sea. When the time comes, we'll just eat the fish. If there aren't any, we'll raise some fish, right? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish, Old Man Chang finished his sentence. Zhang Xiaobao nodded vigorously. You too, forget it. I'll tell you directly. Your family found another piece of land in Tang Dynasty. If a merchant goes there to transport goods, how will he collect taxes when he comes back? The place was found by your family. This problem needs to be solved by your family. Old Man Pai understood now. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely knew the solution. They just didn't want to say it. In desperation, they found a reason. When he said this reason, even he felt embarrassed. It was a bit too much of a bully. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and said faintly, "My family found another place, so we have to solve this problem." Then, if my family found another place's locals, does that mean we have to educate them on behalf of the imperial court? There's no need to educate them. Think about it, your father is leaving soon. The next place hasn't been chosen yet. It's not easy. It's very likely that he will be sent to the capital to be a capital official. Old Man Pai's face turned even redder. How could he let others do the work of educating? When the time came, they might not know the Tang dynasty's emperor anymore. In desperation, he began to use threats. After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's pure eyes. "Grandpa Bai, there are many capable people in the imperial court. Why do you have to get involved? The imperial court collects taxes. Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will use it for war? At that time, countless family members will lose their sons, fathers, and men at home." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have anything to gain. How could he say this out loud? Old Man Pai smacked his lips and said, "The surrounding countries can't be used for war yet. They're mainly used for disaster relief. The national treasury can't do that. We can't build roads even if we want to. Luzhou, on the other hand, has cement roads. They look more beautiful than the capital. There are seawalls and lighthouses. The capital's city walls are still made of mud." When Old Man Bai saw that his threats did not work, he began to complain about being poor. It was as though if the walls of the capital were not made of cement and the roads leading to various places were not made of cement, the Zhang family would be a sinner. After all, the Zhang family had built Luzhou so well. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a while and said, "Grandpa Bai, I'm actually worried that my father will return to the capital to do something. It's still too early, especially for Cuckoo's father. It's fine if his official position is just a title, but it's so low. When I came here with Cuckoo earlier, Cuckoo's father even said that he wanted to help the imperial court collect taxes. However, because his official position is too low, he can't submit a memorial." Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai understood that the Zhang family wanted to exchange conditions. They wanted Wang Wan's father to be promoted, but it was just a title. "Oh, is that so? That's really good for our Tang dynasty. What's the name of an official?" "Wu San Guan, lower grade 4. What's his name again?" Old Man Pai was very smart. "General Zhuang Wu, right?" Old Man Chang said. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were satisfied. This way, Wang Wan's mother would also receive the title of a grade 4 noble lady. Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid that Old Man Pai would go back on his word. If there was a next time, he could forget about getting information from him. "Huh? General Zhuang Wu? Then we have to strengthen the military. To strengthen our Tang dynasty's martial arts, the general naturally has to lead the troops. Lead the troops to the newly discovered place to protect the merchants. When the time comes, put a few soldiers on each boat. I believe that the soldiers will be able to safely bring the merchants back to the designated safe place. Yes, yes. Just send the soldiers and boats. Why didn't I think of that? Even the imperial court didn't think of this. It seems that they have set their sights on the Tang dynasty. Good, good. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, don't worry. The appointment will be here soon. Old Man Pai finally reacted. Things were not as complicated as he thought. All the merchants who went there would definitely seek the protection of the local soldiers. As long as the soldiers were used to escort them, there was no need to worry. Even if the merchants wanted to do it themselves, it was impossible to keep the secret. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how much do you think we should collect when the merchants come back? Old Man Pai casually asked another question. Since he had already mentioned one, another one would not make a difference. Zhang Xiaobao replied without thinking, that depends on the goods. If it's gold or copper, we should collect as much tax as possible. If it's grain, not only should we not collect tax, we should also compensate them with copper or gold. In other words, if they bring back a portion of the copper and a portion of the grain, then it's very likely that the copper will not be taxed. We should encourage them to bring grain back. The grain in the Tang dynasty is still a little insufficient. Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai nodded. Good idea. They could adjust it a little. That is, they should directly hand in the grain as the copper tax instead of letting the merchants sell it themselves. If they hand in grain, then it would be more cost-effective than directly handing in copper. This would allow the merchants to transport countless grains back to the Tang dynasty. This was actually a discrimination and restriction against the merchants. Zhang Xiaobao could not and did not want to care. He just had to do his own thing. Both Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy to get a higher official position for Wang Wan's father. Whoever was willing to be the tax collector could do it. Their father could not do it. It was the heart of the struggle and could easily cause trouble. When the two returned home, Li Sun was accompanying the 4 sleeping children in boredom. His eyes were not focused and he was in a daze. Seeing the two enter, he immediately went forward and said, Xiao Bao, why haven't they come back yet? Could they have been killed by the local people? Is it so easy to kill more than 1,000 people? There are also weapons and equipment. What's the hurry? Maybe they found something good again. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that the 1,000 people would not come back. How can I not be anxious? I am now the person in charge of this matter. I want to go and take a look. Li Sun was still thinking about the matter there. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his younger siblings. They were all sleeping very soundly. Occasionally, their little mouths would move as if they were drinking milk. He smiled and said, even if they come back, you can't go. If you go and come back, too much time will be wasted. It is very likely that my father will leave soon. The imperial court will probably let you take charge first. There are already people coming here. The moment my father leaves, it will be the time for the new provincial governor and the new person to replace you to come here. You have to go. While there is still time, you should make arrangements. Your fief is not as big as a province. It would be best if it was a good place. My father can also be the new provincial governor. So there is no chance this year. Li Sun sighed. Then, he became happy again. Yes, you have to make arrangements. When the time comes, I will follow you and see how the new place will look like. Xiao Bao, there is one more thing. The Ning family hasn't been fooled yet. Should we think of something else? There is no rush. We have to give them time to react. Let's start with the other provinces first. Let Qin province take a look. I believe they won't let go of this opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried at all. The mentality of a swindler was very important. Li Sun saw that the Zhang family was not worried, so he was relieved. He said, then what should we do now? I don't have anything to do. I am idle all day. You don't have to worry about the matters on the mountain. Find me some work. Isn't it easy if you want to work? I will find you one now. Help train divers and learn from little Tao. Zhang Xiaobao casually sent Li Sun away. Chapter 535. There were mulberries in summer, but there was no coolness in the woods. Wiping the sweat off one's face was also a sign of busy sowing. Because there were fewer people, the harvest and sowing in Qinzhou was later than in Luzhou. After the Ning family's land was sorted out by their own people, they had no choice but to send their people to other places to help. It was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Ning Zhongzi held a piece of information in his hand and read it over and over again. He felt uneasy. The steward stood respectfully at the side with his head lowered. Occasionally, he would look up at the old master, but he would quickly look away. Last time, the matter of using fish eggs to deceive people was investigated on him, even though he was not the one who came up with the idea and was not qualified to make the decision. This time, with the new information, he did not dare to get involved again. If it were not for the old master forbidding him to leave, he would have left long ago. Let whoever was willing to make the decision. He would not say anything even if he was asked. It was better to pretend that he did not exist. What do you think? Should we send someone to contact the Zhang family and rent the land to them? The steward could not avoid the question that he had been worried about. When he heard the old master's question, he replied respectfully, "Old master, I'm not sure." "Master, I'm not sure. I'll leave it to you to decide. Why are you not clear about the information you gave me? Tell me. You're the only one who can come up with ideas in this family." Ning Zhongzi put the piece of paper on the table and stared at the steward. At this moment, the steward felt like killing himself. He cursed the Ning family in his heart for not being considerate. Thinking of taking a step back and seeking stability, he said, "Old master, since you asked, I'll tell you. I think this matter is not easy to handle. If something goes wrong, the old master will be easily implicated." "Not easy? What's not easy? It can't be that it's not easy just because you think about it, right?" Ning Zhongzi had tasted the sweetness. He wanted to scheme against Zhang Zhong once, but he did not want to take the lead. He planned to let the steward say it like last time. If something went wrong, he would return to the family and have someone to help him. If the matter was settled, he would naturally reap the benefits. The steward was a little disappointed. In the past, the old master would not be like this. No matter what happened, he could solve it. But now, since Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou, the first thing he thought about when he did something wrong was how to push the blame to others. He had become so timid. This time, if he really spoke too much and something happened, then he wouldn't be able to continue being a steward. After some consideration, the butler revealed a troubled expression. "Master, I'm just wondering if the Zhang family will also encounter difficulties in other prefectures. What if they don't say anything and we send people over? By then, the Zhang family will have already collected enough land. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Why don't we wait for Zhang Zhong to find us first? Let's wait for them to come. If Zhang Zhong doesn't come, are we just going to ignore it? Your guts are getting smaller and smaller. What are you afraid of? Tell me what you're thinking." Ning Zhongzi looked very unhappy. He stared at the steward and said. The steward revealed a timid expression and forced a smile. "Master, I really can't think of any other way. If you have a better idea, I'll do as you say. You let go of such a good opportunity. You. Sigh. Forget it, let's leave this matter to the family and let them talk. You go and do it. Don't forget to bring back a warrant. How's the other matter arranged by the family going?" Ning Zhongzi looked as if he expected better from the steward. After saying a few words, he finally didn't dare to make up his mind. He arranged the matter to the steward and asked about another matter. The steward heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't forced to express his opinion, it was fine. As for going to the family to ask others, it was just an errand. Seeing that the old master asked about another matter, he quickly replied, "Master, rest assured." "Rest assured, master. Everything has already been arranged. We'll start with the capital province." "Master, you're really thorough." This lowly one didn't think of starting with the other members of the Zhang family. "Zhang Zhong is very capable. We can't afford to offend him." "Oh, no, we should let him do as he pleases. However, we can't do the same for his people in Zhuangzi. He can't protect everyone. Our people in Duji province will deal with his villagers in Sanshui County first." "Brilliant, master's idea is really brilliant." Although the steward said this, he had other thoughts in his mind. He really didn't know how to evaluate this family. Zhang Zhong was clearly in front of him and in Lu Zhou's presence, but the people in his family actually had ideas about his villagers. What was this? It was as if the old master had provoked someone, and the person he provoked didn't dare to deal with the old master. Instead, he secretly watched the people from the Ning family who were buying things on the street. When they weren't paying attention, he kicked them and ran away so that they couldn't be caught. Then, he became complacent and schemed against the Ning family. It was so embarrassing. He used the people from Duji province to deal with an ordinary chicken farmer from the Zhang family. Moreover, he didn't let anyone know and secretly did it. He hoped that it would be of some use. He could deal with a few more people from the Zhang family and make Zhang Zhong worry. This could be considered a scheme. Ning Zhongzi was satisfied. Wei Wei nodded and a smile appeared on her face. "Yes. Master, this is called getting rid of the branches first so that they can't take care of each other. How will Zhang Zhong know how powerful I am? When the Zhang family in Duji province is chased out, we'll continue to deal with their villagers in the capital. What do you think?" Master, you mean the capital? That's not right. If something really happens in the capital, our people won't be able to withdraw." The steward was shocked. The capital wasn't like Duji province. This time, they were taking action in Heyin County in Duji province, which was still some distance away from Luoyang. If too many people were alarmed, it would be easy for them to be discovered. "You're just a coward. Forget it, we'll deal with one person. We'll talk about the future in the future. Go ask the Zhang family about the land." Ning Zhongzi suddenly realized that the Ning family couldn't be allowed to behave atrociously everywhere. Although he refused to admit it, he waved his hand and sent the steward away. A boat from Duji province only took 9 days to travel against the current to the capital. It didn't stop and went up the small river. The 3 men on the boat took turns to row the boat. Under a shed made of old canvas, a person lay motionless with his eyes closed. Brother Zhang, come, drink some water. We just need to stop in the capital and spend some money to find a doctor to take a good look at him." The older man held a bowl of water and came to the side of the person lying on the ground. He brought the water to his mouth and said worriedly, "Don't worry, big brother. It's just a broken bone that has already been connected. It's just that the cut on his leg is a little big and swollen. It'll be fine when we reach Huayuan County. Besides, the price of a doctor in the capital is too high. Big brother Zhang doesn't need to spend much money." The person lying there forced himself to stay awake, tilted his head, and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Sigh. The older man sighed. He knew that his brother lying on the ground didn't make things clear. How could the 3 of them have the money to see a doctor? Otherwise, they wouldn't need a smoked chicken seller to take care of them. Unfortunately, when they saw that someone was bullying them, they didn't dare to rush over to help. Those people all had knives and sticks in their hands. The three of them would only be beaten up if they went over. "Brother, it's not that I want to scold you, but they said they want the prescription. So what if you give it to them? You almost lost your life." The older man also knew that business was difficult to do. The person lying there smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, I don't have the prescription. Even if I did, I couldn't give it to them. If I gave it to them, they would still drive me away. It's already good that I didn't lose my life." The Ning family's restaurant also sells chicken. Ever since I went there, their white-cut chicken can't be sold at a good price. Don't worry, big brother. Wait until I recover, I'll go back and teach them a lesson. They're just the Ning family of Qinzhou. How dare they bully a small village owner like me? Do they think that a village owner like me is easy to bully? I'm also a person with a master. I'll definitely pay them back 1,000 times for what they did today." As he spoke, the person lying on the ground pinched his thigh hard to lessen the pain. His leg was swollen to the size of his waist. Men are afraid of wearing boots, women are afraid of wearing hats. "Brother, how can your leg be healed when it's so swollen? Now that you know it was the Ning family who did it, don't think about anything else. You can't afford to offend them. We poor people can't afford to offend them. Brother, listen to me. Don't drag your master's family into this. I heard that the Ning family has an important official in Qinzhou." The older man couldn't bear to look at the swollen leg and shook his head. The person lying there, Wei Wei, shook her head. "Big brother, it's not that I want to get revenge. I won't come here. How can my injury be healed? My money and things were stolen and my restaurant was smashed. I had no choice but to come back. As long as I come back, the master's family will deal with the people who beat me up. Big brother, don't worry. The Ning family of Qinzhou is just a provincial governor. We're both at the 4th rank and he's already in his 50s. Don't worry. Do they think that the Zhang family is a facade that they can pinch as they please? I'll have to trouble you, big brother. The family of 3 who can work have all come over. I'll leave sister-in-law alone at home to take care of our parents. I definitely won't let big brother come here for nothing. Why are you saying this? We've always received a lot of benefits from you. Not to mention other things, just the chicken buttocks without tendons were given to us by you. That's why doesn't lack meat to eat. She's our only grandson. Even my father always says that 4 generations live under one roof. Guo'er's body is weak. Back then, she was afraid that she would die early. Ever since she met you, brother, Guo'er has become much fatter. When you were beaten up, we were already sorry that we didn't rush up to help you. Please don't say anything else. Otherwise, our family will be too ashamed to face others." The older man's eyes turned red. He was worried, but he also hated himself for not rushing over to help. Just as the person lying on the ground was about to speak, a boat suddenly rushed over from upstream. The people on the boat casually glanced around and happened to see him. They immediately stopped the boat. The boat that was coming over suddenly stopped in the water, then turned around and quickly caught up with the person lying on the ground. One of the people on the boat looked at the person lying on the ground and asked, "Are you a farmer from Zhangjie Zhuangzi?" "Yes." The person lying on the ground pointed at a rice sprout embroidered on his chest and nodded in acknowledgement. "Quick, send a signal. Immediately ask Huayuan Hospital to send someone here." After the people on the boat confirmed, they immediately gave the order. 2 of the other people on the boat quickly picked fireworks. Accompanied by the sound, 3 fireworks exploded in the sky almost at the same time. There was actually a pattern, SOS. Less than 20 breaths after the fireworks here, 3 fireworks also rose into the sky and exploded in the distance upstream. After a while, another sound came from further away. Vaguely, the same pattern of SOS fireworks flew in the sky. Take this medicine. I'll cut off the rotten flesh for you first. Bear with it. Wait until we reach the hospital. You must hold on. Who is so bold? Who dares to hurt the people of the Zhang family? Later, the person who spoke on the boat jumped onto the boat. While feeding the person lying on the boat 2 pills, he stuffed a stick into the person's mouth. Then, he placed his small satchel on the table and took out a small porcelain bottle, as well as a knife wrapped in oil paper. The family of 3 who brought the person here watched the person cutting the flesh there. The person lying on the ground was in so much pain that he bit the stick hard. Sweat kept dripping down. Okay, this is all I can do. We'll talk about the rest when we reach the hospital. The person took back the things. The wound on the patient's leg had been bandaged and medicine was applied. A cool smell could be smelled. Chapter 536. The father and sons from Hain County had been worried the entire way. They were afraid that Brother Zhang and Uncle Zhang, who usually took care of them, wouldn't make it. They were also afraid that the Ning family would chase after them. It wasn't until now that the 3 felt relieved. Although they didn't know which power the people on the boat belonged to, the continuous rise of fireworks indicated that they were passing on a message. As for where the message was sent, they didn't know. The person lying on the ground drank a few more mouthfuls of water and told the people who came that the father and sons had saved him. Only then did he relax and fall asleep. Once they reached this river, they would be home. Not to mention the Ning family, as long as they didn't really commit a crime, even if the imperial court sent people to catch them, they wouldn't be able to. There would be someone to help them deal with it. If there was anything, they should first treat their injuries. Father, which family's young master is Uncle Zhang? The eldest son on the boat quietly asked his father when he saw the boat next to him lift the person up and put him on the fast boat. Don't guess blindly. How could a young master sell smoked chicken? Just follow them and you'll know. In a moment, if someone asks you something, just answer them honestly. The father tried his best to maintain a calm posture and not reveal the nervousness in his heart. However, when the boat upstream arrived in less than a quarter of an hour and also turned around to follow them, the father didn't dare to be so sure anymore. As soon as the new boat arrived, the previous boat sped up and left the father and son's boat behind to go against the current. The 4 people on the new boat had swords at their waists and bows on their backs. They were wearing the same tight clothes, so it was obvious that they were bailiffs. Did the 3 of you send him back? The bailiff in front swept his eyes over the 3 of them. Yes, yes. Brother Zhang was injured and we didn't have extra money to treat him. We could only follow Brother Zhang's instructions and send him here. The father began to suspect that he had misspoken. Brother Zhang should be a young master from some family. Otherwise, how could the bailiff come here so quickly? Get on the boat. Someone will take care of your boat. The bailiff didn't say much. He waved his hand and the 3 of them carefully swapped places on the bailiff's boat. When they saw the other bailiff jump onto their boat, the 3 of them knew that they wouldn't lose their boat. At this time, the 3 bailiffs on the boat looked at the direction of the wind. They actually set up a folded sail and rowed with all their might to catch up with the boat in front of them. When the yamen runner's boat was about to catch up to the boat in front, the 3 of them saw another boat coming down from upstream. After the same quick turn, it ran to the bow of the boat in front, hung a hook, raised a small sail, and moved the boat faster. 2 hours later, the boats that were sailing against the current had formed a fleet. Their sails were flapping, and their flags were fluttering in the wind. There was a fast boat with the same yamen runners leading the way. All the boats in the front had to move aside and give way to the main road. The 3 of them tried hard to guess who Brother Zhang was. They signaled back and forth with their eyes, wanting to ask but not daring to. Another hour passed, and a slightly larger boat came upstream. When it went down the river, it was very fast. It could be clearly seen that because of its fast speed, the bow of the boat was raised up from the water from time to time. When they were close enough, they directly floated over. A few people wearing white coats stood up with a few small boxes in their hands. "Brother, may I ask what those people are doing? They won't harm Brother Zhang, right?" The father was curious, so he plucked up the courage to ask the cold-faced bailiff next to him. After seeing the new boat close to the boat with the patient, the bailiff's expression finally became better. He exhaled and said to the father of the three of them, "Don't worry. Don't be afraid of people dying. They are doctors from the Tang First Medical Research Institute in Huayuan County. They are not slow." "Father, where is the Tang First Medical Research Institute?" the eldest son asked curiously. "It's the place behind the life-saving hospital, where the emperor personally wrote the signboard." The father suppressed the excitement in his heart and introduced it to his son. The life-saving hospital was actually called the Dai Hospital in Huayuan County by the common people. Whether it was in terms of skills or medical ethics, it was the best in Tang. Even the imperial doctors used in the imperial palace had to come here from time to communicate. If there were any difficult diseases in the imperial palace, they would even use the 800 miles emergency report to deliver the news. Whether in the eyes of the common people or the high officials and nobles, this hospital and the research institute behind it were the best in Tang. Many traveling doctors said that patients who needed to be prepared for their funeral could be saved by the Dai Hospital. Therefore, the common people gave this hospital the name of Life-Saving Hospital. The youngest son, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, "Are they not doctors of Life-Saving Hospital? Are they doctors sent by the research institute behind it?" This was a very important question. Yes, the doctors in the research institute have better medical skills. If they can't cure the patient because of their lack of medical skills, the Zhang family's anger is unimaginable. Who is so bold? Who dares to hurt the Zhang family? The Yamen runner looked at the youngest son and replied. Then, he asked with a gloomy face. "The Ning family of Qinzhou that does business in Haiyin County. The whole family is a big family. In Qinzhou, what they say is the law. They are very capable. Even the provincial governor is surnamed Ning." The eldest son was now afraid. He was afraid that the Ning family would take revenge on them. The Yamen runner nodded. "Oh, so it's the provincial governor of Lower Province. It's okay. The provincial governor is not afraid?" The father remembered what Brother Zhang said and became more curious. Now he knew that Brother Zhang was a villager in Zhuangzi. What a miraculous villager. He could actually mobilize more than a dozen ships. Not to mention the provincial governor of Lower Province, as long as he didn't do anything wrong, even the provincial governor of Upper Province in Yaozhou wouldn't dare to hurt the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. "I have to thank the three of you for your help. We are home now." The Yamen runner knew how protective the Zhang family was and what Zhang Zhong was doing. This area was not part of Huayuan, but Sanyuan County. He was transferred from Huayuan County to be the leader and just happened to be on patrol. Sanyuan was also a county in Yaozhou. The good things that Zhang Zhong had done for the people of Yaozhou were not forgotten. The Zhang family could be said to be unimpeded on the entire river. The three of them didn't know the power of the Zhang family in this area. They also didn't know how a villager could be so important. The only thing they knew was that if the Ning family dared to chase after them, they would never be able to go back. Looking at the boat that was being protected, the three of them were moved. They had learned a lot in this life. Villagers were usually people who had no other way to make a living. If they had the ability to survive, no one would be willing to be a villager. However, Brother Zhang was doing well as a villager. He could do business outside. When he came back injured, he could get so many boats to protect him. He even used the fireworks that were supposed to be used for emergencies. If they were the villager of Zhangjie Zhuangzi, they would be satisfied for the rest of their lives. At this time, the youngest son asked, "How did they know that someone was injured here?" "It's written on the color of the fireworks. This is the first time they've been used. When we arrive at the hospital in Huayuan County, the people from Sanshui County should have arrived. If someone asks you something, just tell them the truth. There's no need to be afraid of the Ning family. If there's really no other choice, just move your family members here." The Yamen runner was easy to talk to. If someone asked him, he would explain and comfort the three of them. Being a Yamen runner in Yaozhou was the most difficult and happiest thing to do. They had to train hard and help the people do many trivial things. They had to find a chicken, pry open a pig, build a house, and find a doctor when someone was sick. The people were used to looking for Yamen runners for trivial matters. Happiness came from their mood. If they were thirsty on the road, they could ask a random family for a bowl of water and they would be treated well. If a daughter was of age and wanted to get married, the first choice would be a Yamen runner. A villager was beaten. It was a very small matter. The people in Hain County didn't think much of it, and the people who beat him didn't think much of it. Only those who knew the Zhang family understood how serious this matter was. Song Jinggong found out about the situation 4 hours after the villager was sent to the hospital. The news was sent by pigeon. The Ning family can't deal with the old master over there, so they came here to bully the villager. How dare they? Hain County? Good. Someone, send a message. The circular game held around the capital will be postponed indefinitely in Duji province. Between the clouds and the water will buy a restaurant in Hain County. Let's see what the Ning family's signature dish is and cook the same dish as theirs. Stop the supply of tea leaves and seasonings in all the restaurants in Hain County. Send a team of guards between the clouds and the water to Hain County. Send them to Hain County on a fast boat. Protest and complain to the Yamen in Hain County. The tourist group will no longer accept people from Hain County. Tell all the merchants who have a business relationship with us that they don't want to buy anything from Hain County. The fleet will not stop in Hain County in the future. After learning about the situation, Song Jinggong passed down a series of orders. He immediately wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to Lu Zhou via pigeon. He asked the little young master to take action. 5 days. In just 5 days, many people learned about the power of the Zhang family. They imported the same specialty products as Hain County from other places and dumped them in the surrounding areas. All of a sudden, the local merchants in Hain County were unable to sell their goods. When the competition was stopped, many people who were prepared could only watch helplessly. After receiving the letter, the branch of Between the Clouds and the Water in Luoyang came to Hain County in just 3 days. They bought the restaurant and directly operated it at the cost of its production. When the supply of seasonings and tea leaves was stopped, all the restaurants in Hain County went bankrupt. The Yamen's tax was reduced again and again, and the Ministry of Justice's letter asking for accountability was sent to Hain County. After one method after another, people finally understood the status of the Zhang family as a village owner. They also knew what it meant to be swept away by lightning. The condemning poems and articles of the scholars in the surrounding prefectures appeared one after another. Even the girls who sang in the brothel were no exception. Hain County was under the jurisdiction of Hunan Prefecture, which was the eastern capital, Luoyang. After learning about the situation, the officials in Luoyang were dumbfounded. Some people who were good at calculating had already calculated that the Zhang family's action for a village owner would cost them at least 2,000 strings of cash. That was 2,000 strings of cash. A village owner could not earn that much money in his lifetime. However, Song Jinggong, who was in charge of the Zhang family, did not care about how much money he would lose. To the Zhang family, this was not a matter of money. They had only sent out guards from between the clouds and the water to protect the village, who were on the way. If they were close enough, the Zhang family could even send out Team Zero to protect the village. Song Jinggong wanted to use this opportunity to send a signal to everyone who was thinking about the Zhang family. The dignity of the Zhang family was not to be challenged. Even if it was a village owner who looked weak to others, they still had to treat him with respect and courtesy. Otherwise, the Zhang family would personally take action. Anyone who wanted to touch the Zhang family would have to be prepared to face the wrath of the Zhang family. After 5 days of comprehensive attacks, the Zhang family suddenly became famous. Countless officials were shocked, countless commoners were frightened, and countless village owners were envious. After the officials in Hien County reacted, they immediately sealed off the Ning family's restaurant in the county and arrested all of them in an attempt to quell the anger of the Zhang family. However, Song Jinggong was not moved at all. It was too late. What was the point of doing it earlier? Today, Hien County dared to not protect the Zhang family. If they let them go easily, Shanin County or Heong County would do the same tomorrow. He did not believe that the Ning family had no relationship with the local officials in the county. He did not believe that they did not know about the Ning family beating people. If they could not afford to offend the Ning family, could they afford to offend the Zhang family? Yes, Song Jinggong is really reassuring. He knows what we will do if we encounter them. He asked my father to write a memorial immediately and send it directly to the imperial court. He said to the imperial court that today's Zhang family is tomorrow's great Tang. Today, they protect the Zhang family from being bullied. Tomorrow, Lu Zhou's fleet will protect the commoners of Great Tang from being bullied. Yes, we are doing the same. The people of Great Tang are precious. No one can touch them. Even if they do something wrong, we have to send them back to Great Tang first. Pigeons spread news quickly. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew about the situation in the capital. Wang Wan also clenched her small fist and waved it twice. Yes, that's right. We don't care how much money we lose. We can earn back money if we lose it. However, if we lose the people's hearts, then the Zhang family is finished. Dignity is more important than life, let alone money. Xiaobao, the Ning family hasn't been fooled yet. Think of another way. If we don't beat the Ning family hard this time, the Ning family will be even more ambitious to deal with us. Alright, let's do it. Not only do we have to deal with the Ning family in Qin province, but we also have to deal with the people who are part of the Ning family. If we want to play, then let's play big. I want to let those who want to mess with the Zhang family know that the Zhang family is not a facade. Not just anyone can mess with it. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was an opportunity. An opportunity to attack the Ning family without being restrained by the imperial court. After all, the Zhang family was the one who was wronged first, and it was under the circumstances that the local authorities didn't do anything about it. On the same day, a group of messengers rode on horses to the surrounding provincial capitals that were willing to rent to Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to convey a message to them. That was, any land that was rented to the Chamber of Commerce would be given a sum of money to build infrastructure and build roads. As long as they could see the roads when the time came, they would not care how much it cost to build the roads. They would leave a share for greed. Chapter 537. In the face of such a huge profit, the Ning family of Qin province made a move. They could not think of any negative consequences for renting out the land. They found Chao Herue and the other two who had just finished their hard work. They were the ones in charge of this matter. Zhang Zhong gave the matter of renting out the land as a joint production project. With this, it became a gimmick to encourage the local people to vigorously develop farming. Chao Herue and the other two thought that Zhang Zhong believed them. This was the result of their hard work in farming twice. They signed the documents with the surrounding provinces. When the Ning family came looking for them, the three of them did not think too much and immediately used their authority to rent 150,000 mu of land in Qin province. They still owed the Ning family money. Although they knew that the land was not good, it did not matter. The Zhang family had already said that they could rent any land they wanted. The money for the road construction was also given out. They did not care how much the Ning family could embezzle from it. None of the 150,000 mu of land was good. They were either the worst inferior land or the saline alkali soil. Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce acted swiftly. As soon as the land was rented, they would send people to plant cotton. Good land had a lot of cotton, but inferior land could still produce cotton. Even the saline alkali soil could be used to plant cotton. It was just a matter of how much cotton could be produced. The Ning family was waiting for an opportunity like this. The agreement they signed with Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce stated that they were inferior land. However, in the account book of the province, they were planning for an intermediate land. When they saw the people from the Chamber of Commerce going to plant cotton, they could not help but take action. They had not received any news that their property in He'an County was being attacked. They wrote a report of impeachment against Zhang Zhong and sent it to the Chamber of Commerce via an official courier. The reason was simple. No matter how good the cotton-padded clothes made by Daizi were, or how practical the yarn was, they still occupied the land used to grow food. The Ning family had specially arranged a banquet for this matter. Without the help of the pigeons, they had no idea that their family's businesses in Great Tang were being attacked. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to let the people who wanted to deal with the Zhang family know that they should directly deal with whoever they wanted to deal with and not use the Zhang family's village as an opening. This time, he was determined to make a loss. Even if it was several times the loss, he was determined to completely destroy the Ning family. 10 days after the Ning family's letter was sent out, the cotton growers had already asked the local people to plant cotton around the rented fields. The biggest advantage here was that there was no need to consider too many seasonal factors. As long as they were planting, there was basically no problem at all. Although the yield might be affected, it would definitely not be a complete loss. If it was Hainan Island, it would be even better. If they had the ability to shorten the maturity time of the crops, it would not be a problem for them to grow 10 crops in a year. After planting the cotton as the wall, the people of the Chamber of Commerce no longer continued to plant cotton. Instead, they planted soybeans in the middle of the wall. Although the rented land was not good, it was still land after all, even if there was a lot of saline alkali soil. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect to have a big harvest in the first few years, let alone make money. In fact, in the first 2 or 3 years, he had been constantly filling in money. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai, who had been worried about the Zhang family, were finally relieved when they found out that soybeans were planted in the wall. So that's how it is. They're actually planting soybeans. No wonder they dared to rent the alkali soil. As long as it's not too serious, the soybeans won't die. It seems that all of this is a preparation to deal with the Ning family. The Ning family has probably already written an impeachment report. When the higher-ups send someone to investigate, the Ning family will be in trouble. Old Man Chang was very clear about the role of soybeans. Many people cultivated their own land. When the land was not good, they would casually plant some soybeans. It was better than wheat or rice, and they did not have to worry about it. That's right. The Ning family has no right to casually impeach others. Now, everyone knows that the Ning family has always disliked Zhang Zhong. I guess Zhang Zhong can no longer be the provincial governor. The people sent by the imperial court to investigate will arrive in the second half of the year when the taxes are paid. How much can Lu Zhou pay this year? How much can he pay? How much can he pay in Qinzhou? Comparing the two cases, not to mention that Zhang Zhong did not do anything wrong, even if he did, the imperial court would pretend that they did not see it. If he did not do anything wrong, he would need at least 3 years to be a county magistrate. Zhang Zhong has only been here for a little more than a year, not even 2 years. Lu Zhou is not like before. He has started to make a lot of money. Many people are racking their brains to get to Lu Zhou. 6 magistrates, 1 provincial governor, 1 military registrar. No matter who wants to get them, they have to wait until Zhang Zhong leaves. In order to make Zhang Zhong give up his position, how many people do you think are willing to help Zhang Zhong deal with Ning Zhongzi? Old Man Pai knew about politics. The Zhang family knew that it was impossible for them to stay for 3 years no matter what. That was why they kept investing to strengthen their position in the Chamber of Commerce. Before they left, they just happened to get rid of the Ning family. A family without an official position could only rely on business to wait for a chance to make a comeback. Unfortunately, their business was also affected by the Zhang family. If it was just the Zhang family's business between the clouds and the water and the sea and clouds here, the Zhang family might not be able to win against the Ning family. However, the Zhang family had joined forces with many other big businessmen to attack one person. In addition, the Zhang family had divided the benefits from the sandbox game, and the imperial court valued the Zhang family. The Zhang family had all the advantages, including the right time, the right place, and the right people. Not to mention the Ning family, even the aristocratic families in the capital could not compete with them alone. When he thought about this, Old Man Pai sighed with emotion. The Ning family has been in Lingnan for a long time. Do they really think that no one can deal with them? Compared to their stability, the Zhang family has been growing up in the midst of other people's schemes since Zhuangzi. One is safe, one is dangerous. It is easy to see who is better. That's right. The most praiseworthy thing is that when the Zhang family is dealing with other people, they have never stopped trying to improve the lives of the local people. While doing practical things, they have also schemed against others. They have never written memorials to complain about how they were wronged, and they have never urged the imperial court to send out military equipment or food for disaster relief. They take care of everything themselves, and they can even bring a lot of benefits to the imperial court. No matter who it is, they will feel comfortable using this kind of person. However, I don't understand why the Zhang family is renting land in another province for 50 years. They are also growing beans and they are losing money every year. Are they doing this just to deal with the Ning family? When Old Man Chang agreed with Old Man Pai, he had an even bigger doubt in his heart. Old Man Pai also couldn't understand what the Zhang family was planning. If it were anyone else, he would also think that they were losing money every year. However, it seemed impossible for the Zhang family. This wasn't the first time that he had experienced the Zhang family's ability to make money. In the past, he had seen the Zhang family's plans. Every time they made a deal, they would make a lot of money. Just when people thought that they were going to lose money, they would make a lot of money in the end. While Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang were racking their brains to figure out how to make money, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy designing rooms for their younger brothers and sisters. The room that the younger brothers and sisters were living in was a bit big and too empty. They had to send more maidservants to accompany them. Especially at night, they couldn't put out the candles. Otherwise, when the babies woke up and started crying, they would have to spend a lot of time coaxing them. The crib was leaning against the corner of the room, and there was a circle of cloth dolls around it. Wang Wan deliberately used other people's children as an experiment. She connected the 2 rooms and placed a crib in the middle of the room. She didn't light the candles at night. As a result, when the baby woke up in the middle of the night, he cried for a full hour until his mother held him in her arms and fed him milk. Only then did he fall asleep peacefully. After changing the babies several times, the results were the same. Wang Wan finally believed Zhang Xiaobao's words. What children were most afraid of was darkness and loneliness. Of course, her younger brothers and sisters couldn't be treated like that. When they were placed in a corner, the room was always lit. There were also maidservants guarding them. When they woke up, they only cried a little. Sometimes, they didn't even cry. They would open their eyes wide and look curiously. They would even giggle. They would be wrapped in cotton blankets. When they slept, they would appear to be very peaceful. "It's really amazing," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao when she thought of the experiment when she was drawing on the paper. "What's so amazing about it? It's human nature. Not to mention children, even if it were an adult, if they were placed on a bed in an empty room, they wouldn't be able to bear it if they didn't have a strong enough mental fortitude. The slope of your room is a little bigger." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each had their own division of labor. The place Wang Wan designed for her younger brothers and sisters to exercise was not like the one she and Zhang Xiaobao had when they were more than 10 months old. It was a slope, and a woolen blanket was placed on top of it for her younger brothers and sisters to climb up or roll down from it. It was a very good exercise method. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, tried his best to create an infinitely large playground in the limited space. He built a low partition with wooden boards at a height of 1 meter. There were a total of 3 levels. Each level had at least 4 gentle slopes that could be used to go up and down, so that the younger brothers and sisters could climb up and down. Each level had many interconnected forks, just like the passage in front of Zhuangzi that was made with piles of straw. However, this time, there was no passage. There were small spaces, and in each space, there were toys that wouldn't hurt the younger brothers and sisters. When the time came, they would let them climb up and down to play. At each entrance, there would be bells that would ring when touched to cultivate the younger brothers' and sisters' sense of direction. In many places, there were also doors that could be opened, and glass would be used to block them. It would be transparent, and it would also be convenient for people to clean up the younger brothers and sisters. If it weren't for their own younger brothers and sisters, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't have bothered to do this. When the time came, such a house would be sent to the ship. Although the place was small, the craftsmanship was very refined. Just this house for the younger brothers and sisters to play in cost no less than 1,000 strings of coins. The carpets inside were all Western region cashmere carpets, and they had to ensure that the humidity was high. The toys made of glass and cotton were not expensive, and there were also all kinds of things made of fish glue that could be used to tear things apart. The world was so big that only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's younger brothers and sisters could enjoy it. Even the children in the imperial palace couldn't expect to have such a good combination of play and exercise. The 4 little guys didn't know that from the time they were born, they had already been doted on by thousands of people. What Zhang Xiaobao was worried about now was how to create a space in the house that could be moved back and forth. It had to be able to move up and down, left and right, back and forth in small amounts. It was simple to move, but no matter how it moved, there would be a situation in the end, and that was that it would be separated from the place where it was connected by a certain distance. If it was separated, it would be easy to pinch the younger brothers and sisters. Wang Wan had designed the general framework, and also drew the place where the ocean ball was. She turned her head and saw that Zhang Xiaobao was holding his chin and worrying. She went over and saw the place where the house was supposed to move. After thinking for a while, she said, "Just hang the place where the house is supposed to move, 1 inch above the ground, and use a cloth to block it. Block it loosely, and the cloth won't be damaged when it moves. Make the same slope for them, and use a loose cloth to connect it. They can climb up along the cloth. Are you making this as a cradle? It's not bad. Add a few short pillows on top, and they can fall asleep when they are tired." "What cradle? I'm afraid that they will get seasick. While there is still some time, let's make it first and let them get used to the process of moving while playing. It's about time, let's quickly find someone to do it." Zhang Xiaobao drew a trampoline at the side, and made the space on top bigger, using beast tendons to weave it. Following Zhang Xiaobao's orders, the craftsmen used all their skills and used the best mahogany as the base. After 4 days, a house that was 12 feet high, 3 feet wide, and 4 feet long was built. From the outside, except for the glass part, the rest of the house was relatively simple. However, if an adult could get in, they would know how gorgeous the interior was. Every part of the house was protected, except for velvet and satin, and each part had its own function. If one of the parts was taken out to sell, it would be worth dozens of strings of coins. Jiang Wang clan was stunned when she saw the house. Didn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo say that they were going to make a smaller house called a space for their younger brothers and sisters? How was it small? It was bigger than the houses that ordinary people lived in. It was just divided into several levels, and there was even a small swimming pool inside. Husband, is it too big? Jiang Wang clan pulled Zhang Zhong to look at the house together. It's not big after divided into several levels. Zhang Zhong gestured with his hand. Husband, this house cost more than 1,000 strings of coins just to buy the cashmere carpet, and that's not including our own glass, mirrors, and all kinds of gadgets. Aren't we spoiling them too much? Jiang Wang clan calculated the price of the glass, mirrors, and other things, and came up with a rough figure. They could buy it with 10,000 strings of coins. If they didn't include the design fee that Xiaobao and Cuckoo said, 10,000 strings of coins would definitely not be considered expensive by the aristocratic families or the palace. If they included the most difficult design fee, it was estimated that it would cost at least 15,000 strings of coins. Before the 4 little guys were born, they specially made a delivery room, and after they were born, they made a house for them. They were only 3 months old, and the money spent on them was already more than 30,000 strings of coins. Even the emperor's son didn't spend so much money when he was 3 months old, right? This didn't include the various precious medicines prepared for them, the full-time medical doctor who was on call 24 hours a day, the clothes made for them, the cows raised for them, and other auxiliary things. According to the calculation method of the son and daughter-in-law, the amount of manpower used in a certain aspect was equal to the value that this manpower could create in the outside world. Then, how much was the 8 5-star ranked maidservants worth? They surrounded the little guys all day long, and according to the value created, it was a lot more. Zhang Zhong narrowed his eyes and nodded, saying, I'm relieved. This means that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are good to their younger brothers and sisters. Today, they are willing to use tens of thousands of strings of coins to make things for their younger brothers and sisters. In the future, they won't care about giving hundreds of thousands of strings of coins to their younger brothers and sisters, so they won't fight for the family property. That's true, but I'm afraid that before the 4 kids are old enough to fight for the family property, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will have already spent hundreds of thousands of strings of coins on them. If the 4 kids are uncomfortable on the boat, I guess Xiaobao and Cuckoo will specially make a big boat for them. There's nothing that Xiaobao and Cuckoo can't do. The Jiang Wang clan was really distressed about the money. She never thought that her son and daughter-in-law would build such a small space house for their younger brothers and sisters. It turned out that the small space referred to the space inside, and not the overall space outside. Zhang Zhong didn't care how much money was spent, as long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo cared about their younger brothers and sisters. He comforted his wife, the cost is not high. It's not like you don't know glass. You can easily make it by burning some stones. So what if they make a boat? Which eldest son or eldest daughter can treat their younger brothers and sisters like this? My family can. Isn't it just money? When the rented land is better, we can earn more money. Who is as calculative as our Xiaobao and Cuckoo? So what if it's saline alkali soil? The serious areas should be washed twice with water, and the less serious areas should be planted with beans. When the time comes, the beans should be left to rot in the field. After 2 or 3 years, the bad areas should be better. Then, with all kinds of fertilizers, the important role of the white fold beans will be known by the imperial court. No one will say anything about planting them in large quantities. Such a long-term plan, how can ordinary people think of it? When Zhang Zhong said these words, he was very proud. When others thought that the Chamber of Commerce was losing money, he also thought so at first. Later, he couldn't help but call his son and daughter-in-law to his side to ask. Only then did he know about their long-term plans. As for whether they had other plans in the future, if his son didn't say anything, he couldn't ask either. When the two were talking, the craftsman brought something over. A wheel made of stainless steel was wrapped with a thick layer of fish glue mixed with hemp and tree bark called fiber. A half-inch thick iron plate was fastened together. Zhang Zhong and Jiang Wang clan knew that this was a shock absorber. It was very difficult to make, mainly because that kind of iron was hard to find. Just this little thing alone cost a few hundred strings of coins. On top of the axle of the wheel, there was also a device for blowing wind between the clouds and the water. The front part was left to be pulled by a horse. Needless to say, they would be able to move around in this house in the future. In addition to the small stainless steel wheel that could be pushed by people, there was also a big wheel with a carriage bar. The craftsman greeted Zhang Zhong and his wife and ran to the side of the house to get busy. When they were installing the wheel, they spread another kind of gum in the cracks of the house. Then, they put a pig's bubble on the top and wrapped it with a layer of leather. Then, they nailed a fold to the four eaves of the house and fixed a steel bar with a small wheel on the fold to follow the pattern of the house. What are you doing? Zhang Zhong couldn't think of the function of these things. In reply to Master, the young master and young lady are worried that if the house falls, it will hurt the young master and young lady inside, so they used the fold to fix the steel bar. As long as the house falls, the steel bar will open and hold the house. The pig's bubble on the top is to prevent the house from falling into the water, so it is coated with gum to seal it. Even if the house falls in, there is no need to worry about leakage. The wheel is naturally easy to move, and with the shock absorber iron plate, the young master and young lady won't feel uncomfortable inside. The craftsman in the inner courtyard smiled and introduced the various functions. In fact, he was very envious of the young master and young lady. They were lucky to be born in a good family and have a house to play in. Zhang Zhong nodded. He also felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had done a good job. They had considered everything that could be considered. However, he thought of something and asked, if the air inside is used up, won't the children suffocate to death? Used up? Master, how long will it take for the air to be used up? If such a big house is used up, the young master and young lady will suffocate to death. The servants of the Zhang family and Wang family won't need to live anymore. The people of the vigorous protection team will commit suicide. The 4 children won't suffocate to death even if they stay in there for 10 days. If they can't be rescued, they will starve to death first. In fact, the craftsman's leader had thought of this before. He even asked the young master and young lady. However, the young master said, "Is there no one to take care of my younger siblings? Will the house fall into the water by itself? Will the rescue take half a month? Then the people of the Zhang family and Wang family will die first. The guards will be the first to die." That's right. With the capability of the Vigorous Protection Team 0, if they can't save the children, then the existence of the Zhang family and Wang family is meaningless. Zhang Zhong's face turned red. He felt that his question was too stupid. How could such a thing happen? Besides, this house was made of wood. There was nothing heavy in it and it was sealed well. If it fell into the water, it would float on the water. It could be used as a boat. How could there be an accident? After the craftsman's leader answered this question, he asked someone to bring in a cross-shaped frame made of stainless steel. He measured it, as if he was going to put it inside. This time, before Zhang Zhong asked, he directly said, "Master, this is to be put in the house. When the time comes, a strong string will be used to pull out the net. The walls inside will be thickened with cotton. There will be a separate net connected to the frame in each room. No matter which end of the frame hits the ground first, it won't break. The young master and young lady said that the frame must be intact even if they fall from a height of 20 feet. When the time comes, no matter which room the young master and young lady play in, they won't fall to death. Chapter 538. Looking at the three-story house in front of them, the Zhang Wang clan and Zhang Zhong were speechless for a moment. With all kinds of protective measures, it could no longer be described as luxurious. It was simply extravagant. Go, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over. Zhang Zhong was a little worried. He was not afraid that when the children grew up, they would compete with each other for the family property. The two older children did not bother to compete. They had the ability to earn more money, but the four children were not qualified to compete. Whether it was the ability to earn money or the calculation of each other, they were not as good as the older children. He was worried that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would spoil their younger siblings too much. They were only 3 months old, and the amount of money spent on them was more than what most people could earn in their lifetime. When they grew up and learned how to spend money, he would pluck the stars even if he wanted to pluck the stars. No, definitely not. If the four hedonistic sons of rich parents like this, the Zhang Wang clan would be finished. He had to have a good talk with his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan indeed had nothing to do. All kinds of plans had been made, and they were just waiting for things to come slowly. At this time, they were making clothes for their younger siblings. They had cotton and good bamboo paper. At first, the two of them discussed making diapers, but later, they felt that pure cotton diapers were better. Only lazy people would use diapers, not to mention that their skills were not up to par. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao away to study the rubber band. She herself made some sanitary pads for the women in the family. Zhang Xiaobao resisted a little and told Wang Wan that all female products were designed and made by men. In the end, he was still driven out. Without rubber, Zhang Xiaobao used animal tendons to make loose clothes for his younger siblings. Especially after 6 months, when they moved to a new place, they would wear pajamas when the weather was cold. Not only did they have to be comfortable, they also had to draw patterns on them. They also had to design small pockets on the outer clothes to practice the flexibility of their fingers. When the people sent by Zhang Zhong found the two of them, Zhang Xiaobao had already drawn the design of the socks by himself. The design was made with the thinnest animal tendons mixed with cotton thread. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to make the socks elastic. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao arrived in front of the house, each of them was holding a large design blueprint. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, tell mother, how much did this house cost? Zhang Wang clan sat on a chair and hugged her son and daughter-in-law. The two children were more than 8 years old, but they looked like 12 or 13 years old people. No matter who saw them, they would like them. Mother, it didn't cost much. This house is not for playing. If you just want to play, you can just make some toys. It can also be used to help your younger siblings exercise. You can use it to flip, climb, and sit. You can put all kinds of small objects inside and let your younger siblings familiarize themselves with the layout. Mother, don't worry. Cuckoo and I will not spoil our younger siblings. We must let them know what it means to suffer. We must let them know that life is not easy. At the same time, we must cultivate their noble temperament. Xiao Bao understood when he heard his mother's words. He quickly promised. Zhang Wang clan nodded with satisfaction. She kissed her son and daughter-in-law's face. When she saw the things in their arms, she asked curiously, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, what are these? Cuckoo opened the blueprint and explained, nothing, just clothes. They need to be worn to absorb sweat and keep warm. They also need to be comfortable cotton clothes. It takes a little effort to make them. Xiao Bao has a wide rubber band. It doesn't need to be tied or buckled. It can be put on in one set. It's very convenient and you don't have to worry about leaving marks. This is a bellyband and socks. The bellyband is simple, it just needs to be tied. The socks can be worn on the feet to prevent catching a cold. There are also cloth shoes with multi-layer soles. This is a small bell. It's made for the younger siblings. They need to know the difference between men and women since they were young. They need to be able to blow a whistle with different tones to train their lung capacity. This is a special mud with oil added. We need to get someone to look for it carefully. When the younger siblings are a few months older, we'll let them play with the mud. It must not be poisoned. Even if they eat it, they can't let anything happen to them. This is. Jiang Wang clan was silent as she listened. Xiao Bao just said that he wouldn't spoil them. Now, he took out all kinds of things that she had never heard of. If this wasn't spoiling them, then what was? Nonsense. If we let them enjoy from a young age, how will they know the hardships of the common people when they grow up? Zhang Zhong's face darkened. He felt that this was too much. It was fine if his children lived a better life, but if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did what they did, then it wouldn't be as simple as just a little better life. Everything seemed normal, but if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that none of them were simple. Just like what his son and daughter-in-law said, the details determine success or failure. Starting from a small place, the 4 children who didn't know any better were already enjoying things that even the children in the palace couldn't get. How could this be? Zhang Xiaobao refuted his father for the first time. Father, how are you messing around? This is called protection. Everything can make the younger siblings more comfortable. The hardships of the common people don't need to be told, but the younger siblings also have to suffer. When they grow up, we'll bring them to live in a normal family more often. The style of an aristocratic family isn't a car made of gold. That's called a nouveau riche. Nurturing them in detail is a real aristocratic family. When the younger siblings grow up, even if the clothes they wear are a little old and the food they eat is a little simpler, the materials and design of the clothes must not be bad. Father, it's not like you don't know that children die young easily. How can you not be careful? So what if they're the children of the royal family? Don't look at the royal family, they also know how to take care of children. I won't allow my younger siblings to be in danger because of some details that they can't take care of. The way people take care of children nowadays is too backward. Wang Wan also nodded vigorously at the side. It was normal for children to die young nowadays. The family could accept the death of 2 out of 5 children, but it was absolutely unacceptable for her and Zhang Xiaobao. When she and Zhang Xiaobao were still young, the probability of 2 out of 5 children dying was unacceptable, let alone 2 out of 5 children dying. The people here were used to it, but she and Xiaobao couldn't get used to it. If one day, because the 2 of them didn't do their best, 4 children died, the pain was unimaginable. Jiang Wang clan saw that her son and daughter-in-law were serious, and suddenly thought of something else. She said to Zhang Zhong, "Husband, don't worry about it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo naturally have their reasons for doing things. For example, cement and glass." When she spoke, Jiang Wang clan winked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly shivered. He didn't mention whether or not they were used to it. He thought of his son and daughter-in-law's other identity. Little Fairy. Little Fairy insisted on making things for the 4 children. It was very likely that she knew that the 4 children would be in danger. If he stopped her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know about this. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't object, they were relieved and went back to study the diet. The diet was more challenging. They had to ensure that there was enough protein, calcium and iodine, and the ratio of fine grains and coarse food had to be adjusted. Xiao Bao, protein is easy. Lean meat, fish, eggs, and milk are all the children's favorite. You have to put a little less oil. The main thing is vegetables. How can they be willing to eat vegetables? Wang Wan began to worry when she thought of the food. In this era, it was a blessing not to have to worry about eating meat, but it was not good to eat meat all the time. Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this problem. It's easy. Tell them a story. In the story, teach them to eat vegetables. Also, eat pancakes and make soup. If they don't drink soup, they won't be able to eat pancakes. Make salted vegetables. It's still too early. They can't eat them now. In the future, when adults eat, let them watch at the side and get used to eating meat and vegetables. Also, make coarse grains. If we can find corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, we can make snacks for them. Zhang Xiaobao added. That won't do. Fried fries can easily make people sick. When I was young, Grandpa Dean taught me a way to eat it. It is to set up a stove in the house in winter with a chimney. Put a wire mesh on top, make a piece of noodles or cut potato slices, and roast them directly on top. It's delicious. You can eat it when you're hungry. I'll roast 2 balls of noodles for you to try later. I don't want to eat it. You were poor when you were young. Everything is delicious. I'm going to design a set of underwear. Do you think there is a market? Seeing that the food problem was solved, Wang Wan changed the topic and began to look for new ways to make money. Zhang Xiaobao immediately nodded. Yes, there is a market, a high-end market. Look at the things people wear now. No matter how many styles they learn from other places, they can't compare to what we have in our time. First, make the normal ones and give them to others for free. Later, we will make the sexy ones. You men are all bad. You only think about that kind of thing in your head. Wang Wan curled her lips. Aren't we talking about business? Why are we talking about gender discrimination? Men are particular about dying for those who understand them. Women are particular about dressing up for those who love them. Only male peacocks spread their tails, okay? Yes, so they can only be eaten. Since when do male peacocks need to spread their tails? Let's do it and sell it to the brothels first. Zhang Xiaobao found that if he continued to talk about it, he would enter the realm of philosophy. Okay, let's give it to the women in the brothels first. It's very ironic that what women like to wear depends on what men want to see. The matriarchal clan is gone forever. Even if Wang Wan didn't admit it, she already knew that the social status of women had always been dependent on men. Zhang Xiaobao knew more about this. That's because social status depends on productivity. Whoever can obtain more survival resources will have a higher status. I am very disgusted by the situation where men still want to show their male dignity when the women in the family can earn more money. That is to say, the overall productivity of society has increased. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Dignity is not so easy to obtain. Zhang Xiaobao, I couldn't tell that you were really a man. Come, according to your man's taste, which underwear is the best? Let's not talk about the taste first. As Wang Wan spoke, she placed a few blueprints in front of Zhang Xiaobao and asked him to help her choose. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them one by one and pointed at one of them. This one is tightly wrapped and laced. It's the kind that can be hollowed out in the future. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at the underwear, the governor of Qingzhou, Ning Zizhong, started to get busy. To be precise, he was anxious. After he wrote the memorial, he found that the most dilapidated land in Qingzhou didn't have a large amount of baidizi as he expected. The empty land was being plowed over and over again, and a large amount of water was being diverted to wash it. He understood what they were doing. They were washing the soil. They had to wash the alkali soil before they could plant things properly. After the manure and food stocks were buried, he felt that it was too early for him to write the report. If the Zhang family didn't plant white piles of rice, then his report of impeachment would easily get him into trouble. Quickly find someone to chase after the memorial and get it back. Just as Ning Zizhong was worried, he saw the housekeeper rush in. He thought that the housekeeper had also discovered that something was wrong, so he ordered loudly. Get it back? Master, it's too late. Master, put the memorial aside first. Something big has happened. Our business in other places has been suppressed. The cloth sellers can't sell a single bolt of cloth. As long as they sell, they lose money. Other than the passers-by in the restaurants, the locals don't go to the restaurants to eat. As for the shops that sell grain, the people who send grain to us have stopped. The price of grain is exactly the same as our purchase price. Master, quickly think of something. There is still news from further places that haven't come. I think it's the same. The housekeeper held a few pieces of paper in his hand and said anxiously. Chapter 539. Li Sheng was a very ordinary waiter. He had never been to a place more than 100 miles away from his hometown. The furthest he had been to at the age of 17 was Xiangling County, which couldn't be compared to Linfen. Linfen, where he lived, was the capital of Jinzhou. It was prosperous, yes, everyone said so. The surrounding counties were poor, and the people living in the surrounding counties were naturally ignorant. Yes, ignorant. There was actually someone who didn't know that this place belonged to Hedong Road. Even the failed high scholar in Xiangling County was not as knowledgeable as the bookkeeper of Nanfeng Restaurant. What did the bookkeeper know about the sea? He knew that there were huge fish in the sea, but the failed high scholar didn't know. He had been a waiter at Nanfeng Restaurant for 4 years and was busy every day. In the whole of Linfen, only Nanfeng Restaurant could eat all kinds of seafood. They used boats, carriages, and horses to transport them. Baskets of dried goods were soaked in water, and when the time came, they would become delicacies. Usually, when he was busy, he always hoped to be more relaxed. Not only him, but the other waiter was also like this. But now that he was really free, he realized that it was better to be busy. Except for the people who occasionally came to Jin Province, the people who used to eat here didn't come anymore. Not to mention that there was no reward. Yesterday the shopkeeper even said that if this continued, he wouldn't even be able to get his monthly salary. It was all because of the 3 restaurants with the same name, Between the Clouds and the Water, that appeared in the prefecture just now. He didn't know where the 3 restaurants got the seafood from. They were the same price, but it was said that the food was 100 times better than Nanfeng Restaurant. In addition, the waiter was wearing the same clothes, and it was said that all of them were literate. In an instant, the local rich people were attracted to them. Why? 3 restaurants with the same name in the prefecture city. Who came up with this bad idea? Could they still make money? If no customers came, the shopkeeper would probably fire all the waiter next month. He didn't know where to find a job, and he couldn't read. Between the Clouds and the Water was really too free. What was the use of having a waiter who could read? Wasn't he still a waiter? Li Sheng, there are guests. Why aren't you going to greet them? How can you get paid sitting at the door like a fool? Come over quickly. Hearing the shouts in the restaurant, Li Sheng broke free from his thoughts and hurriedly ran in. He casually put the cloth used to wipe the table on his shoulder and, just like before, put on a flattering smile. What would you like to eat? Li Sheng habitually wiped the table with a rag while glancing at the 4 guests. He knew they were from outside at first glance. Among the 4 people, 1 was old and the other 3 were young. The old man Weiwei closed his eyes and didn't say anything. The young man sitting next to him looked at the waiter and then at the rag. He frowned. How long has it been since you washed this rag? Also, the table beside it has been eaten by insects. It's not like this is a roadside wine shop. You're right, sir. I'll change to another one. The four of you, please sit at the table on the side. That one hasn't been eaten by insects. Li Sheng cursed in his heart. Which restaurant was not like this? However, he did not dare to say it out loud. He maintained the same smile as before to cater to those who found fault with him. After the four changed seats, Li Sheng took a new rag. The color was better than the previous one. He also wiped the table and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "We have no need for bowls of chicken and bamboo shoot soup and 2 light side dishes." The one who spoke just now did not wait for Li Sheng to introduce the dishes and directly ordered one. Li Sheng looked embarrassed. His smile was not as natural as before. He replied, "Sir, this is the South Wind restaurant. We specialize in seafood and nothing else. Would you like to change?" "Oh, then 4 bowls of shark's fin bird's nest soup and a plate of stir-fried fresh sea snails." This person was easy to talk to. He ordered whatever the restaurant served. Fresh sea snails? How about stir-fried sea snails?" Li Sheng's smile disappeared. He thought these 4 people were here to make trouble. Otherwise, who could order fresh sea snails and bring them here from afar? What? You can't do it? Well, sir, the price of fresh sea snails is a bit high. Are you? With a clatter, 4 strings of copper coins were taken out by another person and directly thrown on the table. Li Sheng was shocked. He didn't know why this person had more than 20 caddies of copper coins on him. He gritted his teeth and said honestly, "Sir, you are making things difficult for this little one. Who can transport a live conch to this place? We don't have any in this restaurant." "Then why are you talking about seafood? We came from the capital and ate live sea snails every day at Savant's restaurant. You don't have any here. No wonder you can't operate. Forget it. Just serve whatever soup you have. Any light side dish will be fine." This person looked at the old man when he spoke. The old man narrowed his eyes. Weiwei nodded and settled down. Li Sheng was relieved and quickly went to arrange. After the soup was served, he stood aside and waited. Seeing the 4 people eating, he wanted to ask several times but held back. The person who spoke just now drank half a bowl of soup. He estimated the old man's eating speed and slightly stopped to eat at the same time as the old man. Otherwise, it would be rude to eat first and let the old man eat first. He met the eyes of the waiter and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing, nothing. I just want to ask, which savant's restaurant in the capital can really eat live sea snails?" Li Sheng looked at the old man from time to time. He knew that among the 4 people, as long as the old man was satisfied, there was no need to worry. The person who stopped temporarily nodded and said, "Of course. Savant's restaurant belongs to Between the Clouds and the Water. Do you still need to say what Between the Clouds and the Water is capable of?" "Between the Clouds and the Water? Between the Clouds and the Water again?" Li Sheng now hated and yearned for the name Between the Clouds and the Water. "Yes. You also know about Between the Clouds and the Water here?" "Yes, Between the Clouds and the Water opened 3 stores at the same time. They also specialize in selling seafood. Nanfeng Restaurant's business is getting worse and worse," Li Sheng replied bitterly. "Oh? Between the Clouds and the Water here? If I had known, I would have gone to Between the Clouds and the Water. Although it's a little expensive, it's comfortable to eat. The cloth there is all white, and you can change it if you wipe it a little. Nanfeng Restaurant also sells seafood?" I wonder if the owner's surname is Ning? This person's interest was piqued. The old man also stopped his already slow movements and opened his eyes slightly. Li Sheng's eyes widened even more. With a face full of doubt, he asked, "How did you know?" "The owner's surname is Ning." "That's right. Isn't the price of Between the Clouds and the Water here the same as Nanfeng restaurants? I'm going to eat at Between the Clouds and the Water later." After this person finished speaking, he saw that the waiter was still puzzled. Perhaps it was because he could eat cheap food at Between the Clouds and the Water, so he kindly explained, "The owner of this restaurant has offended someone." Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to provoke the Zhang family of Sanshui County. His methods were so despicable that he even beat up one of their farmers. Between the Clouds and the Water's revenge is coming, right? Listen to me and leave Nanfeng restaurant quickly. Nanfeng restaurant will be closed soon. What? One farmer was beaten up, and Nanfeng restaurant attracted 3 seafood restaurants Between the Clouds and the Water? Is the life of a farmer so valuable? Li Sheng felt that this fact was more interesting than a live conch. Was the Zhang family's farmer made of jade? Not even for a moment. As if knowing what he was thinking, the person continued, "The situation here is complicated and simple at the same time. The head of the Zhang family is an official in the south, next to the head of the Ning family, and there are some conflicts between them. The Ning family couldn't deal with the head of the Zhang family, so they set their sights on the Zhang family's farmer. Less than 10 days after the fight, the Zhang family acted like a storm. Do you know why? The Zhang family is telling other people that if they have the ability to cause trouble, they should directly deal with the head of the Zhang family. Don't talk about the servants of the Zhang family. There is no difference between dealing with the Zhang family servants and dealing with the head of the Zhang family. The revenge will be the same. The Ning family is finished, and no one will speak up for the Ning family. The other merchants are only chosen because they have connections with the Zhang family. The people of the imperial court don't just look at who is rich, they look at who is more capable. When it comes to the ability of the Zhang family's master to govern, even 100 Ning Zhongzi can't compare to him. Listen to me and quickly change. Change to the water cloud room. So that's it? But will Between the Clouds and the Water want me? Li Sheng understood now. He couldn't change anything. When adults were fighting, it was better for children to stay away. Yes. You don't know how the Zhang family does things. No matter what kind of business they do, they will always look for the local people. They never directly bully a shop. They always work together first, unless the shop offends them. Even if it offends them, they are not afraid. If the shop is gone, the local workers will be taken over by the Zhang family. It is because of this that the imperial court doesn't care. The Zhang family doesn't only have a restaurant, but also a variety of other shops. When they open a shop, they will recruit local workers, even farmers. Wherever the Zhang family's shop is, the lives of the people will be better. Go. Say that you are a worker of Nanfeng restaurant, and they will help you arrange it. If you do well, they might even let you take charge of the business and send you overseas to be a manager. As the man spoke, he picked up a piece of fried shrimps and put it on the old man's plate. He lowered his head and ate. Li Sheng didn't expect this result. After feeling happy, he suddenly reacted. "Sir, how do you know so clearly?" The man just smiled and didn't say anything. The workers working for the Ning family didn't have to worry, but the head of the Ning family in Qinzhou was worried. As long as the family's business wasn't in Qinzhou, all of them were attacked. Even if the news hadn't been sent back from further away, Ning Zhongzi didn't have the slightest bit of hope. Especially the shops near the capital. That was the foundation of the Zhang family. If other places were being attacked, then the shops around the capital wouldn't escape. It's over. It's completely over. I don't even know if I can keep my official position. My status in the family is gone. After Ning Zhongzi received the news, he immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. He looked at the housekeeper standing there respectfully. This time, he really couldn't push the blame to the housekeeper. In the past, the family clearly knew what was going on and tacitly agreed. Now that all the shops in the family were being attacked, the family wouldn't be satisfied with just the housekeeper. What should I do? What should I do? Ning Zhongzi sat there, paralyzed, and kept muttering the same words. The housekeeper sighed. He didn't expect the Zhang family to react so fiercely. They were willing to lose money to destroy the Ning family's business. Originally, he wanted to use this method to force the Zhang family to compromise. In the end, the Zhang family didn't have the heart to do so. The old master couldn't be defeated. If the old master was defeated, he would be finished as well. Master, why don't I go to the head of the family and tell them it was my idea? Master, you can write a memorial and say good things about Zhang Zhong. Also, you can ask the imperial court to allow you to learn from Lu Zhou and compromise with Zhang Zhong. Lu Zhou's construction is almost done. It's time for Zhang Zhong to leave. After he leaves, won't the old master have the final say? It's useless. Zhang Zhong has already made his move. In order to suppress us, the Zhang family lost so much money. How can they agree to let go? If it were you, would you do it? If it were before, it would be fine. Besides, I've already sent the memorial. Zhang Zhong is waiting for an opportunity. Finally, it's in his hands. I don't understand. Zhang Zhong is taking care of the lives of the local people, collecting local specialties for his family, opening a few new businesses, and Lu Zhou's construction. How can he find the time to deal with me? I used one plan after another, but Zhang Zhong didn't worry at all. He solved it easily. I don't think he's going against me. It's as if he's playing with me. Let's go all out. I'll lead the army and say there's a fugitive. Let's see if Zhang Zhong is still in the mood to play with me. Zhang Zhongzi steeled his heart and wanted to take the risk. Master, you can't do that. You can't lead the army. You'll fall into Zhang Zhong's trap. Even if he's afraid, the imperial court won't allow it. Master, think twice. Master, why don't you spend more money and send it to the people in the imperial court so that they can get rid of Zhang Zhong as soon as possible? The housekeeper advised as he gave the idea. Chapter 540. Ning Zhongzi finally adopted a method that the steward didn't think was a good idea. He ordered his people to stop trading outside. As for how much they would lose in the end, he didn't know now. In short, they would lose money as long as they stayed outside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't treat the Ning family as an opponent from the beginning. This kind of family was already old. The change of dynasty had changed many aristocratic families. If it was a third-ranked official from the imperial court, perhaps he would be interested in a fight. Those people were all shrewd, just like old man Bai. If he himself did not want to fall into the trap, it would be useless no matter how one tried to trick him. He could endure it, and he could endure it forever. Enduring for 8 to 10 years was not considered long. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a lot of things for their younger brothers and sisters. Basically, they could use them until they were 4 years old. After that, what they would continue to make would depend on the hobbies of the 4 little guys. Hobbies didn't appear out of thin air. They had to let the children see all kinds of strange things so that they could choose one. If they were forced to cultivate them, it was simple. When they played from a young age, they would only be exposed to one kind of thing. There was a high probability that the child would choose that as the most interesting thing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had put down the work of making things, received news that the fleet had returned. 6 ships had returned, and the rest were still on the island. The people they sent out came back very easily. It seemed that the harvest was good, and there weren't any casualties. The steward who followed the Zhang family was called Zhang Xingjia. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he put the package on his back on the table. Just as he was about to speak, Li Sun, who had received the news, rushed in hurriedly and asked as soon as he saw him. "How was it? How many people did you kill? Did you raise the prestige of the Tang Empire? How are the casualties?" Zhang Xingjia was stunned by Li Sun's series of questions until Li Sun ran over and drank the water in the teacup. Then he said, "Young master, young lady, young master Li, we didn't kill a single person. The people who went last time didn't even see the people they met last time. Maybe they were hiding somewhere and ran away when they saw that there were so many of us. The rest of the locals were very peaceful. They were also very happy when they exchanged things with us. A fishing net made of cotton thread with a radius of 1 zhang could be exchanged for 5 stones of such ore that they found. That's it." As Zhang Xingjia spoke, he took out a piece of ore from his bag. After thinking for a while, he took out another one. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun stared at each other. They didn't know what kind of ore these 2 stones belonged to. "This is..." Li Sun took the ore and weighed it a few times before asking in a long voice, "This is gold ore, and the other is copper ore." Seeing that they took it out so easily, it's obvious that there are more ores on the island, and they are easy to mine. I don't know how much they can refine. A fishing net can be exchanged for so much. Zhang Xingjia explained. He also asked someone after getting off the boat. Li Sun wasn't afraid of being poisoned. He kissed the gold ore with his mouth and said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, we're rich. We're rich. A fishing net made of cotton and twine can be exchanged for so much. Look at the weight. Normal stones can't be so heavy." Zhang Xiaobao really didn't care about the gold ore. It was useless now and was usually used to make jewelry. The copper ore was good. As long as there were enough of it, they didn't have to worry about the 5 punishments. They could replace the coins that messed up the economy and ensure the purchasing power of the copper coins. No one would destroy the copper coins and cast copper wares. This was not what he cared about the most. It didn't matter whether they had money or not. The most important thing was food. The Kaiyuan era wasn't really prosperous yet. Before the new seeds of food were cultivated and planted in large quantities, getting food from other places was the best way to solve the problem of people's livelihood. Otherwise, they would be poor if they had money but didn't have food. He didn't know if the high-yield food he grew in Sanshui County would be lower or higher after the seeds were made. He thought that the people of the imperial government's agriculture temple had already paid attention to it. He hoped that they could find more ways to increase the production. Zhang Xingjia seemed to know what the young master and the young lady were most concerned about. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't attach much importance to the ores, he immediately said, "Young master, young lady, there is a lot of food on the island. They also know how to farm. They don't all stay in the mountains. There are a lot of flat land. They don't know how to farm, so they directly plant. But I don't know why, the rice yield in the fields they plant is not less than the rice yield in the seeds sold by the Zhang family. That place is hot. Look, I'm tanned. It's estimated that they can plant it 3 times a year. The taste may not be the same, but it's edible. On the boat back, there are 2 boats. Young master and young lady, you can go and have a look later." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were satisfied. Even if it's bad, it's fine if people don't like to eat it. It can be used to feed pigs, cows, and sheep, especially pigs. It's very good. With more oil, it's not so expensive for people to eat food. Next time we go there, we can find grass and trees that we haven't seen before and bring them back to have a look. Maybe we can find good herbs or good wood. At this time, Wang Wan leisurely picked up another piece of copper ore and weighed it in her hand. It would be better if there was good grass that grew quickly and could be used to feed cows and sheep. She didn't mean to bring the grass back, but to bring the cows and sheep there to raise. When the time came, they would kill the cows and sheep and bring back the meat and skin. If they really found good grass and there was no place to plant it here, they would really bring back ships and specially cultivate cows. They would either directly feed the children or make milk slices and dry them to make milk powder that didn't taste good and be transported further away. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about another thing. Seeing that Wang Wan and Li Sun were both thinking about different things, he asked, "Have you found a suitable place to build the dock? Can the local people communicate well?" Replying to little young master, "The dock is simple. I see that the surrounding coast can be built. Does little young master want to hire the locals there to help?" Zhang Xingjia understood immediately. Seeing that little young master nodded, he said, "But it's not very convenient to communicate with the locals. They can't understand what we're saying, and we can't understand what they're saying. When we exchange things, we use gestures. We first put the fishing net on the ground and make space for them to come over and see. Then they happily let people take the ore. Little young master, I think it's fine to let them take the shell fragrance, hawksbill turtles, and corals in the sea. There's no need to give them better things." "Oh, right. Think of a way to let them learn the local language. Cotton is still valuable now. If we can't give them that, what will we use to pay them back? How about pottery? You brought a lot of it. Did you exchange it for good things?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes lit up. The people on the island were poor. If you gave them something, they would feel that it was good. They couldn't distinguish the value at all. This was a good opportunity to bully them. In fact, it wasn't bullying. When Zhang Xingjia heard that it was pottery, he immediately replied, "Little young master, you don't know. Pottery is good. We didn't exchange many, only 10. In the end, we got 2 ships of rice. 5 is 1 ship. We're rich. The ships will stop there. The pottery won't be gone in a short time." "Good, your work is really reassuring. With the pottery, they can cook food. Does that mean we need to put oil in it? Next time, bring some soybean oil. You guys can do a demonstration for them to see and taste. After that, change the oil. You can't give them too much pottery." Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied. It wasn't because of how many things they exchanged, but because the people who went knew how to control it. But when he thought about the exchange, Zhang Xiaobao began to worry. If the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road saw this situation, would they disrupt the market? The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. In order to get more gold and copper, they would most likely not care about the commercial value of the goods and casually exchange them with others. No, definitely not allow merchants to bring any non-consumable goods over. Bring some spices. It smells good and can be used to make delicious food. Especially MSG. We can sell it to the merchants first and let them exchange it. Zhang Xiaobao, who originally wanted to let the merchants do their own thing, changed his mind. He didn't want to follow the original plan. There must be restrictions. Spices were good things. In the past, some Europeans even put spices on their bodies to show their identity. It could be seen how precious spices were. Wang Wan put down the oars and pondered for a while. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and left. "Let's go find Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai and ask them for help. Just like you said, non-consumable goods can't appear on the island in large quantities. I think they will use pottery very carefully. It's too difficult to break one. They won't need it when they have more." Zhang Xiaobao turned back and took the 2 oars in his hands. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai had nothing to do. They were playing billiards with a group of old men. 10 people surrounded a case and were divided into 2 groups. They didn't feel that the waiting time was long. It was hard to understand why they were so excited. Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Bai, are you guys playing? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and greeted them. When Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai saw that Xiaobao and Cuckoo came over, they knew that the two of them had something to discuss. They gave the opportunity to others and led Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to a secluded place to rest. Old Man Zhang picked up a small abalone that was specially used as a snack from the small table and threw it into his mouth. He gently chewed it twice and asked, "Xiaobao, is there something difficult to do?" "Well, this abalone is not bad." Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. "Of course it's not bad. Except for the nursing home, no other place can enjoy such treatment." He put down the 2 oars in his hands and said, "There should be a lot of gold and copper ores there. There are a few things that can be exchanged. Pottery and porcelain are also fine. A net made of cotton thread. Also, I thought of spices and soybean oil. Grandpa Zhang, which one do you think is suitable for exchange? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's spices and soybean oil. Anything that can be grown will disappear as soon as it's eaten. How long will it take to refine pottery and porcelain?" "Oh. I understand. Are you afraid that someone will bring a lot of pottery and porcelain? It seems that we have to ask the imperial court for an order. I will write a letter right away." Chapter 541. Old Man Pai hastily wrote a few letters and sent them out. Only then did he feel relieved. He asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell his family to settle the matter first. There was no need to wait for the imperial court's decree. Just as he was thinking about this, the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road arrived. They could not have been waiting at the seaside not far from Luzhou. It was also impossible for them to send someone to wait here and deliver the news. Unless they could fly, it was impossible for them to arrive so quickly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately rushed home and asked Zhang Zhong to inform the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road about this matter. Initially, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were slightly worried that the merchants would not agree. They were afraid that they would pretend to agree while secretly doing the trade. In the end, before Zhang Zhong could finish his words, the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road understood what he meant. They all promised that they would not trade any non-consumable items. They seemed very united. Fortunately, they even wrote a written agreement. Now, we don't have to worry about them breaking the rules. Wang Wan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard about this. That's right. The status of merchants nowadays is low. Moreover, this is a big deal. It's not like the merchants in the economic wave who would tear each other apart. In that case, we'll give them a cheaper price for the soybean oil in the future. We won't charge them too much. I wonder if they'll build a refinery for gold and copper on the island. How do you think they purify the gold? They can't just throw the ores into the furnace and burn them, right? At the very least, they'll have to add other chemical materials. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road. Suddenly, he thought about the refining process. Who knows? We'll find out if we ask. It shouldn't be difficult. It's the same for the refining of the silver as well. Xiaobao, is there any news from the Ning family? Wang Wan was not very concerned about the problem of refining. She and Zhang Xiaobao did not need it for the time being. The two of them were not prepared to put their hands on the minerals, even if the minerals were very valuable. Zhang Xiaobao originally didn't want to mention the Ning family, but after hearing Wang Wan mention it, he pondered for a while. That depends on what the imperial court thinks. Ning Zhongze was falsely accused, and the things he did in the past year were a little too much. But I don't think Li Longji would kill him in one go. Zhang Xiaobao felt that if he was in Ning Zhongza's shoes, he wouldn't kill Ning Zhongza either. This had nothing to do with whether he had committed a crime or not. The main thing was that Qinzhou was part of the Lingnan circuit. The Ning family already had a strong foundation in this area. Making a move here wouldn't do the imperial court any good. Moreover, the main focus of the imperial court was not on Qin province, but on Luzhou. After some competition, they would know who would become an official in Luzhou. The only thing they could be sure of was that Chao Herue and the other two would not be able to run away. It was not that they did not want to cooperate with their father, but they were now occupying a position that they should not occupy. The magistrate position was also a very important position. Then, should we let them go? After all, their businesses have all been retracted. It can be said that their vitality has been greatly damaged. It would take at least 8 to 10 years for them to regain their original scale. Wang Wan was a little dispirited. After all they gained was a reputation that would make people think twice about messing with the Zhang family in the future. Moreover, they had lost money. They had killed 1,000 enemies, but they had lost 800 of their own. They did not gain any economic advantage. Zhang Xiaobao clearly did not want to let the Ning family off so easily. He tapped his face lightly with his hand. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she perked up. She was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to come up with an idea. It's not good to always sell high-end goods, especially furniture. Let's sell some low-end ones. Even the slightly wealthy people have to enjoy it. Let's get someone to make some simple furniture that is the same as the high-end ones. We'll ship them to the south of the Yangtze River and sell them there. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao only said one sentence and did not explain further. However, Wang Wan knew that it must have something to do with the Ning family. She just did not know how to use it. Xiaobao, it's up to you to decide. Let's go and see the little ones. It's time to send them to the house to play. Wang Wan was worried about her younger siblings. 2 days later, the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road set off. They were very obedient. The total number of ships was recorded in the records. There was nothing like what they had imagined. Perhaps the merchants now knew their identity and status and would not go against the government. The ships were loaded with soybean oil and spices. They were prepared to trade for ores. If the ores were suitable for refining, they would bring the craftsmen to the island to obtain the materials directly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied with this. After all, they had to pollute the environment. It was better to pollute other places than to pollute their own place. After sending them off, the merchants who had joined the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce from other places came to the Chamber of Commerce to discuss matters. They seemed very nervous. After asking around, they found out that the merchants and civilians of the other provinces in Lianzhou had been tricked. It seems like the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce are getting smarter. They won't let others keep fish. Can they make a move? Write their identities and send it to the court. We'll see how the court will protect the Ning family. Wang Wan knew what was going on after she heard the report from the people in the Chamber of Commerce. The people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce could not deceive Luzhou. Unwilling to give up, they tried to deceive others. In the end, they succeeded in deceiving several places. Wang Wan felt that this was an opportunity to make the Ning family unable to make a comeback. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, had his own concerns. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "No, who's going to write the memorial? Neither my father nor grandfather Bai can do it. The court isn't a fool. It's not good for them to stretch their hands too far. How about this? Have someone spread the news quietly. I don't want the Ning family to be caught and executed, but I'll make it difficult for them to do anything. They're not afraid of offending people, right? Let's just let them offend one person. They've already offended the surrounding provinces. Does the Ning family still want to do business elsewhere? There's no need to rush. Even if the court doesn't touch them this time, when Lu Zhou's new officials arrive and settle down, the Ning family will be finished. Zhang Xiaobao was a man of action. The news spread quickly. Naturally, the Ning family would not admit to it. They anxiously called the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce back. They actually had 20,000 strings of cash. When the Ning family received the 20,000 strings of cash, they had completely offended the other party. Zhang Xiaobao hastily sent a message to the surrounding provinces through the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce. He told them to plant soybeans in the bad land first. After 2 years, they would immediately plant cotton. Even if the land was saline alkali soil, it would not be a problem. Moreover, soybeans could also be sold to the merchants in Jiangnan. He also told the other provinces about the method of combining raising pigs, ducks, fish, and vegetables. Fish was not valuable, especially the people who lived near the sea. If they wanted to eat fish, they could just catch it themselves. However, pork and ducks were valuable. Even the extra vegetables were also valuable. The Luzhou Chamber of Commerce collected vegetables. The fresh ones could be transported, dried, or shaded. Each had its uses. This was especially true for people who went out to sea. They could bring more dried vegetables. When the time came, they would grow after soaking them in water. Although some of the nutrients would be lost during the drying process, most of the nutrients would be retained. This was the method Zhang Xiaobao had always used. They worked together to get what they needed. After knowing about the combination of poultry, livestock, fish, and vegetables, one would not find it difficult. Even if there were some details in the process that needed to be adjusted, it was just there. One could understand the general idea after looking at it. However, the surrounding provinces were very grateful to the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce. Many things were not difficult after knowing about it, but when they did not know about it, they would not have thought of it. Although the people in the places where the Zhang family went had a good life, the ordinary people in other places did not have much meat, especially pork. Apart from disliking the dirty habits of pigs, there was also another reason. Pigs also had to be fed with food. After all, there was not much pigweed. Even if there was, they could not always feed it to the pigweed. Zhang Xiaobao decided to do good deeds to the end. In places where there was a shallow bay, he even had people use nets to plan the area. He caught sea chickens, which were also known as sandworms, and raised them. He made a small amount of seawater oxidize to provide enough food for the sandworms. The locals did not like to eat sandworms. Like worms, they were usually sold as cheap medicinal herbs. However, Zhang Xiaobao needed them. Using sandworms to decoct monosodium glutamate was the same as using kelp. The effect was better than using kelp. He had always had the recipe in his hands. When the time came, he would buy it at a higher price. This was the last thing Zhang Xiaobao could do for the locals. It was already October. If it was in the north, some places would even have light snow. It was not very cold here, so it was fine to put on an extra layer of clothing. The imperial court's commendation came first, praising Zhang Zhonghao. The better the praises, the closer Zhang Xiaobao would be to his departure. Perhaps the official who would take over his position was already on the way. The Ning family received the imperial court's decree as well. Apart from being severely reprimanded, they were also fined 2 years of their salary. The fine was not much, and the Ning family did not care. Compared to the money they lost when the Zhang family attacked them, the fine was just a drop in the bucket. The imperial court was expressing their dissatisfaction with Ning Zhongzi. They wanted Ning Zhongzi to pay the same rent as the previous years. In other words, the Ning family would have to pay for the rent that was not enough. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did everything they should do. They spent more energy on their younger siblings. Although the change in the weather was not that big, the two of them were still a little worried. The four little ones were not like the two of them. When they came, they were already 10 months old. Moreover, they knew what was wrong with them and could find a way to adjust. The children could not even speak now. They ate and slept. Occasionally, they would laugh and cry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very envious. This was what childhood should be like. After throwing the four little guys into the house, they started to play there. They could often see one of the little guys running from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor in one breath. Then, they would look outside through the glass and laugh foolishly. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's biggest hobby was to send the four babies into the house and then observe them from outside. Needless to say, the little guys liked all the places designed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very much, especially the youngest sister. The place she liked to go the most was the platform that could swing back and forth. Her little butt would twist and turn, and she even knew how to use force to make the platform swing more. Go and experience it. We're leaving soon by boat. Don't get seasick. Wang Wan tapped on the glass with her hand. The four little guys heard the news. Soon, they found the place. One of them even climbed from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Through the glass, he opened his eyes wide and looked out curiously. From time to time, he would pat the glass with his little hand. Saliva kept dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother accompanied them outside. Now, the four little guys had to stay in the house for 8 hours every day. They liked it here. Compared to the warmth in the south, most of the leaves in the capital had fallen. The cold wind blew from time to time. Even if they wore 2 layers of clothes, they would still shiver from the cold. The poor were used to the changes in weather. The rich had a better life. They could change clothes back and forth. Even if it snowed heavily, they didn't have to worry about the cold. Some were in a good mood and could even walk around. The Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, belonged to the rich. There were still 2 months until the end of the year. At this time, there was not much work, so he was relatively idle. He took Lv Yenzhua and wandered on the water with a boat. It was the river that led to Shao Luoshui. At this time, the river was not frozen yet. They had to wait until other places were frozen before they could stop the boat. The main reason was that when winter came, they would collect tolls from the merchants who passed by. This money was not collected casually. After it was collected, it was used to hire the surrounding people to help remove the frozen ice from the river. When the weather was cold again, it was time to harvest ice. In the summer, they could sell it to the cold storage on both sides of the river and make a lot of money. Lord Lu, when Zhang Zhong comes back, where is he going to be arranged? Lv Yenzhua rubbed his face that was a little numb from the wind and asked Lu Jiro. He still didn't understand how Zhang Zhong had such great ability. He should have been sent away. In the end, after the disaster, not only did he not rush back like the officials who had been sent away, he even used more than a year to govern the place. He had to admit that the Zhang family's ability was not small. However, he still remembered Zhang Zhong's attitude towards him and wanted to do something bad. How could Lu Jiro not know what he was thinking? If it were someone else, they might have been schemed against. Unfortunately, he met Zhang Zhong. The Zhang family had a master. It hasn't been decided yet. I don't think it will be decided before the new year. Zhang Zhong has to come back for the new year. He snatched many people from Lu Zhou. Will the imperial court pretend that they didn't see it? They must be rewarded. The Zhang family doesn't lack money, so give them official positions. They can't give them actual positions, but they can still give them some empty positions. This time, when Zhang Zhong comes back, don't have any bad ideas. Otherwise, he will use this as an excuse to resign. In order to appease his anger, you will be the unlucky one in the end. I know you are not convinced, but he is powerful. If you go to Luzhou, can you build Luzhou into such a state? Those who plow have their own fields, those who live have their own houses, the old have their own care, the young have their own education, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing. This may not be a big deal. The Zhang family is rich, so they can pay for it first, and they can't get it back now. The most surprising thing is that not only did the Zhang family not lose money, but they also made a lot of money. Especially when they found a piece of Tang's land. Do you know? It's Tang's land. If it weren't for his young age, he would have been summoned back to the capital by the emperor and be an official with a similar position as me. Lu Jiro was quite satisfied with her current subordinates. Apart from being narrow-minded, they were not bad. She didn't want to provoke the Zhang family and deal with them. After all, the Ning family was an example. LV Yenzhua was indeed unwilling, but he couldn't help but admire the Zhang family. They actually made a lot of achievements in a place like Lingnan. He heard that the place was very well built. There were many roads, countless fertile fields, and prosperous businesses. How did they do it? At this time, when he saw that his superior had spoken, he could only hide the calculations in his heart. He was going to wait for Zhang Zhong to come back and think of something. In fact, he really wanted to find trouble with Zhang Zhong, and there were many reasons. For example, Zhang Zhong secretly formed an army, and Zhang Zhong killed people when he went to the place. If it were any other official, it would not be a small matter. However, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be said. After all, Zhang Zhong didn't have any intention of rebelling, and he kept giving away the benefits. Just like now, other officials were unwilling to leave the place that had been built, but Zhang Zhong had already written his thoughts in the memorial. He meant that the imperial court could arrange for whoever to go there. When he thought of this, LV Yenzhua was worried. Zhang Zhong's concession would definitely cause the imperial court to compensate Zhang Zhong further. Lord Lu, why don't we fight for the benefits from Luzhou? Even if we can't arrange for someone to be the provincial governor, it should be easy to choose 2 judges, right? LV Yenzhua thought of the competition in the imperial court again. He had already sent people out, but unfortunately, those people had nothing to do with the power of the Ministry of Works. He still had some words that he didn't say. As long as they fought for the position, they could embezzle some money from the rich Luzhou. They could either use it in the Ministry of Works or take it back home. Lu Jiro suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Do you think the new officials can get money? Let me tell you this, the reason Zhang Zhong agreed to leave so quickly is because the Zhang family has controlled the local money. If the new officials are sensible, they can continue to work according to Zhang Zhong's original plan. When they leave office, they will have a lot of benefits. If they insist on going there for money, the consequences are not only a matter of whether they can get money, but they may not even be able to keep their official position. That's why I don't want to fight for it. How can the Zhang family give away the money? The chambers of commerce there are working together, and outsiders can't interfere at all. If the new officials want to directly make a move, they can forget about paying the rent next year. Before Zhang Zhong comes back, he should report the rent for the second half of this year. According to the situation there, next year should be better than this year. However, if the officials reach out, I don't think they can even collect 30% of the rent for the second half of this year. Using the army to pressure them? The army is the local people's family. How can they make a move on their own family? Deceive them? I haven't heard of anyone who can deceive the Zhang family's business. Let's wait and see what kind of officials they choose this time. If they don't do well, even the people they choose will be implicated. LV Yenzhua fell silent. Even if he was unwilling to admit the Zhang family's ability to make money, he had to accept the fact. As long as it was the Zhang family's business, it was impossible to casually overthrow it. The business of the Zhang family was connected, and they even invited other businessmen to join in. It was really a case of pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. At least, he didn't have the ability to understand the Zhang family's business, let alone where to start. However, LV Yenzhua still wanted to find some psychological stability, so he said, if they really dare to deal with the new officials, how can the imperial court not know? How can the emperor not know? Yes, they all know. The emperor also knows, but so what? Sanshui County listens to the Zhang family and has always stopped. How much rent do we pay every year? Yaozhou doesn't completely listen to the Zhang family, but they won't interfere with the Zhang family's business. How much rent do we pay every year? What does this mean? It means that as long as we follow the line drawn by the Zhang family, we can't reduce the rent. Once the rent is reduced, it means that the official didn't do it. It's fine if you don't do it, but you have to have the ability to do better. If you don't have the ability and don't learn to do it, then the first person the emperor is dissatisfied with is not Zhang Zhong, but the official sent. Lu Jiro's analysis was very thorough. The Zhang family didn't have the intention to rebel. They arranged it casually, but no matter where they were, it was reassuring. They could make money, spend money, and most importantly, make the local economy prosperous. Not to mention the new officials who rushed to go, even if he had a conflict with the Zhang family, the emperor wouldn't help him. This time, LV Yenzhua had nothing to say. He also had to agree with this statement. It was true. The Zhang family did things too safely. If it was only safe, it would be suspicious. However, the Zhang family always made a little mistake, which could be used against them. It was very easy for the emperor to use such people. He could make the Zhang family use their skills without worrying about them being difficult to control. This was the most amazing thing. Moreover, the Zhang family had another ability. They could solve the problems they caused. For example, when they suppressed other people's shops, the Zhang family suppressed many shops at the same time. Normally, there would be a lot of people who couldn't find a job to do. However, every time the Zhang family suppressed others, they would take over the original workers. They could also find more jobs to let the local people work. In this way, the imperial court didn't have to worry about the people not being able to survive because of the Zhang family's actions. Thinking of this, LV Yenzhua finally gave up the idea of dealing with Zhang Zhong for the time being. He said, Darren is right. I should learn more, especially the way the Zhang family does business in various places. The most important thing is the method of raising pigs, ducks, and fish together. Lu Jiro understood very well that it wasn't that LV Yenzhua didn't want to deal with Zhang Zhong, but the gap between them was too big. There was no way to deal with him. This was also good. The process was not important. What was important was the final result. This time, when you wait for the Zhang family to come back, you have to take a good look and see what the Zhang family can do. His family is not simple. It would be best if he could follow behind them personally. The former Minister of Revenue had always been behind them. If he didn't have some ability, how could he let Baigo do that? Even without Lu Jiro's reminder, LV Yenzhua already wanted to do this. He really wanted to see how big a storm Zhang Zhong could make after he came back. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was also idle. He had learned a lot about officialdom, but after all, he had only been in contact with it for a short time. He didn't know what his son had done here. He had already helped him pave the road behind. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree to him directly returning to the capital to be an official. It was not so easy to be an official. Many times, it was not enough to bring benefits to the local people with a plan. It was enough to exchange benefits with others. In the Tang Dynasty where power was strong, one had to figure out the thoughts of the emperor. Only in this way could one be an official for a long time. Otherwise, it was just a prime minister who could get you at any time. Even if you didn't have any problems, any reason would be enough. Even if you didn't need a reason, you would have to come down. This was not an election, let alone any democracy. Let's see more. It won't be easy to see in the future. I don't know where I will be an official next time. If it's far away, it will take half a year to go and come back. Maybe I won't be able to come back a second time in my life. Zhang Zhong rode alone on the street, muttering to himself. Occasionally, he would meet people and greet them. At this time, Zhang Zhong had the leisure to look at the place he had built. It was beautiful, really beautiful. It was not worse than the capital, especially the use of a lot of cement. Perhaps it was just that there were not so many houses next to each other. If he really counted, it was more magnificent than Chang'an. It's a pity that the tree doesn't grow up. I don't know if the new official can do what he wants. If he has to change the method to deny others, there will be another struggle. Zhang Zhong knew his son's plan and knew how big of a change it would bring to this place. However, he was very worried that the new official would deliberately oppose it to show his ability. In that case, his son and daughter-in-law would be busy again. They would have to use the means of the Chamber of Commerce to force the new official to leave. He was not worried that his son and daughter-in-law could not win against the new official. However, in that case, his son and daughter-in-law would have to put in more effort. It was not easy for them to have a stable life, but they still had to think about Lu Zhou. It was too tiring to live like this. Zhang Zhong did not walk fast along the way. From time to time, he would stop to talk. There were not many people around. As he walked, he let the horse follow the road on its own. After a few turns, he arrived at the seaside. When he looked at the sky, he realized that 4 hours had passed. It seemed like only a short while had passed. Looking at the blue sea and the nearest lighthouse, Zhang Zhong puffed out his chest. He suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. Just as his son had said, no one would dare to have any ideas about Tang in the future, especially in the sea. Fortunately, the lighthouse was almost done. It would be completed before he left. In the future, even if the land could not accommodate them, he could still find a way to make money in the sea. The pigeon has flown over. I reckon the new official will arrive in a few days. He's working hard all the way back. He might be able to return to Sanshui County before the new year. Unfortunately, I don't know where the next place will be. I hope it won't delay the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao took the letter tied to the pigeon's leg and read it. It was a message from the capital. He was looking forward to going home, but he was also a little gloomy. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to encounter this kind of uncontrollable situation. However, he did not have any good ideas. Perhaps the emperor had not thought of a good idea as well. Wang Wan took the letter and read it. She said, "Will your father be sent to Sichuan? That road is not easy to travel. Moreover, Sichuan is also humid. It's different from the humidity at the seaside. There's no real chili now. We can't eat Sichuan pot even if we want to. I don't think so. There might be a war in Sichuan. How can Li Longji send my father there? It's better to send him to Wuhan. I want to eat some fish. Didn't they say the fish there is delicious?" Zhang Xiaobao could not figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. After all, Tang was only so big. If his father was really sent to Sichuan, he could develop there. Sichuan was a good place. If worse came to worst, he could go to the northeast, even if that place was not very stable now. When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not worried, she also relaxed. However, when she thought about the current Lu Zhou, she was very unhappy that he would be given to someone else in the future. Fortunately, there was Li Sun's business. It might not be so easy for others to get their hands on the 100,000 mountains. Just as the two of them were feeling bored, Li Sun rushed over excitedly and said to the two of them, "Are we leaving? I saw a pigeon coming over from the other side. It's good to go back quickly. I haven't seen my family for a long time. It's strange. This year's winter, I don't have to worry about clothes. I'll wear a cotton coat. Have you made a decision about the fiefdom? What if my father and you go to different places, then our family can't help you much. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly remembered that Li Sun was going to other places. Although it was fine for people like Li Sun to stay in the capital all day and the fiefdom would still be paid, according to Li Sun's character, he would never agree to only take the money from the fiefdom and not manage it. Li Sun was now addicted to it and wanted to show his value to society. When the time comes, I'll tell my father and ask him to find a way to get my fiefdom to the place where your father is an official. At that time, you don't have to care about my fiefdom. I'll manage it myself. Then, we'll compete and see who can manage it better. Don't think that it's fine just because your family has money. If it were someone else, it might not be easy, but I don't lack money. I know how to do it. First, find some work for the people, and I'll pay for it. Then, we'll do business and build roads. When the roads are built and there are more merchants, we'll set up a chamber of commerce and everyone will work together. I reckon that your family won't be able to compare to me at that time. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. What are we betting on? Let's bet on books and money. I'll take a loss. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 strings of cash. The two of you can keep this money for yourselves. If I win, you'll tell me all the books you've learned. If I can find the books, I'll look for them myself. If I can't find them, I'll take them from you. For example, that book on nature is very good. 10,000 strings of cash. In the end, I can only exchange it for one of your books. Don't you think you're taking advantage of me? Li Sun looked like he had been tricked. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believe him? Wang Wan immediately said, "You can keep the 10,000 strings of cash for yourself. You're really generous. You're using money to exchange for the opportunity to obtain knowledge. What are you thinking? Is knowledge that worthless? Can it be exchanged casually? Then how many books like nature do you have? If it's 20,000 strings of cash for one book, we're willing to bet with you on equal terms. We'll discuss it again." Li Sun chuckled when he saw that his thoughts had been seen through by the two of them. He didn't mention it again. He changed the topic and said, "Let's go and see our younger siblings. I brought them something good, prawns." Li Sun took a food box from the person beside him and walked towards the house where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's siblings were. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly reached out to grab it. Prawns couldn't be eaten by the children. It was easy for it to get stuck in their throats. Li Sun, who usually appeared very clumsy, became agile at this moment. He actually dodged Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said, "Don't worry, it's not for them to eat with the shell, nor is it for them to eat directly. It's steamed in a pot without even adding salt. It won't kill them. The little ones will definitely like it." Only then did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan allow Li Sun to follow them. They didn't know what the four little ones were playing with. When the three of them arrived, they saw two maidservants looking curiously through the glass. The three of them slowed down and inched over bit by bit. In the end, they saw something very magical. They didn't know how the four little ones came up with this idea. The bells in the house were originally made of wide wood and hung on the door with hooks without edges and corners. But now, they had been taken down and hung on the rope of the platform that could swing back and forth. There were a total of 4 thick ropes wrapped in silk. The hooks of the bells could only be hooked. The 4 bells were placed on the 4 ropes. The 4 little ones sat on the platform and randomly exerted their strength, wanting to make the platform swing more. But because they didn't exert their strength in the same direction, the swing wasn't as big as when one person was on the platform. But even so, it was shocking enough. When the 4 bells swayed with the platform, they made a jingling sound. The four little ones watched while drooling and laughing. Smart. It seems that your family is not ordinary people. You can even think of this idea. They're not even 5 months old, right? They can already think of how to play. If they're older, wouldn't it be better? Li Sun said enviously. He was indeed envious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had 4 younger brothers and sisters, but he didn't have any. Watching the little ones grow up under the careful care of their parents also gave him a sense of achievement. Who put them up? Zhang Xiaobao asked the 2 maidservants guarding here. In reply to little young master, it was Little Miss Bell, who put them up. Just now, Belle accidentally took the bells down. Then, she climbed to a place where she could swing. She sat there and swayed for a while before hanging the bells on the rope. When the jingling sounded, Belle found something fun. She climbed to the other doors and took down 3 more bells. She hung them on the same rope. Later, she played with them and hung the 4 bells on 4 different ropes. The maidservants were also surprised and found it very interesting. It seems that I have to find a way to cultivate their current thinking and actions. It turns out that they can take the initiative to think and arrange things at such a young age. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with emotion when he saw the 4 little ones moving vigorously on the platform with the purpose of making the bell sound. Chapter 542. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan now had something to do. They were faced with a very profound problem. Is it because of curiosity, or because of the environment? Wang Wan raised 2 points. The first was easy to understand, but the second was to adjust the environment around the children as much as possible. They had to constantly create accidents. Could all the children have the initiative to analyze and act? Then let's add more toys to it. Let's see if they can still think of ways to make some kind of change. Yes, change. Take the bell from the door to the rope. If the first time was a coincidence, then the next 3 times would be impossible. Also, you see, they know that shaking the bell can make it ring, so they are exerting force on it. They may not know the principle behind the bell ringing, but they can observe. Very well, let them shake it. Perhaps they will learn to exert force in one direction after shaking it a little. Make a small swing, lower from the ground, and thicker. See if they know how to exert strength in one direction at the same time when they climb up to play. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what kind of problem such big children could think about, but he knew that thinking was sometimes a habit. Since the 4 little guys showed it, then they had to be trained well. Li Sun came down from the ladder at this time and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "It's really amazing. They can think of putting the bell on the rope to make a sound. Maybe both of you are born to be amazing." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and pulled Wang Wan along as he ran back. One reason was to let his parents come over to take a look. Perhaps the 4 little ones had not played enough. The other reason was to make other toys. I think we should make a simple little maze for them to play. When they can find the right way every time, we will make it a little more complicated. They will slowly get used to it. Wang Wan suggested. Okay, I will ask someone to do it later. The one in the amusement park is not good. It is too big, and it is not suitable for children to climb around. We should also design a kind of door. Make a password lock on the door, and use a big round ball as the password. As long as the ball is pulled in order, the door can be opened. First, 3, then gradually increase the number. Let them play. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to take out such a game when the 4 little guys were 1 or 2 years old. It seemed that he should take it out now. He really didn't know whether it was because of the good genes, the influence of the usual environment, or nutrition. Not to mention him, even the scientists who specialized in studying babies couldn't figure it out. It was too complicated. While the mothers of the two families ran to check on the little babies, the two of them went into their own houses and started to design. 2 days later, the new toys were made. At this time, the people who were sent by the imperial court to replace Zhang Zhong arrived. There were more than 10 of them, and some of them were originally idle positions that were not assigned. Before these people came, they were very polite to Zhang Zhong. Perhaps they were instructed by the people behind them, so they were very polite to him. In fact, they had no choice but to be polite. When they arrived at the place after a hard journey, the scene they saw shocked them to their core. It was too beautiful. Being an official in a place like this was like being in a fairyland. Although they already knew that the construction here was good, when they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. When they came, there was a big difference between what they imagined and what they saw. The arrival of the officials meant that Zhang Zhong was leaving. Li Sun also didn't want to stay here any longer. After packing up, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai also quietly boarded the ship at night. Then, they slowly left the dock. Zhang Zhong had gone through a parting once. He didn't want the people of Luzhou, or the people of Wulei County, who was closest to him, to line up to see him off like the people of Huayuan County. However, on the morning of the second day after they left, when the local people found that the person in the yamen had been replaced, they immediately protested. They questioned the new provincial governor about where the good official had gone. It seemed that if the new provincial governor did not explain clearly, it would cause a revolt among the people. The people of Luzhou did not care about the new official. To put it bluntly, it was too easy for them to deal with the new official. They could just send their children in the army to arrest the new official. There was no way for them to reason with the new official. The mountain people would not stop them. They approved of Zhang Zhong more than the local people. In their eyes, there was only Zhang Zhong, not the emperor. When Zhang Zhong said that he would lead them to revolt, they would also nod their heads in agreement. This was especially true for a mountain person's child who was also on the ship. He was also Zhang Zhong's adopted son. This made the mountain people approve of Zhang Zhong even more. The new provincial governor was frightened. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, he had been a county magistrate and a judge, but he had never seen any place where the people loved and respected an official so much. Today, he had learned something new. The people's customs were indeed different. Helpless, he no longer cared about his dignity as a provincial governor. He told the whole story from beginning to end. When he saw the house where he had enjoyed the night before, he took the initiative to ask for a place to stay. The people were reasonable. They did not ask the new provincial governor to look for a place to stay. After all, a good official was rich and did not lack a house. Moreover, they hoped that the new provincial governor would treat them like a good official. After some discussion, they reached an agreement with the new provincial governor. As long as the new provincial governor did things like the previous provincial governor, he would be allowed to live in a house. If one day, he had bad thoughts such as corruption or bending the law, then, it was not just a matter of whether he could live in a house or not. He might not even be able to make it back alive. When they found out that the good official had left, the people were very disappointed. In the end, the new provincial governor came up with an idea. He asked the people to write a form of 10,000 people and had it sent to the capital. The people of Luzhou were delighted. They found a long piece of silk cloth. Those who knew how to write would write, and those who did not would leave their fingerprints. Even the children left their fingerprints with the help of the adults. They rolled it into a big bundle and had someone carry it to the Chamber of Commerce here. There were also merchants from the neighboring provinces in the Chamber of Commerce. When they found out about the situation, they also wrote their names. However, their names were different from the people's. They had to give their names to the people. After they wrote their names, they would write down the amount of money. The worst among them was at least 100 strings of cash. After they finished writing, they would take out the money. There were a total of 6 provinces around Luzhou. Including the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce, there were more than 700 people. Everyone's money amounted to 200,000 strings of cash, which was nearly 1,300,000 caddies of copper coins. A fleet of ships could not carry all of them. The money was piled up like a mountain. The dozen or so new officials were frightened. The 10,000 people's forms of 10,000 strings of cash were given to them. What did Zhang Zhong do with all the people of Luzhou? No wonder he left secretly at night. If someone found out about this, they would probably send him off for a few days. No matter what their purpose was, at this moment, they could no longer compare themselves to Zhang Zhong. The new provincial governor came to Luzhou because he was greedy. However, when he saw the customs here and saw the gains after Zhang Zhong left, he wondered if he could get more money if he was not greedy. If he was greedy, he could lose his life here. He was no longer jealous of Zhang Zhong. When the gap was too big, he could not be jealous. News of what happened to Luzhou was sent to the capital by a messenger pigeon. Everyone who saw the news was moved. Although this was not the first time, the officials could not help but sigh. With the 10,000 people's forms, 200,000 strings of cash, and the longevity of the people of Luzhou, Zhang Zhong did not need to be evaluated. Nobody dared to give him a low grade, not even a medium grade. Otherwise, it would be easy for the people of Luzhou to cause trouble. Moreover, it was not only Luzhou. There was also Yaozhou, which was close to the capital, and Sanshui County, which had the annual rent and tax of 2 ordinary provinces. If it were someone else who received 200,000 strings of cash late, the officials would definitely think of a way to impeach him, saying that he was a corrupt official. After all, he had too much money. However, when it came to Zhang Zhong, no one said so. The officials had a rough idea of how much money the Zhang family had. It was a lot, so much that they could take out 110,000 strings of cash to build the road for the emperor. The more money one had, the more money one could get. Even if the officials were mentally unbalanced, there was nothing they could do. Even the emperor laughed and said that if anyone thought they were capable, there were still a few provinces over there. In the past, not to mention more than a year, even 3 years would be enough to catch up with the current Luzhou and come back for a promotion. The officials retreated one after another. It was not that they did not want to be promoted, but they did not have the ability. The Zhang family was not human at all. They had even suffered a disaster. Otherwise, they might have come back this summer. Zhang Zhong did not know many things had happened after he left. He could not tell what he was feeling now. He was a little reluctant and a little worried. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to build Luzhou. He did not know if the new provincial governor would treat the people of Luzhou well. In such a melancholy, he thought of his son and daughter-in-law. Since the two of them were not in a hurry, why should he be? He believed that his son and daughter-in-law were already prepared. Yes, that was it. Zhang Zhong looked at the night sky and thought so. Suddenly, he thought of his son's words, "The bright moon rises from the sea, and we share this moment from the end of the world." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also standing in front of the window of the cabin, looking at the stars and the moon in the sky. "It's so beautiful." "I think of another song," Wang Wan said faintly. "Don't tell me it's the song, Stargazing, from more than 100 years ago again?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that the song was a little sad. He did not like to listen to it, even though he had a different feeling every time he listened to it. "No, a child shouldn't sing such a song. What I'm thinking is, there are countless stars in the sky, and the brightest one is me. I don't know where I came from, and I don't know. Xiao Bao, let's go around Hainan Island, shall we?" "Shall we?" Wang Wan suddenly asked after singing a few lines. "Why? Isn't the Qiongzhou Strait closer?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. Question, first couplet, world's end. Answer, second couplet, Cape. That's right. I'm going to write there, Wang Wan said excitedly. Write to the ends of the earth? If you have such a hobby, we won't be able to finish writing even if we travel all day. There will be many famous places. Zhang Xiaobao reacted quickly. He immediately knew what Wang Wan was thinking. Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. I don't believe that anyone can write before me. Did anyone write at Penglai Pavilion in Shandong? If we keep going by sea and don't enter the canal from Zhejiang, we can reach there. Then, we can go by the Yellow River, Wang Wan said longingly. In winter, it was faster to come to Luzhou from the direction of the capital or from Shandong. However, it was troublesome to go back. There was a cold current. If they wanted to go faster, it was easy. They just had to move the ship horizontally toward the sea for a distance. Then, they would be able to encounter a warm current. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to go to Japan. Moreover, there were too many unknown dangers at sea. They had no choice but to go against the cold current. This time, Wang Wan did not mention going to Shandong anymore. They found a place where they could turn into the sea, and the fleet went in. After they were surrounded by land, the people on the ship felt much more comfortable. Those who were eager to return home increased the speed of their oars. The ship had enough supplies, and no one wanted to do any more business on the way. They did not stop at all until they reached the capital. Counting the days, only 40 days had passed. To Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this speed could only be described with one word, slow. However, for those who had never reached such speed before, this was a miracle. There were still more than 10 days before the new year. It was enough for them to go home. The ship docked at the dock of the capital. Zhang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He took the things he needed and went to the palace to look for the emperor. Li Longji did not expect Zhang Zhong to come back so soon. He thought that he would only arrive after the new year. He was surprised because he had a deeper understanding of the propeller and the ship with wheels on both sides. An hour later, Zhang Zhong came out. In fact, he did not say much. He only asked about the situation on the other side and encouraged them. That was all. At this time, the ship was too big for them to sit on. The river was too shallow, and so were the boats. They could only rush back by carriage. The Zhang family and the Wang family wanted to spend the new year with their villagers. This year, they came quickly and coincidentally. They wondered what would happen next year. Zhang Zhong, who was sitting in the carriage, did not say anything. His face was flushed red, and he seemed very excited. "Husband, is it difficult to meet the emperor?" Zhang Wang Clan, who was sitting beside him, asked. Zhang Zhong finally regained his senses. He smiled and said, "It's not that it's difficult to meet the emperor. It's because I found out about Luzhou." He told her what happened on the second day after they left. Zhang Zhong leaned back in his seat and did not say anything. He only heard about it from the emperor. He did not know why other people were officials, but he wanted to let the people live a good life and gain the recognition of the people. This time, he received it. That was why he was so excited. Zhang Wang Clan was stunned when she heard this. Then, she sighed and said, "It's worth it. Husband, you didn't do so many things for the people for nothing. As long as you have the 10,000 people watch, it's fine. Money isn't important." Zhang Zhong nodded and did not say anything else. The carriage was silent for a moment. However, before Zhang Zhong could digest what he had just heard, when the convoy arrived at Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong's unsettled emotions surged again. He did not know who leaked the news, but the people of Huayuan County already knew that Zhang Zhong had returned. When the convoy arrived at Huayuan County after 5 days, they could no longer move forward. The road ahead was blocked by the people. They stood in the cold wind and did not say anything. They just looked at Zhang Zhong's convoy. Zhang Zhong lifted the curtain and looked. He felt a headache coming on. However, he had to go down and greet them. As soon as they saw Zhang Zhong, the people crowded around him and greeted him one by one. Some wanted to ask what Lu Zhou was like. Some were concerned about where Zhang Zhong would become an official next. They did not even care if they could offend the current provincial governor of Yao province. They directly advised Zhang Zhong to think of a way to return to Yao province and become the provincial governor of Yao province. When the people who did not know the details saw this scene, they were puzzled. They did not understand why so many people were here. After asking around, they looked at Zhang Zhong with a respectful gaze. It was easy to become an official. However, it was not easy to return after leaving for more than a year and still receive the support of the people. Among the people in the cold wind, only those who were closest to Zhang Zhong spoke. The others were silent. Even the 7 or 8-year-old children were sensible enough not to make a sound. Zhang Zhong had no choice. He found his megaphone again and shouted at the people around him. He told them that he was doing well and that he was doing well at Lu Zhou's place. He told them not to worry. Then, he asked the people to go home and celebrate the new year. He also wished them a happy new year. In fact, the people did not intend to do anything. They just wanted to see Zhang Zhong. When they saw that Zhang Zhong's family was fine, they were relieved. After all, it was cold outside. After they saw the 4 children who were suddenly carried back, they said some words of congratulations and dispersed. Zhang Zhong did not dare to leave, and he could not leave. He stood on the carriage and watched the people leave one by one. When all the people were gone, he climbed down and got into the carriage. He warmed his hands on the stove to prevent them from freezing. His hands and face were cold, but Zhang Zhong felt warm in his heart. Even he knew it was cold. How could the people not feel cold after waiting for so long? Husband, do you realize that being a good official is better than being a corrupt official? Justice is in the heart of the people. Jiang Wang Clan's eyes were red. Clearly, she was touched. Even if the emperor came, it would not be possible for so many people to welcome him unless he sent an army. But her husband had just returned home, and there were people waiting for him spontaneously. If this was not a good official, what was? Zhang Zhong also felt a sense of achievement. He sighed and said, "When I am old, I will tell my grandson that in the past. Fortunately, it is this era. If it was in our era, if there was an official who was loved like this, that official would be finished. Love and respect should be given to the leaders." Zhang Xiaobao said happily. "Why do I feel that you are always attacking the leaders? We are all serving the people. We are the servants of the people." Wang Wan had heard Zhang Xiaobao's complaints more than once. She felt that it was not good to be like this. Forget it. Don't you feel embarrassed saying this? I am not attacking anyone. I am just telling the truth. This era is good. Taking advantage of the good times to do more things for the people, it is not a waste to walk around the world again. I am going to take advantage of the new year to start providing free medical treatment to the people of Sanshui County and Yaozhou. As long as they are local people, they will not have to pay to see the doctor. This is called returning the favor. Zhang Xiaobao was just saying. It was impossible for him to discuss more with Wang Wan. After all, Wang Wan had such a person in her family. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "In fact, it has nothing to do with the officials. It is a problem of human nature. The people who live at the bottom of society will be a big official one day. If he becomes a big official, won't he know the suffering of the people? Can he be a good official? Anyway, if you want to treat the people of a county or a state for free, where will the money come from? We don't care about the money, but the problem is not how much money we have, but why and how to use the money? It's simple. We can use the money from gambling. We can't control the lottery, but we can control the gambling. We have to contact the local government, and the money we earn can be used for medical treatment. This is not strange. Many countries have free medical education. If others can do it, why can't we? It is not only in these two places. Lu Zhou will do the same in the future. Not only will the local people receive free medical treatment, but even the foreigners will also receive free medical treatment. The wool comes from the sheep. However, many people know that the wool comes from the sheep, but they insist on using the wool on themselves instead of the sheep. In the end, when the sheep dies, they have no wool to cut. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about money at all. He was very happy now. He was happy that he was born in this era. When he did good things, there was very little resistance. It was so small that there was no resistance. It was fine as long as he did not use his name to do good things. If he did not emphasize the donation to the court and insisted on mentioning his name, the court would accept the donation and use the money on the people. Very few people dared to be greedy for the money. It had nothing to do with the law. There was also something called morality. An official who violated the law was just following the rules. However, if his morality was exposed, the official could just commit suicide. You are still criticizing. Think about the current situation. Wang Wan could tell that Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be very dissatisfied with the people in the court. Why can't I talk about it? Now, I just want to grow up quickly. When the time comes, I will be the Prime Minister and universal compulsory education in the country, starting from the age of 4 until the age of 20. After that, medical treatment will be free. Zhang Xiaobao told her his dream. He felt that he was very noble. Sometimes, greatness was a kind of belief that encouraged him to achieve his goal. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao for a while and said, "Your goal is good, but everything depends on people to carry it out. Can you guarantee that no one will make any mistakes in the process of carrying it out? Also, what's the point of education for so long? It's enough to know how to read. After all, not everyone needs to learn a lot of things. Why not? If I had received a good education when I was young, maybe now I can. Maybe you wouldn't have come here with me now. Then I still want to carry on and make it universal. The main reason is that many things can be passed down. Also, your understanding is wrong. Knowledge does not have to be used immediately. It is accumulated in life. When you think that it is very normal to know how to read and write, have you ever thought about the desire of people who don't know how to read? The simplest example is when a notice is posted. You know how to read, look up, and you leave because it has nothing to do with you. But what if you don't know how to read? You don't even know what the notice says. You have to ask someone else. When you use the simplest method to measure the distance, you may feel that it is very long. But do you know how many people want to measure the distance but don't know how to do it? The sky is blue because we have all learned that it is caused by the different wavelengths of light. But people in Tang don't know that. If they don't explore, they will live happily and ignorantly. But when someone really wants to explore, he will be very distressed because it involves too much basic knowledge. Ignorance is not terrible. What is terrible is that ignorance will cause you or others to lose their lives. At least we know the simple first aid method for carbon monoxide poisoning. You may not use it even once in your life, but when you really use it, it may save a life. Knowledge is the general knowledge summed up by predecessors. I have to persist. I must popularize education and add in various specialties to form a system. Zhang Xiaobao became a little crazy again. Wang Wan had already known about Zhang Xiaobao's illness. She nodded and said, "I actually support you, but what if your education in the future offends people's thinking? I don't want you to become Bruno. Copernicus is very smart. This is simple. Do you know Buddhism? When they started from India, it was not as comprehensive as what we know later. Later generations added in bit by bit. To what extent? It means that no matter how you question it, they have a reasonable explanation. Then we can take a method to integrate the current thinking with the knowledge we want to teach. The ruling class doesn't care about right or wrong at all. They care about whether or not their interests can be protected. All religions serve the purpose of war, but some people just don't admit it. People who believe in religions are easy to understand. They have lost themselves and seek external help. People who don't believe in other religions because they believe in themselves. We can give the ruling class confidence, and that is, no matter how we teach, we will protect the ruling class in the end. This is a matter for the future. Do you think we will be treated well when we go back? Zhang Xiaobao finally stopped talking about this kind of philosophy and contradiction. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say that they will be treated well, she nodded happily. Suddenly, she trembled a little and said, "Xiaobao, let's cook what we like to eat. I think when we go back to Zhangjie Zhuangzi, we will eat roasted chicken and smoked chicken. They will definitely ask us to evaluate their cooking. I don't want to." Zhang Xiaobao also reacted. Indeed, if he was an ordinary farmer, he would also take out his best smoked chicken when he saw that the master was back. It was too scary, too scary. Zhang Xiaobao could imagine that as long as he tasted the roasted chicken or smoked chicken made by one family, he would also have to taste the other families. Yes, it was good to eat this kind of thing occasionally, but he couldn't eat it continuously. Zhang Xiaobao's face turned pale immediately. He really could not imagine the consequences of eating so many chickens in a row. Wang Wan's expression changed as well. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, you're the smartest. Think of a way." "Oh, yes, I'll think of one right away." Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. He frowned as though he was faced with a problem that was more difficult than fraud. When the group arrived at the main restaurant between the clouds and the water, the people from the Zhang family and Wang family who came to Luzhou finally relaxed. The other places were sealed by ice, but here, they could still see the clear water flowing. There was a layer of mist on the water, completely shrouding the restaurants between the clouds and the water. This scene had nothing to do with the natural world. It was purely an illusion. First, they had people shaving ice, sprinkling salt on the water on time every day, and then roasting it on the water with a charcoal brazier. Therefore, the water did not freeze, and there was still mist. It was the new year. The 3 Zhuangzi members of the Zhang family and a Zhuangzi farmer from the Wang family came back to celebrate. It was the same last year. As soon as the group moved out, the farmers who had been waiting there surrounded them. They did not ask questions like the people in Huayuan County. Instead, they just greeted them and started to carry things from the carts. The 4 Zhuangzi farmers from the Zhang family and Wang family were not the only ones who came. Even the farmers from the Gu family were here. It had been a long time since they last saw the main members of the Zhang family and Wang family. They did not care much about the Gu family. They were more concerned about the Zhang family and Wang family. A few days ago, they heard that the farmer from the Zhang family, Zhang Qiu, was beaten up. His bones were broken, and there was a big cut on his leg. It was swollen to the size of his waist. When they heard that the people who beat Zhang Qiu were from a big family in the south, they were scared out of their wits. Later, they heard that Zhang Qiu was treated and the whole family who beat him ran away. It seemed that the masters of the Zhang family and Wang family were still the original masters. Just like what they said on the 15th, they would light up the starry sky together. Today, they had to take a good look and see if the master of the Zhang family had gained weight or lost weight. Yes, he was not fat or thin, but he had become darker. The 4 little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family were also being carried by the young master and young lady. They were chubby and were strangely heavy. Zhang Xiaobao hugged his younger brother and sister. He stood beside the carriage and looked at his home. He had not been back for more than a year, but it felt like a century had passed. He did not know if the four little ones had telepathy or if they saw something fun at the same time, but they all giggled together. Xiao Bei kissed Zhang Xiaobao with her mouth that was still drooling. Zhang Xiaobao was kissed by his sister and could not wipe it away. He could only move his younger brother to his side. His face was full of saliva and his brother's clothes. Anyway, he had to wash them later. At this time, a farmer squeezed through the crowd and came over with a plate of roasted chicken in his hand. When he came over, a family member who had already been instructed immediately said, in order to celebrate the arrival of the new year and to celebrate the new year with the farmers, the main family abstained from meat and fish until the 30th. The people in the inner courtyard will follow suit. Oh, there's even roasted chicken. It's a pity that it can't be eaten. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the plan that the people in the inner courtyard had just mentioned. If he did not have foresight, his family would be finished. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.